Your assets minus your asset. Uh, okay, mortgage. Okay, the mortgage is asset. Okay, you get zero. But the bank created money and the liability. Yeah, but theory of it is what monetary of money. Looking at a there is one that can itself the bank that the buyer had to the bond. Money different language. did not like that. The teaching of philosophy. You know,
Why are people
end of the 60s, corrupted. It really was. Dad was just angry about the marks. And he said, if you don't get a decent result, you get a job and get an education, doing a pretty good job. And what else? Once you're left, you free.
yeah on the beach or
Inside the department of the university, sandstone all around us. There's only one. I remember reading. This is a whole skyline. Looked at that. But the wanted very the he does the dialect. Anything at all. Why that? Why did you get that? Well, you're you want to play against yeah. And that's a dog.
this is like this is
Well, the unity. Pretty good because you go back to front. Living in a cave. More. You get treated. Treated as more random objects. When you get the one unity, unity is an object. If we listen to the listen, then we might think capitalism. Right, but was fitting Beijing, and at that stage, all the other of the is there were the way he for the entrance really society. Person, right. The argument
Good, I guess we can stop. One.
James production. Very first time, and they will then
Hey.
just one tribe can make. So, right. Didn't believe it. But, so, the use of
Video?
what? You might get utility out created that big.
Yeah.
What goes out the door. Yeah. So, utility place no.
All right. No.
Objective. But or you want to go on. No. Correct. Specifically. Oh, so it could be you might foreground that you are that's what I think. Go to hard work.
I appreciate what you guys.
starting training. When you get money, basically. Whatever. Subjective. Whereas the structured life. And justified, so treated as split of organisation coming from. So then when you get every production, so that sound. Live. Here, having you going, give it drink. Good. So, pick them up. Good.
Value. Basically, and
Another exclusive but
Decided to step
later,
down.
I was commodity.
And I will not forget
To all the commodities. He was,
but
oh my God.
he's not.
Bicycle theorist.
Like,
Equal. For best, and you can keep on feeling. Suddenly, it's used. I didn't.
and now I am
I'm not. Discussion. And was discussing Mars. Exchange. The exchange. Said that.
Did it get killed because
I just looking for an audience. For the new stuff. Open-minded, it's not a and I realized all they got me to do. God is good. In a gap. But pick out was a radical. Yeah, writing a newspaper of me. And from the forests. This one. That's carrot. Those- Yeah. Great. Use value in it. Buying contribution. Saying that.
Yeah.
doesn't it's strong. Value in the without so that exchange values. Exactly. In my modern they can both do that. They and therefore they're his explanation for labor, machinery and labor, or socialism. And revenues contradict his own.
The economics and political ideology. The difference is what
The real rate of profit. Back result. Yeah.
and
Radical. It's utopia. Being good. All So, you know what? The stuff this they use the word that they're getting their past as American and the opposite direction. It complicated. Uh, this is actually the best work on this is done. When I tried to explain because really imagine ideal there wasn't a stuff and you we said it which is incredibly primitive. First you go through the Mensheviks out of the Menshevik family believed you had to go through a capitalist phase. You go through a capitalist period before it becomes socialist. Bypass do the development under socialism rather than under capitalism. Wonderful. So then, little. The way you like, contact. Most people go.
Look who it is. What up, real chiller? Yeah. How's life? I can't hear you. Your microphone needs to be turned on. There you go. No, not you. Good. 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 Real chiller X. Real chiller X. There you are, Tim. How you living, baby? How is school? It's all good? How is your life going? Very, very well, my man. How's your brother? I know. Why not? We miss you. Wow, fancy. How's that going? Well, that's amazing. We're glad to hear that. We're just watching a broadcast right now, chilling, my friend. Feel free to enjoy it. It looks really nice where you are. Yeah. How's your brother?
I just started thinking, I just like,
Excellent. Well, you look to be doing really well, my man. Good on
Yeah.
you. I'm glad to see that. Excellent. Well, wonderful. You got to get back in the Telegram, man.
And
Wait,
seeing the birds.
hold on. You're blocking. Hold on. You're blocking the Telegram. Why?
He's talking to you right now.
Okay. Did you do something wrong?
You know, I'm really, you know,
Absolutely. What? Okay. Okay. Well, you look to be doing really well, man. That's good. Well, I'll tell you, we miss you. So come back whenever. Well, excellent. Have you been on Twitter recently? No, you've been focusing on school? Yeah. I got you. Well, excellent. Well, we're glad you're here. We're just watching a podcast, so feel free to enjoy. Okay, Real Interact? Fighting for peace, fighting for justice. Absolutely. 100%. Shout out to Real Interact, everybody. He's one of our favorite people in the world. Shout out to you. Shout out to Nigeria. Shout out to your brother. Shout out to your mother.
et cetera. And the utility. So, done. If I just think about anybody, you know, elaborate gold, diamond, that I'm calling it. Like how the new challenges. No, like with you about the if you okay. How
quick bathroom. Yeah, right. We need to take a break because my needs to get back together. Ecology, life, value. Linger in top among this particular take. Is this there's something mechanism we do that leads to a technically
fix the rival situation for me.
who was maybe
Was supposed to develop PhD later, and Austrian economist as well, whose name I've forgotten temporarily. During and in the
Okay, for this next,
also doing, and the question of what disrupt
Phyllis,
the right question. Yeah. This is very good. It's actually smacking that one. Mission.
Early in the
You have to try. So I'm thinking that give store citizens of the site. commodity. See, I, I thought I might go down there. I had a but I can get a taxi outside. Fundamentally, she's saying, I work. One nice. Yeah. That's the way this episode. I can tell you. To be great. They got away from Central. Is
Ready?
and I was China. Because if his partner won't look at it, they try it. And the owner or the shop to export. They were built where they realize it. For about 4 years. Saying what on is what people love you. What you want. I see what right. What else?
Look at this, folks. It's really unprecedented in the history of presidents. I know. Anyway.
Fast cars.
It was his.
That's what
And
Like, photographs. Bill social services. The his person wants it up. The, so with the light period of man.
Just regular. Have you seen each other out? Bikini pictures on Instagram. You might see I follow those yeah. Really good Instagram. Back in the day, out there. I guess. Justification. Yeah, it's a very human. Like pandemic failed. There was a the thing is, mate, my was about small works when you one of the things like
the government. But after how many? As I mentioned, we just government. Capital. Not when trivial.
Hideout.
In the middle. play. Yeah. Sedentary life or nomadic. That right. Yeah. Immigration. Really respond to a lot. What happened to people who cross from the equator to the equals losing.
You take it. Yup. I'll try it later after 2 or 3. Saying like but also if you have a chance, you have to have it for art. We're gonna have to have it all over the country. We're not gonna have, you know, that's all works. You don't want that. Things like fucking movies and like Tesla. If you got the fish, now they're great. Now they're great.
Where's that? What? That's the one. You say, I think you the possible.
Thank you. Come on out at the blender and encourage. Come on out.
Have you know to get that was the great economist. That is the I know. There you go. Yeah. I think just that in part policy. I would change that anything. That I've become a little bit there. How
And now,
another obviously criticize. Now, when we look but what the
They become tiger. It's the same because of the tiger. And he was in the pig. Like the tiger.
But even if 100 I think more with chunky. Too much for you're gonna mixing.
Okay.
I would appreciate it.
Here, there's the carrot. What are some products that could be moved blind animals bears there and here?
You respect the putting on the block.
I like it. Oh, the dog. The bell. The real. The flag song. The sheep. The tiger. The mouse house. The goat. Oh, that. The kangaroo. The alpha. The crow. Yeah. The goat. Frog. The giraffe. The horse. The bat. The wolf. The horse. The horse. Here. Sport. Like no light.
All the other 20%.
Three. Oh, that's the one. What's the rabbit habit? What we've got salmon cannon, the deer here, the rabbit habit. Oh, but don't tell it tight.
We have
The crocodile spot.
aggression web developed.
The fish were. The wolf go.
We know
That's
that
right. What? Like if it's the
but we also done on our own.
they just have to do it to just put on the goat coat.
And the actual now it means to have all those
Advice. Wisdom. Ensure people talk about what's common. How are you? How to learn English? You are cowboy. I'm just the best. Everyone always has to do yeah, that became our cowboy. Right. Yo. What is this bullshit? So good. How about dude? There it is.
If the economy is
You understand that? We just take control every year. It's particular time.
then workers become capital that way.
Kick.
All of a sudden, he's like no. Well, cows. Just as brilliant. Extend this was to include finance. The boom when they more capital investment profits during the left borrow money. Just wait. Eventually, therefore, what I got out of it was chaotic, seeing that manifestation, complexity on that. As the level. People who
Another one.
capitalism, when you have a three social class system, what do you want to do? Well,
Please.
yeah. Increase. What you have is $95. Relative more than a roll before. But there is enough where there was a was late, and they took and they lived. And that's why I'm not running on shit. Or the and working not there 4 or 5 years. Right. Give it.
But
But I'm just saying, pretty professional. Because as America's demand, so he produced. But it was like, rapid. Senator zero. He went to goes over right. So how are you? Lemma. You know, they want philosophy. Yeah.
Philosophy. The then there's the money.
This is where again creation. If there is private and it's awesome. Anything He's found to be actually called the theory of interest. In that he argued effectively for that the with the that tied to hold it and through right expression.
What do you?
And he invented the roller. Yeah, on March.
Some circular platter.
From the great.
The family's
The margin dip. Debt. Period stagflation and see you run. You huge rise. So if we it is powered on powered to get today. We're gonna stay there. Yeah. Okay. So, hey,
I know.
There are rollers. That is sufficient, which create my hope is because it's so bad that my group will end up blaming the type of world living in the next 50 years. What economists you've got to go there one.
find out. I have seen it.
We can have capitalism in outer space far more successfully than
Wasn't really my
because we
fault.
don't.
Great will be on hotline.
Into a giant. And we Mars, I think, certainly past the orbit of Earth, to have longevity of really long. Yeah, just to establish life. What do you think? We have either the
Consciousness that needs to be. What about
still the skeptic. Which is really common. Machine. The other was prototype. It's just
people here to just AI.
you can't lose.
Yeah. You control their behavior.
I found a bunch of problems. Counting it. Okay, doing Steve. Computer programming. So, coming up. And said, silence around. I don't know. To so I was I read this lecture. The wise thing. knowledge.
It's simple love. Realization. I was very but nature that
Because it's what that's next later in the much love. You all right?
papers like what is your
I got
approach that conversation. So that as soon as I start arrogant. Jesus. They call you
and you know, he lived, and he was quite gentle and there. So, of course, yeah. He and Jenny built out evidently. Like the one job, so I was turned down for the so similar bit. So, it, I mean, that, you know, I respect some that now that the 4 or 5 months. The most important bit of it, and so it's an essential to do is transfer it to the aspect of the think that idea that we can actually get a lot of the work just the big rise. The original. Does it to right on the spectrum? But you know, do the and then fuck up. Better. Let the right. You were favorite. Um, and yeah, that's I mean, I'm atheist one thing that I think is the thing, the dilemma. You have to take up that is and this part you simply have to. No, and there's I don't know on that on what you want him to integrate economics. Really fast. You yeah. Awesome. Radical. Such aggressive. Yes. No. One for understanding. This this needs first time, like, test. So subject across that's with something anecdotal data. Out of so yeah. So either you use the yeah. That is has a scientist brilliant. So if you have to kind of research say crisis girls. It looks like it. What do you find? As the commonality of statistical after some kind of statistical artifact. What is fact? Different factor, factor, common with each other. If you give a battery of mental tests, it's stress.
change with any how to do
First, just people you think are familiar means so often that thank you. Thank you is you. They really mean you. Regular conversation. Be like, be intelligent. For me, intelligent. The human serious. But the G factor equals the conversation. Now, me, her, that's single number. And it of very simple you for a reason. It means there's outside it. Just,
skills. They're particularly good at them things. Steps written or something. But so he says, I really
uh, taste that feel for ability. When you good hard, you can't hide. Oh boy.
some have well to make it because combined beef get comes because
So that a good tries to see it nice, but very the one. So now you get agency a good person. Uh, your course company, correct? The first heard seriously intelligent can't measure directly. Or question. Stable factor. That's a so for me,
say there's something stable, especially if it's most fascinating as a researcher mind and human psychological. Yeah,
Let me go.
so that
liability. Actually, some chip. There's our IQ. And store day. There. 70 years. Get records. Got me. And then I 70 people. Yes. Maybe.
but they can get example. What makes it good test factor.
Out. So, so now, personality. And
But then I was down and they were looking again. We have that there's a lot of continuous, which is sorry.
okay, I mean, are essentially true point whatever. Nobody.
except the grass.
But um, yours is a preferred final question. Zoom. Right. What should you get that very different something
So, a little far. Gospel. We talk about any of these where it items. So one of
what
yeah. Okay. So I want to go. Oh, yeah. Some. In Miami. But maybe there. I know. So, no, and I use that. Hey, okay. Here's another thing. Different. We got it. Competition.
yeah, yeah, probably. Yes.
We get it right. We're going to finish this.
workload, rain, work hard. Like, here you play all for this.
Justify to call it so high. Reasoning, I think he is a verbal reason. Naturally. Take a stand. My Q test.
interesting. De facto, the many times verbal. I did not articulate this people. But like reading them, I can't really, like when you read it, you could say you read it, and that and like that. I don't. It's interesting. I don't know what I see correlated, but I uh, how you get I live in Jersey.
Say this. For a moment, get it because you may never. But for an individual, whoever is in your that's why competition elsewhere. Our heart
Christians very mean because there's a cost that are
correlated with
the core individual. So, our uh, uh, still the but you would think is
yeah. So the information decision. But you with some people would actually board a doesn't do well. This you make you take or that's or two. Until especially and that's their mission. Just not they speak
the mission. Bring it really. True. Yes, to be the essay. It's right. I like, of course, what you state. Not just about the type. What? 85, 90. Sometimes, but our and which is, I don't know cucumber. Lower IQ.
rituals on the why you collect
We'll get to that. Yeah. I tests of intelligence. Way out and I maybe speak the madness of you. Intelligence, not be compensated. Engagement.
a lot. We haven't really talked. Biological, environmental, and if you look at our fit,
guess that's the third right. Just take okay, but it's about up the idea forward. Right. Is the history, but very much back was uh,
Right. I am. We smarter. Like, you know,
uh, apart.
so,
When would you isn't there diminish
there have been many years of changes. How would you like? Yeah, shortly. It was natural.
but there's nothing
Because and now
whatever but the optimal is kind of distribution versus trying people.
Exactly. It's just
No, it's just intuitive. I can see if it's increased, it becomes a little less. It's something like more temperature. Yeah. Yeah.
if you tremendous, but that's true.
I understand the difference. Those it's not exactly might be afraid because that's beautiful. That's, that's the question.
And has no guarantee.
Outside protect the field. About what that's the I say
It's not a parable. You might be able to stream it.
basically have
about the importance of the daily. Points. Spiritual. If the book clearly not so treated to people saying that black was it's on morning okay. And Harvard Journal and it was for 60 and taken of before start of his what registration Went to jail. That's it. IQ.
Out of the more. All the cowards. That the stories. On the style, basically saying so back up to I was this
Which so I would he said, no, what do you think? I would you say not that would and I said, fix it. I have like stuff. Right. There's a it's for one that it's good. It's a, her sure. Steve, out of hate. Friends, that if you think that they don't so yes, what do you what that's way I want to say that I could
If they follow the scientific, the they take so negative the research intelligence. Sure, they get my my I just go big with do for a second. I'll think it's like what if the try yeah, my mind owns everything. My mind is very focused. The interpretation the try to get others maybe progressive data like what is the scientific process very you think that they will get that pilot obviously feel that uh with much papers don't
by writers of various. Times like
relationship mostly hit uh, position. Didn't communicate.
intelligence doesn't appear. If you won't, not everyone. Won't be completed of intelligence. Very it barely accounted quality.
There's with a the, movie called Clerks. The, and I mean, well, um, population. And yeah, it's really how you many people go up left focus on people and the they will be treated with equal and give equal opportunity. Yeah, yeah. Some intelligence must be reducible. No step for measurement. Basically, uh, really has to people that would enemy one but yeah, it's exactly they hit. This is a job. Informative goal. Second, himself. Incorrect. But it's a serious subject. Subject. Said, thought, even I don't that's something it's the way you got technology. Uh, basically, I think people find uh, like the step is to get because I was uh, how the difference there. I said, thank you. I think we have a president given close to I don't know. Uh, outside down the uh, get played is there you have next then you get more where it expect
was a scene.
Get past a certain threshold that has
In certain things. So that was to the found a very student in Hopkins freshman. This is uh, success. If you need the top, if you take that top, top measure of success, okay, on
screen. Up. Also, uh, part of the
well, and this But if that if so completely you can work very like theoretical.
It's not. That said, I mean, because we had this conversation, the repeat, the fact that you're not going to be right again, quick, with some set. It doesn't whatever basic human and and that basic over that it's some of these it's good when getting smarter kids
It was James the way everybody analysis that scores yours. Have to correct. You not so okay. The school are pretty cool. About 3 weeks not say
how do you explain
and this is for and so the and second yeah, because the actual much longer. The idea but certainly will affect intelligence because it may be higher than for so the flip still a mystery. Still a mystery, although evidence. I told you well, it was in honor of James for starting to see papers now in really the latest research. People who specialize in this area, the it has to do with advances in care. Also evident that the effect is and possibly.
so how would you It's
Yes, that nutrition is made negate the idea that the should play at all. So are we really might be able to solve because of things like street and other curricula going to
that as a population, we should zoom up. So that I mean, this raises the question. We mentioned it for questions. So, how much of intelligence, how much of his determined?
you're a nurture.
Yes,
Variance can you apportion the framing of that can't be answered independent understanding is complex. It is and always kind of info
back on that tuition from behavioral would lead me to believe
because I or amenable to the idea that what can created that information
is it fracture? There is intelligence.
yeah, uh, things like correlated to medical uh, identical similar acute more than yeah. So well,
The actual
when options were probably factor chance that are gestation. So there's
So months. And this afterwards and how to adjust to the environment. Because
like I'm not an expert in genetics, not behavior. As so like they things can't happen to. I mean, if you think of and yes,
where just imagine what kind of family we can see. So intuition, but like the reverse thing. The one thing not the rate of data is constantly so healing. It, it, or we your
So,
schooling that you would see.
my adults, their IQ, their adoptive those important.
You would versus true.
Yeah, so that would be more now. And someday I will indicate adopted children are work toward their adopted. It's over. Ready? The evidence that what is expressed? So it's going to be expressed in the environment, especially if the amount around 50 or even it's still luck. Maybe that's all. So various interventions. Even those are including none of that is shown any.
Is there data on the intelligence IQ of as
Between IQ and the environment, parents provide the child that interactions. Was it of IQ?
it is?
Well, why? Books. And there's the genetic. The child will get as well as it's not the so the two scenarios are the measure is how rich the kind of people right chain of comes from we design where you handle status and intelligence do not have a time to make about the causality of the social economic Most of the genetic component is somehow other than doesn't have your variance what's going to some and that have genetically informed genes seem to have
fertility or G factor. You know, conventional wisdom is status or spiritual, just loose that you're aware of.
there were some the more children in a family. It's not clear hold up over time. What you see also, family uh, uh, this those families, modern age, maybe it used to be the aristocracy used to have a church that there was relations between that first trial. It's like you know, science. Uh, the more we have
So it's very key. It's consciousness.
and I
Together,
resource. What? Communication with the so they how yeah. Same person seeing retired.
how the
If they're right, I keep, yeah,
the yet stable yet.
so textbooks. You they a bit off. How deep? I'm sure that's, but it's
Very difficult. How deep the, the
those really okay. education. Afterwards, so we can do it. We put down the glucose intelligence. And how much is yeah. Yeah. So
Interesting again, is the total hypothesis of how much in the relationship between intelligence and consciousness. It's not obvious that those two, if there's correlation, they would be they could be inversely correlated. Wouldn't that be funny if you the consciousness factor, the C factor plus the G factor equals 1? It's a nice trade-off. You get a trade-off: how deeply you experience the world versus how deeply you're able to reason through the world.
what a great hypothesis. Certainly somebody listening to this can do this stuff.
Even if it's the aliens analyzing humans a few centuries from now. Let me ask you from an AI perspective. I don't know how much you've thought about machines, but there's the famous Turing test of intelligence for machines, which is a beautiful, almost like cube formulation of intelligence that Alan Turing proposed. Basically, conversation being if you can fool a human to think that a machine is a human that passes the test. I suppose you could do a similar thing for humans. If I can fool you that I'm intelligent, then that's a good test of intelligence, right? Like you're talking to two people, and the test is saying who has a higher IQ, and it's an interesting test because maybe charisma can be very useful there. And you're only allowed to use conversation, which is the formulation of the Turing test. Anyway, all that to say is, what are good tests of intelligence for machines? What do you think it takes to achieve human level intelligence for machines?
Well, I have thought a little bit about this, but every time I think about these things, I rapidly reach the limits of my knowledge and imagination. So when Alexa first came out, and I think there was a competing one. Well, there was Siri with Apple, and Google had Alexa.
No, Amazon had Alexa.
Amazon had Alexa.
Google has Google
Assistant, something. So I proposed to one of my colleagues that he buy one of each, one of each, and then ask it questions from the IQ test.
Yes.
But it became apparent that they all search the internet. So they all can find answers to questions like how far is it between Washington and Miami, and repeat after me. Now, I don't know if you said to Alexa, I'm going to repeat these numbers backwards to me. I don't know what would happen. I've never done it. But so one answer to your question is you're going to try it right now. Let's try it. Let's try it.
No.
Yes, sir.
So it would actually probably go to Google search, and it would be all confusing kind of stuff. It would fail.
But then I guess there's a test that it would fail.
Well, but that's not. That has to do more with the, you know, the language of communication versus the content. So if you did an IQ test to a person who doesn't speak English and the test was administered in English, that's not really the test.
Well, let's think about the computers that beat the Jeopardy champions.
Yeah, so that because I happen to know how those are programmed, those are very hard coded, and there's definitely a lack of intelligence there. There's something like IQ tests. There's a guy, an artificial intelligence researcher, Francois Cholet. He's at Google. He's one of the seminal people in machine learning. He also, as a fun aside thing, developed an IQ test for machines.
I'd like to know about that.
I'll actually email you this because it'd be very interesting for you. It doesn't get much attention because people don't know what to do with it, but it deserves a lot of attention. Which is, it basically does a pattern type of tests where you have to do, one standard one is you're given three things and you have to do a fourth one, that kind of thing. So you have to understand the pattern here. And for that, it really simplifies to. So interesting thing is, he's trying not to achieve high IQ. He's trying to achieve like pretty low bar for IQ. Things that are kind of trivial for humans, and they're actually really tough for machines. Which is playing with these concepts of symmetry, of counting. Like if I give you one object, two objects, three objects, you'll know that the last one is four objects. You can like count them. You can cluster objects together. It's both visually and conceptually. You can do all these things with our mind that we take for granted. The objectness of things. We can like figure out what spatially is an object and isn't, and we can play with those ideas. And machines really struggle with that. So he really cleanly formulated these IQ tests. I wonder what that would equate to for humans with IQ, but it'd be a very low IQ. But that's exactly the kind of formulation. Like, okay, we want to be able to solve this. How do we solve this? And he does it as a challenge, and nobody's been able to. It's similar to the Alexa Prize, which is Amazon is hosting a conversational challenge. Nobody's been able to do well on his. That's an interesting. Those kinds of tests are interesting because we take for granted the ability of the human mind to play with concepts and to formulate concepts out of novel things. So like things we've never seen before. We were able to use that. I mean, that's. I've talked to a few people that design IQ tests, sort of online. They write IQ tests, and I was trying to get some questions from them. And they spoke to the fact that we can't really share questions with you because part of the first of all, it's really hard work to come up with questions. Like it's really really hard work. It takes a lot of research, but it also takes a lot. It's novelty generating. You're constantly coming up with really new things, and part of the point is that they're not supposed to be public. That they're supposed to be new to you when you look at them. It's interesting that the novelty is fundamental to the hardness of the problem. That, at least in parts of what makes the problem hard is you've never seen it before.
It's called fluid intelligence, as opposed to what's called crystallized intelligence, which is your knowledge of facts. You know things, but can you use those things to solve a problem? Those are two different things.
Do you think we'll be able to? Because we spoke, I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about this. We spoke about the neurobiology, about the molecular biology of intelligence. Do you think one day we'll be able to modify the biology of or the genetics of a person to modify their intelligence, to increase their intelligence? We started this conversation by talking about a pill you could take Do you think that such a pill would exist?
Metaphorically, I do. And I am supremely confident that it's possible because I am supremely ignorant of the complexities of neurobiology. And so I have written,
Ignorance is bliss.
well, I have written that the nightmares of neurobiologists, understanding the complexities, this cascade of events that happens at the synaptic level, that these nightmares are what fuels some people to solve. So some people, you have to be undaunted. I mean, yeah, this is not easy. Look, we're still trying to figure out cancer. It was only recently that they figured out why aspirin works. You know, these are not easy problems, but I also have the perspective of the history of science is the history of solving problems that are extraordinarily complex
And seem impossible.
and seem impossible at the time.
And so one of the things you look at companies like Neuralink, brain-computer interfaces, you start to delve into the human mind and start to talk about machines measuring but also sending signals to the human mind. You start to wonder what that has, what impact that has on the G factor. Modifying in small ways or in large ways the functioning, the mechanical, electrical, chemical functioning of the brain.
I look at everything about the brain. There are different levels of explanation. On one hand, you have a behavioral level, but then you have brain circuitry, and then you have neurons, and then you have dendrites, and then you have synapses, and then you have the neurotransmitters, and the presynaptic and the postsynaptic terminals. And then you have all the things that influence neurotransmitters. And then you have the individual differences among people. Yeah, it's complicated, but 51 million people in the United States have IQs under 85 and struggle with everyday life. Shouldn't that motivate people to take a look at this?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. But I just want to linger one more time that you have to remember that the science of intelligence, the measure of intelligence, is only a part of the human condition. The thing that makes life beautiful and the creation of beautiful things in this world is perhaps loosely correlated, but is not dependent entirely on intelligence.
absolutely. I certainly agree with that.
That's so for anyone sort of listening, I'm still not convinced that sort of more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty in this world. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't say more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty. I just said all things being equal, more is better than less. That's all I mean.
Yeah, but that's sort of that. I just want to sort of say because to me, one of the things that makes life great is the opportunity to create beautiful things, and so I just want to sort of empower people to do that, no matter what some IQ test says. At the population level, we do need to look at IQ tests to help people, and to also inspire us, to take on some of these extremely difficult scientific questions. Do you have advice for young people in high school and college, whether they're thinking about career or they're thinking about a life they can be proud of? Is there advice you can give? Whether they want to pursue psychology or biology or engineering, or they want to be artists and musicians and poets.
I can't advise anybody on that level of what their passion is. But I can't say if you're interested in psychology, if you're interested in the science around the big questions of consciousness and intelligence and psychiatric illness. We haven't really talked about brain illnesses and what we might learn from, if you are trying to develop a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease, you are trying to develop a drug to impact learning and memory, which are core to intelligence. So it could well be that the so-called IQ pill will come from a pharmaceutical company trying to develop a drug for Alzheimer's disease.
Because that's exactly what you're trying to do, right? Yeah.
Well,
just like you
what
said.
will that drug do in a college student that doesn't have Alzheimer's disease? So I would encourage people who are interested in psychology, who are interested in science, to pursue a scientific career and address the big questions. And this, and the most important thing I can tell you, if you're going to be in kind of a research environment, is you got to follow the data where the data take you. You can't decide in advance where you want the data to go. And if the data take you to places that you don't have the technical expertise to follow, like, I would like to understand more about molecular biology, but I'm not going to become a molecular biologist now. But I know people who are. And my job is to get them interested, to take their expertise into this direction. And that it's not so easy, but
and if the data takes you to a place that's controversial, that's counterintuitive in this world, no, I would say it's probably a good idea to still push forward boldly, but to communicate the interpretation of the results with skill, with compassion, with a greater breadth of understanding of humanity, not just the science, of the impact of the results.
One famous psychologist wrote about this issue that somehow a balance has to be found between pursuing the science and communicating it with respect to people's sensitivities, the legitimate sensitivities. Somehow. He didn't say how. Somehow. And this is
every part of that sentence. Somehow balance is left up to the interpretation of the reader. Let me ask you, you said big questions. The biggest, or one of the biggest. We already talked about consciousness and intelligence, one of the most fascinating, one of the biggest questions. But let's talk about the why. Why are we here? What's the meaning of life?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you.
You know that you're not going to tell me? This is very... I'm going to have to wait for your next book.
The meaning of life. We do the best we can to get through the day.
And then there's just a finite number of the days. Are you afraid of the finiteness of it? You think
I think about it more and more as I get older. I do. And it's one of these human things. It is finite. We all know it. Most of us deny it and don't want to think about it. Sometimes you think about it in terms of estate planning. You try to do the rational thing. Sometimes it makes you work harder because you know your time is getting more limited. You want to get things done. I don't know where I am. It is just one of those things that's always in the back of my mind. And I don't think that's uncommon.
It's just like G-factor and intelligence. It's a hard truth that's there. And sometimes you kind of walk past it and you don't want to look at it, but it's still there.
Yeah. Yes, you can't escape it. And think about the G-factor of intelligence. Everybody knows this is true on a personal, daily basis. Even if you think back to when you were in school, you know who the smart kids are. You know, when you are on the phone talking to a customer service representative that in response to your detailed question is reading a script back, and you get furious at this. And have you ever called this person a moron or wanted to call this person a moron? You're not listening to this. Everybody has had the experience of dealing with people who they think are not at their level. It's just common because that's the way human beings are. That's the way life is.
Well, we also have a poor estimation of our own intelligence. We're not always the great. Our judgment of human character of other people is not as good as a battery of tests. There's that's where bias comes in. That's where our history, our emotions, all of that comes in. So, people on the internet, there's such a thing as the internet, and people on the internet will call each other dumb all the time. That's the worry here, is that we give up on people. We put them in a bin just because of one interaction or some small number of interactions, as if that's it, they're hopeless. That's just in their genetics. But I think no matter what the science here says, once again, that does not mean we should not have compassion for our fellow man.
That's exactly what the science does say. It's not opposite of what the science says. Everything I know about psychology, everything I learned about intelligence, everything points to the inexorable conclusion that you have to treat people as individuals respectfully with compassion. Because through no fault of their own, some people are not as capable as others. And you want to turn a blind eye to it. You want to come up with theories about why that might be true. Fine. I would like to fix some of it as best I can.
And everybody is deserving of love. Richard, this is a good way to end it, I think.
I'm just getting warmed up here.
I know. I know you could go for another many hours, but to respect your extremely valuable time, this is an amazing conversation. Thank you for the teaching company, the lectures you've given with the New York Science of Intelligence, just the work you're doing. It's a difficult topic. It's a topic that's controversial and sensitive to people, and to push forward boldly and in that nuanced way. Just thank you for everything you do. And thank you for asking the big questions of intelligence, of consciousness.
Well, thank you for asking me. There's nothing like good conversation on these topics.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Richard Heyer. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. It is not that I'm so smart, but I stay with the questions much longer. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Something happened where they forced my hand. This is the only time that the Soviet agent was anywhere near me on the territory of the United States. So I'm waiting for the A train on a dark morning still at Queens, and there's this man in a black trench coat comes up to me from my right, and he whispers into my ears, "You gotta come back, or else you're dead."
The following is a conversation with Jack Barsky, former KGB spy, author of Deep Undercover, and the subject of an excellent podcast series called The Agent. There are very few people who have defected from the KGB and live to tell the story. It is one of the most powerful intelligence organizations in history, and this conversation gives a window into its operation, both from an ideological and psychological perspective, but also tells the story of a man who lived one heck of an incredible life. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Barsky. Let's start with a big basic question. What is the KGB? Комитет государственной безопасности.
Right. So that's the Committee of State Security. Yeah, this is a opasnost is a threat, right?
Right.
Okay, and BS means
Without.
right.
And I guess that directly translates to security without threat.
So and don't exist anymore. It was disbanded when the Soviet Union fell apart, and the successor agencies are now the SVR and the FSB. FSB supposedly the equivalent to the FBI and SVR the CIA, but the SVR is relatively weak, and the FSB has taken on a lot of espionage and active measures, and they're much bigger and stronger. But the most capable intelligence agency in Russia is the GRU, military intelligence.
Then nobody knows very much.
That's right. When I was in the KGB, I had no idea that there was military intelligence. Nobody ever mentioned anything like that. And by the way, I recently had the pleasure to give a talk at the DIA. When they reached out to me, I didn't know they existed either.
Interesting. Yeah, that's always the question. If you want to be an intelligence agency, should the world know anything about you? Because in some sense, you want to create the legend in order to attract great companies. But at the same time, you want to be shrouded in mystery. Nobody knows you exist. Well, it's an intelligence agency. That is fascinating. But FSB is the thing that carries the flag of KGB. KGB being probably one of, if not the most
Hello,
infamous,
and welcome to the Pirate
famous,
History
infamous,
Podcast.
powerful
My name is Matt.
intelligence agency.
Thank you for listening.
In history.
Before we get started this week, I'd like to address something that I said last week. It's in regards to when I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time was that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on a piece of eight, which represented the pillars of Hercules, being the two dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe, represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by many historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. A listener who goes by the name of Funkmon pointed out that this isn't necessarily the general consensus among scholars on the subject. There are a few other theories on where the dollar sign originated. Another one that I like is that it was a simple symbol 8 with a line drawn through it to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the single slash dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was a much more simple and less symbolic answer than that. There was a shorthand at the time used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small S, which eventually was merged into just a P and S, and then eventually just an S with a line drawn through it. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I'd just like to go ahead and correct that. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything that I say, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can email me at thepiratehistorypodcast@gmail.com. I really take all your questions and comments seriously, and I'd like to address any issues any of you might have. And once again, let me thank Funkmon for bringing this to my attention. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Old Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, in Germany, Switzerland, what's called the Low Countries, namely England. And we're going to be talking about the political upheaval that this caused, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people living in these countries. Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high seas adventure and swashbuckling piracy, and so far we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are not like to talk about around the world. So why are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of essentially every person in every society that's ever existed on Earth. But for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contentious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had national boundaries that could protect you. You knew that if you were in, say, parts of what would become Germany, you could be safe. And if you were to just move over into parts of France, you could be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe for your Protestant, but it could be merely a couple days sailing away, even less, from an area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely wanted your head because of the religion you followed. Beyond that, there were many actual wars and conflicts that weren't called wars during this time that were based entirely around the issue of religion. And so many of these Catholic and Protestant sailors and soldiers had a deep-seated hatred for people on the other side. Many people that we're going to be talking about in a very short amount of time, people like Sir Francis Drake and Captain Henry Morgan, and even on to people like Benjamin Franklin. Well, they were people who saw themselves not as pirates, but as people on a religious and political war against the other side. So, for the people who were engaging in piracy in the Caribbean, religion was a highly important factor. And here is where all that conflict started. I'd like to introduce that conflict with a quote from Winston Churchill. This comes from his multi-volume work, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. This is from Volume 2 of that work, subtitled The New World. Quote, "We have now reached the dawn of what is called the 16th century, which means all the years in the 100 years that begins with 15. The name is inevitable in English, but confusing. It covers a period in time in which extraordinary changes affected the whole of Europe. Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative force at this moment. For 200 years or more, the Renaissance had been stirring the thought and spirit of Italy, and now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith. The Popes had, in the meanwhile, become temporal rivals, with the lusts and pomps of other potentates, yet they claimed to carry with them a spiritual power as well. The revenues of the church were swelled by the sale of indulgences, to remit purgatory both for the living and the dead. The offices of bishop and cardinal were bought and sold, and the common people taxed to the limit of their credulity. These and other abuses in the organization of the church were widely recognized and much resented, but as yet they went uncorrected."
Decryption, encryption, and that kind of stuff.
What an excellent quote.
Those were just doing that job.
It really gives just a perfect introduction to
And the
everything
others,
that
the
we're
ones that
talking about.
trained me,
And it sums up
that
almost every point
prepared me
that I'm
for
going
life
to
in
try
the
to touch.
United States.
However, there is
They were
one
nice
key
people.
thing that I think it lacks.
They were
It
elegant
doesn't
people.
go into any detail about the key
I don't
role
think
that the church played
that
in
they
Europe
would not
during the Middle Ages,
um,
which I think is kind of
fit
important
into
to
the
understand
stereotypes
today's
of the
story to its
ruthless
fullest.
gun
The Catholic Church
carrying
was, during the time of the Roman Empire,
Is it
sort of
possible
a tripod called the
that
Empire.
you would not be
There
aware
was,
of
of course,
the
the Roman
KGB
Church. There
being
was
very
the
modular?
Roman imperial
Yeah,
bureaucracy,
possibly
and
you're
then there
not
were the
aware of parts of
legions.
the KGB that
But when the fall of Rome came, really those other two pillars, besides the church, fell away. The church was left all throughout Europe, trying to tend to the spiritual needs of its flock
I had no clue.
without
you're
any
kind
support
of
at all.
operating in a bubble.
So it had to
We
work
very
from
much so.
scratch to
I mean,
build that
This
system.
is what the
It did so
KGB
by
did
allying itself with
really
various
well.
tribes who were vying for control of the
and
European
and
continent.
that
There were some
was based on,
very big
you
alliances,
know,
such
the
as the one
communist
between
movement
the
while it
Franks
was still
and the Catholic
underground.
Church that
You know,
wound up
the
creating
cells
what we
were
know
very
today as the
small.
Holy Roman Empire.
And so that
It even
maybe
managed
there
to
were
hold
3-4
on and
members in
quite
one
strongly in
cell
some
that
places,
moved
but
one
in
another.
Gaul
And then they
and
had
the
a
former
liaison
province
to
of
another
Hispania,
cell. So
which would have been the
the
Iberian
bottom
Peninsula,
line is if
even
you
in
had
Britannia, which
one
was
of those
the farthest
folks
flung
were
part of the empire
they
to the
could
north,
maybe
and that
betray
was
4 people.
subsequently
Something like that.
invaded by
And the
pagan
KGB
barbarians, the
continued with
Anglo-Saxon
that tradition.
invasions, which threatened to wipe
I
out the
have
Catholic Church there
reason to believe
entirely,
that
but they managed to hold on
my
and
handler,
ally themselves with people who were likely to come out on top,
sort
and
of
somehow
directed me and
all
made
these
decisions.
people did. Now, of course, the Catholic Church had a lot to offer.
Never met me
They had
personally.
really the only
There's no reason.
schools that were left in
Right,
Europe. If you were going to get any
So,
sort of
and
form of
this-
health
this,
care anywhere in Europe,
actually,
it was going to be a church facility.
Was
They
big
also had a
advantage,
massive
over other
communications
intelligence
network
services,
between
because,
dioceses that
you look at what
if
the
any
CIA
of these
does,
strongmen
everybody
who
black.
intended to be king would
There's a
actually
lot of
rule,
leaks
they
coming
were
out
going
of
to need to
American
make use
intelligence.
of that
I don't think
communications
there's as
network.
many leaks coming out
Perhaps
of
even the most
Mossad.
important point
Strong
was
words from Jack Roy.
the Roman Church
That
on
is a
their
question I
side,
want to ask.
the Roman
more
God.
systematically. Is there something
Many
unique
of these
about the
barbarians were,
KGB
before this,
compared
pagans
to the other
following
cultures,
perhaps
they
the
would
Norse
see,
religion,
let's talk
they would have made sacrifices to
British
Odin
intelligence
and Thor.
76. We
But their
saw
enemies, the people they were
CIA.
fighting, were
Is there
frequently
unique
people making
cultures,
sacrifices to the same two
spirits,
gods.
souls,
So if
the
they could
different organizations
ingratiate
that exist
themselves
all
with the
connected to
church,
the
then they
structures
would
of
have the
government,
ear
maybe
of the god of
the
Rome,
values of the people.
the god who would help to build
I
the most
believe
powerful
we
empire
were
in
all
the
pretty
world
much
that these Germanic peoples had never been able to conquer.
believers in communism and the future of
And
the
it seemed
world.
to work out because people
Yes.
who had allied
I
themselves
think
with the
that,
church
that
usually
unified
wound
us
up on top.
to a
And
large degree, even
in many
English.
cases, these
But
kingdoms
even
that they began
it
are the
wasn't
foundations for
something
many
like,
of Europe's
yeah,
modern
yeah,
countries even today.
the parents believe this
The church
thing,
was central.
but we
in their
know
work.
the truth. You really believe
However,
the story.
the church had to
Absolutely
ingrain
did, and
itself
you need
into
to
the
look at this in
civilization
time frame.
of Europe.
Uh,
They had to make
the
themselves
Soviet Union,
indispensable
after World
to
War
the
II,
European way of life.
made
And they did
quite a
so
bit of progress
fantastically.
in
The church was there
influencing the
at
third
every
world.
major
I
life
still
event
remember
you had.
in,
When
when
you
I
were
was in
born,
middle school,
the church was there to
we had a
baptize you.
map.
When you were
A
married,
map with the
the
word
church
and
was
it
there to
was
marry you.
color-coded.
When your children were
So
born,
red
they
was
were there to
communism,
baptize your
that was
children.
the Soviet
And when you
Union,
died,
the
the church was there to
Eastern
bury
States.
you.
And then blue was
Not only was the
capitalism,
church
and then
central to the
we had
lives of
green, which
the
were
people
the third
here,
world
they were
countries.
central to the
And the
aristocracy as
green
well.
slowly
See,
got pink
people in
because a lot of
Spain
third world
and the Holy
governments,
Roman
like
Empire
I'm
didn't
looking
speak
at
the same
Angola,
language. However,
I'm
they were
looking
able to
at
communicate by using Latin.
Vietnam.
They used Latin,
A lot of these
the language
countries
of Rome, because that was what
were
was taught.
very
in church
sympathetic
schools.
to
So really,
Soviet Union.
they had recreated
So
those three pillars
sort
of the
of
Roman
know
Empire.
that this would go
The
on
church still
like that,
existed,
and
but they had
eventually
recreated
would take over
government,
and,
and through the
pretty
armies
much,
of those different nations, they had
overtake.
recreated the
That
legions,
was
which they could call upon at any time if they needed to
overtake the
defend
United
themselves
States,
or
not
go
only
fight the
militarily
Muslims
but
in a
also
crusade.
in terms of
That's
industrial
not to say that there wasn't
production and so
conflict.
forth.
There
That
definitely
was
was.
a stupid pipe
Even
dream. The
at
military,
the outset of the Holy Roman
it was a
Empire,
standoff.
their
as we know.
first major alliance,
Well,
the leader of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne, was in constant conflict with Rome,
Hitler
vying for
had a
control.
stupid
The
pipe
Holy Roman
dream
Empire
Yeah.
has
that
had
he
a great
executed
tradition of conflict with
exceptionally
Rome.
effectively.
One of their
on,
later Holy Roman
if
emperors,
not
Frederick
for,
Barbarossa,
uh,
he even went so far as to
handful
elevate a personally chosen
mistakes,
pope of his
the world
own
would look very
in
different
defiance
The
of
today.
the
biggest
Roman law.
one
He didn't like the
invading
way that the Roman pope
the
was doing
Soviet Union,
business,
particularly
which was
at the time when he
exactly
did it, because he
what the
ran
Roman
into the
Church
same
had
thing that,
become,
that Napoleon
a
ran into.
business.
General
We could go
Winter.
so far as to consider all the nations of Europe
With this,
subsidiary
so
companies.
Operation Barbarossa
To their
did
parent company,
that.
the Catholic
He
Church,
could have
and the
made
Pope
different
was its seat.
decisions,
And the church
for
had thusly
example,
become extremely wealthy.
attacking,
They owned
skipping
massive
Kiev,
tracts of
and
land from which they
attacking
collected rent. They collected
marching.
forced tithes
I
from
guess
every
that-
citizen
that
of Europe.
would
Now, you might
learning
picture them
lessons
passing
from
the hat
Napoleon
and giving
was
whatever they could. However,
uh,
a tithe was a
it's
forced
a different kind
tax.
of
You
distribution
had
of
to give a
forces
certain
and
amount
then
of money.
getting bogged down.
And if
The
you weren't
point
able
is,
to give a certain amount of money, it wasn't
these
just your soul that was
ambitions
in peril.
sometimes do-
The secular authorities would
the
get involved.
ambitions of
Your life
empires
could very
sometimes
well be
do
impaired.
materialize.
Due to how well the church was doing, the church and its popes had developed really expensive
in such
tastes.
a way that we don't think of
Throughout the Middle Ages, folks were
empires,
growing
we
wealthier and
certainly don't
wealthier,
think of
and
them as the
they even
bad guys.
started fighting to keep
They
the
write the
papacy
history
a
books,
familial
they're the good
dynastic
guys.
tradition.
And right now,
They had
America's
palaces
effectively
that these
written
families
book
owned.
about the good guys.
They had extraordinarily
I
large
haven't
quantities
read
of
that
gold. Popes had mistresses,
It's-
and they even
should
threw
be
parties that
humble,
would make
open-minded,
even the most decadent
realize
Roman
that,
emperor blush.
that isn't in fact what is
Despite the
happening,
fact that
is
they were making
effective
huge amounts of
empires
money, they needed to
write the
raise
history
revenue
books
somehow.
and tell us stories and tell
And they
us
decided to do
propaganda
that
and tell
through
us
the sale of
narratives that we
indulgences.
believe because we're human beings. We
I
love to
imagine
get
most of
together,
you know
believe
all about
ideas.
this.
We love
However, for
to
the
dream of a
uninitiated,
beautiful world and try to build
an
that beautiful world
indulgence was a
together.
people
In the
decree
United
that
States,
allowed
that's
your
a
soul
beautiful world of
to move
freedom,
past
of
purgatory.
respect of human rights, of all
Purgatory
men are
was a
created
place
equal,
where,
pursuit of happiness.
when you died,
You
according
know,
to the
it always
church,
sounds good.
your soul was
Look
bound
at
either for
what
hell
the dream
or
of
heaven,
communism is.
either
It
to
sure as
burn
heck,
or live in paradise
in
forever.
its word,
However,
on the surface
to get to
sounds
hell,
good.
you had
Yes,
to commit a pretty
but
grievous
yeah.
sin, what was known as a mortal sin, something defiantly against God.
trodden on, that
For
had been
the rest of
stolen
us who hadn't
by
committed a
tomorrow.
mortal sin,
They
we were
deserve
going to
that
go to heaven.
money power,
first, we had to
respect,
have
that
our
they've
earthly
learned,
sins
their hard work.
purged.
Sounds great.
And that was done
Everybody
in that
gets
place
along.
called purgatory.
We just have to, you know,
My favorite description of purgatory, I
men
think, is
are
probably the one in the
wonderful
Divine
people.
Comedy by
If
Dante
they,
Alighieri.
if they go bad, it has something
He
to do with the fact that
envisions
they have
purgatory as a
been
mountain,
oppressed.
a mountain spiraling up towards heaven.
That dream just
After
never
death,
worked out.
your soul went to
Even-
that
even
mountain
it
of
is- when
purgatory,
you think about
and
it,
while it ascended that
and I
mountain to
didn't
get to
think about
heaven,
it,
it
when you're
underwent
young,
several
you
trials, 7 of them in fact,
accept it.
that were intended
But when you
to
think about
purge
it,
away the 7 deadly
somehow,
sins,
the
so that
new
when you got to the
wonderful
top and were able
organization
to enter
was
heaven,
to organize
your
itself.
soul would be clean
Even
enough
though
to
Lenin
bask in the
predicted
glory
that the
of
state
God.
eventually would go away.
So purgatory
Well, how does
wasn't a
it work?
particularly
Because,
nice
like,
place.
as
It wasn't as bad as hell,
you have to have
but it
an
wasn't a place
organization.
that you necessarily wanted
The
to
only
be.
way to really
So the church
organize
had
a
these
large number of
indulgences
people is
that the Pope
the
would
hierarchy.
grant to you that would allow your
So, and who
soul
gets to the
to
top?
skip over that unpleasant step
The
of
ones
purgatory.
that want to go
At
to
certain
the top,
times,
the ones that
the
believe
church
in
was known
themselves, the ones
to sell
the ones
these
that know better than
indulgences
everybody else.
for money.
And
This
once
was
you
the
have that
Rome,
hierarchy
a Rome of
established,
lavish
there's
luxury
no
or extreme
guarantee that
decadence,
that
a Rome
it won't
that was
go
seen by
bad.
many
And
to
actually,
be
when you look
swindling
at
its
history,
parishioners by lying to them
some
about being able to
hierarchy
get them
has
into
gone
heaven
bad.
for money.
You know,
This
you
was the
look at
Rome
Cuba, for
that at the
instance. I
end
believe
of a
Fidel
very
Castro
long
was
journey was
an
first
honest
encountered
revolutionary.
by Martin Luther.
I do believe that.
Martin Luther was one of tens of
And
thousands
so what
of
did
people that would
you
make
were
a
trying to
pilgrimage to Rome every
Yeah,
year.
there's
Many of them
something about
members of the clergy in an
about
effort
that
to
movement
find
this way,
themselves
let's
closer
step away
to
from
God.
that for a second.
Martin Luther was taking this
Because
journey on
there's
the
something
advice of a
about
higher
being
up
an
in his order
honest
who had suggested he
revolutionary
do so
that wants to do
because
good
Martin Luther was
for
a
their
very
country,
troubled young monk.
and you start to
He
believe that you
always
know
found
better than
himself
everyone else how to
somewhat
do good,
distant from the presence of
and you
God that he
very
hoped
well
to feel.
might
In
first.
fact, Martin Luther
But
had a
then
very troubled youth in general.
somehow that grows.
His father was a
into,
member of a growing middle
this
class in
notion
Germany who,
where you
by all accounts, was not a
keep
very
believing
kind
you
man.
know what's right.
However, he
And
did
all the
send
people who
his son
disagree
Martin
with you,
off to the university,
you stop
a
seeing
fairly
them as
respected
having a
university,
point.
where he was supposed to
Instead,
train to become a
you
lawyer.
see them
And
as
for a while he did so, and a lot of those skills that he learned there
evil
would serve him well
manipulators
later on in
of
life.
the truth that
But
are actually trying to
after a
hurt
run-in
you
with the
with their
plague,
own
in
greed,
which
with their
many
own
of his
power,
friends died,
you will
and then a
protect the people.
near-death
You
experience
know,
on a lonesome
case of
road
Stalin,
during a very violent
I
thunderstorm,
mean, I don't
Martin
know.
Luther decided to dedicate
It
himself to God.
seems like he really believes
However,
that
after
communism
becoming a monk
would
and going through all of those
bring
ordeals,
about
he
a
never
much
felt
better
himself
world.
truly in the
I mean,
presence of
there was a
God. He
sense
never felt God's love filled him. The
that
church taught him
you have to
that to
try
feel
do
God's
actually
love,
make an
there were two
omelet.
ways about it. One
This
was
idea
doing
that
good works, which were good works according to the church,
sacrifice
things
is
that the
necessary
church
to bring
decreed
about
you should do.
a very
The other
good.
was through
And
suffering.
then the other
penance.
aspect is
And Martin Luther did plenty of good works, but
so
also undertook
ruling by
suffering and
terror,
penance on a level that
creating
was,
terrorism
it was
justified
dangerous. He would wear those
political
horsehair
mechanism
shirts with
to
the
achieve a
hair on
better
the
world.
inside that would
So
become
it
extremely
wasn't
uncomfortable
really-
all the time.
Perhaps he had
He
to
would
do that
flagellate
to
himself
simplify
until he
the
had nearly bled to
atrocities
death.
he's committing.
More than
I
once,
think he
his brothers
believed
had to pull
he
him in
will-
from the cold when he was
Yeah.
outside,
Yeah,
nearly
but by the way, the
nude,
terror
freezing
didn't
to
start
death,
with Stalin. It
trying
started right
with
to
all
after
of his
the
might
Bolsheviks took
to
over.
feel the presence of God
When,
through suffering. And
Lenin,
yet, Martin Luther never
told,
did feel the
Mr.
presence of God,
Kaczynski,
not
Comrade
in his heart.
Kaczynski, to build the Chicago.
So it was suggested that he take
And
his
then,
pilgrimage to Rome. And he did. It took about 2 months to get
This
from
is what
his
he called it,
monastery
the
to
Red
Rome.
Terror.
But upon arriving in Rome, well,
So,
this was the height
so
of the
at
Italian
at
Renaissance.
the birth of the Soviet Union,
When
there was
he
already
arrived in
terror.
Rome, literally,
And it was
Michelangelo
deliberate.
was painting the roof
And
of the
it,
Sistine Chapel.
it also was,
Raphael was painting the
it
Pope's
wasn't just
apartments and
focused on
decorating them
the
in
enemies,
lavish
it was
ways.
focused on whoever.
There were some of the
Like,
greatest
there was
artists
no
and
rule of
thinkers
law, there
and
was no,
architects of all time
there-
living
there
and
was-
working
there was
in
no-
Italy,
no
especially
court
in Rome,
cases,
at
you
this
know,
time.
people
Martin
were
Luther
just
got
pulled
there.
out of
Not only was
shot
Rome
on
culturally significant to Europe in a way that Martin Luther was only beginning to grasp, this was the
This
center
was done
of church
by
power. This was the center of God's
revolutionaries
house.
who were
This was where
convinced
God was closest to
you know,
earth and
that
spoke
these
directly to the
sacrifices had
Pope,
to be made,
the
and
leader
eventually that
of the
would
Catholic Church,
lead
to which
a
Martin
much
Luther
better
had dedicated himself.
The populace believe
At first, Martin Luther was in awe of all of the majesty and
This is
grandeur
such a
around him,
dark thing
as
about
I imagine
dictatorships.
anybody would be arriving
You
in Italy at about
believe
the
it,
time of the height of the Italian
but you're
Renaissance.
also too afraid
But soon,
to question your
that
beliefs.
veneer
Like,
and that awe,
you're not directly afraid, but it feels like a
one of Martin Luther's
I don't know
first
what that is.
destinations,
It's almost like
as
a
a man who
subconscious
saw
fear.
suffering as the
Like,
best way to get closer
There's a
of
dark
God
room
was a crypt
with a
in
locked
which the
door
remains
here.
of thousands of martyrs were kept.
Then
However,
there's something
when he
about the United
arrived at this
States that
crypt,
says,
he learned that he would have to pay a fee
especially modern
to
culture,
enter
they go
and
to that
see the
door
remains of these
to
martyrs,
sort of
which he
question
did,
every kind of
and that earned
the
him
power of
an
freedom of speech
indulgence,
and freedom of the press, but you can
a
get
token that would let him lessen his
almost
time in
become too
purgatory.
critical and too cynical.
And that was
of
just the
culture in that
beginning.
way. So there's
In a sermon that an understandably timid Martin Luther was giving in Rome in front of many very august members of the clergy, he overheard one of them say, "Just get on with it."
without thinking too much
This was
about
Martin
it,
Luther's
you
experience
believe
time
what
after
God
time at
said.
nearly every site he visited on his pilgrimage to Rome.
I came
And so
from
he
Soviet
returned to
Union.
Germany, even more disillusioned than he had gone to Rome.
Made me
He
feel
began to feel that there was something wrong with him. In his writings, he would frequently ask, "What's wrong with
good
me?
about communism.
Why can't I feel God's love?"
If you remember,
And so, in
like,
1511, not having shown any improvement after Rome, he was sent to Wittenberg, a town in Germany that had just built a new university and had a couple of small churches attached to the castle. There was also a leader in Martin Luther's order there who was someone who knew how to handle Martin. After getting to know him a bit, he decided to make Martin Luther a professor of Bible studies at the theological university there. At first, Martin Luther protested. He gave a number of reasons why he couldn't do it. One of them being that the amount of work added to his schedule would kill him, to which this leader replied, "That's okay. God has much use for clever men. He always knew just what to say." And so Martin Luther became a teacher, forced to leave his world of meditation and suffering and penance and interact with them. He had to look these students in the eye and tell them with authority what the Word of God said. To do this, he studied not only the Latin Bible, but he went back further to study the Greek texts and the Hebrew texts. And it was while studying these texts that he began to see discrepancies in what the Bible originally taught and what the church was preaching in the year 1511. He realized, digging through these ancient texts, that to him, what the church was teaching was wrong. The way to get to God wasn't by penance or doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hands and allowing God's love to him. But in the years that passed, between the time that he went to Rome and the time that he started teaching, the old pope had died, and they had chosen a new pope, a man named Leo the King. If I were to picture a movie about Martin Luther, I would picture someone who was young and fresh-faced and innocent and ever curious. And if I were to picture Leo the King, I would picture a man who was cold-eyed, and stern beyond belief, and at the same time enjoyed his earthly lights to a sumptuous extent. I would also imagine that every time he were on screen, there would be dark, ominous music accompanying his arrival. Something that lets you know that an evil presence is involved. No, I'm not saying that that's how the relationship between Martin Luther and Leo X actually was, but that's definitely how it's been reported and seen throughout the ages ever since this time. You see, as Pope, Leo was not exactly careful with money. He went on these extravagant boar hunts. He threw these huge dinner parties at which it was reported at the time by people who, it should be said, were not pro the papacy. They reported that there would be young naked boys jumping out of hides to entertain all of the guests at the Pope's dinner. It was said even, but this is not necessarily proven to be true, that he vetoed a decree that a bishop had made that said that there should be a limit on the number of young boys that the clergy could keep for their company. Now, this all may be propaganda against him. There's no definitive proof of it, but this was something that was believed at the time. More to the point, something that can be proven is that within 2 years of having been raised in the papacy, the coffers of the church were empty. And this was due not just to his lavish parties and war hunts, but to the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica. You see, all of the great architects and painters and sculptors in Rome and in Italy were there working on St. Peter's Basilica, and they did not come cheap. So in the year 1517, in order to raise some more money to complete the work on St. Peter's Basilica, Leo the King began a campaign for new indulgences. These indulgences were far more inclusive than any indulgences ever had been before. They were also made much more available than any other indulgences. Before, you would have to prove that you'd done good works to get your indulgence. Now, all you had to do was pay a little money and you could get these indulgences. And they covered all sorts of sins that even people who believed in indulgences thought were just ridiculous. It was even said by people who opposed these indulgences, it should be noted, that these indulgences would allow someone to be forgiven for raping the Virgin Mary. However, these indulgences in the 1517 campaign raised in today's dollars millions and millions of dollars. There was a man, a bishop known as Johann Tetzel, who was put in charge of the campaign of these indulgences. He's seen today by historians as a master marketer, somebody who came up with even clever little jingles to sell these indulgences. One of them was heard to say, When the
Russia,
coin in his coffer
and
rings,
then they
and the
decided
soul
to
heavenward waves.
march into the Soviet Union.
And that was all it
after,
took.
after they
Just
took
a little bit
Poland.
of coin, and your soul, which would be going to purgatory
yeah.
after death, would be able to skip over that nasty little step and go right in,
We're friends.
no matter
Yes.
what you
There
do. according to
was a
these.
non-aggression pact.
Beyond
between,
that,
that
one
was
of the
signed by
big
Ribbentrop
problems that
and
many
Molotov.
people had with this
I think
1517
both parties
indulgence
knew that
campaign
eventually
is
this
that
would fall apart,
before,
but at the
you
time,
had to earn an
it
indulgence during your
gave
life.
the Soviet
But
Union
now, if you wanted
a
to
little
buy
more
indulgence for somebody who had died, say
and a
your
little more
mother
time
and
to
passed
prepare
away, and
what
you didn't
they
want her to suffer in
thought might
purgatory, you could just give the
down the
church
road.
just a little bit of money, and all of a
And the
sudden she would
the
go
Germans
straight to heaven.
had,
These indulgences were widely
the
paid all
time
throughout
and
Europe, no more so
the
than in
ability
Germany, which had become the
pretty much
prime
conquer all
market
of
to
Western
sell
Europe.
these indulgences.
Do you think Stalin
Martin
really
Luther himself
knew
had noted
that it's
that
gonna
many
fall
of his
apart?
congregation,
Why would
including
somebody
his
like
students,
Stalin
had
trust
stopped
somebody
coming
like
to his
this?
services and
But
stopped
why
coming
did
to
he
class
wonder
because
so
they were
bad
told that
not
all they
to
had to do to reach heaven
uh,
was to pay the
read
church a
the
little bit of
intelligence that
coin.
was coming his way?
This,
yeah, troops
Are
understandably,
amassing on the border of
enraged
the
Martin
Soviet
Luther.
Union.
Didn't trust his
The story of what's to
intelligence
come
apparatus.
is really a turning
Here's one
point in the history
example.
of Western civilization.
There was
Because
a
of the
German
importance of it,
communist
the crux of that story, the thing that really set this fire
who
off,
went underground,
is
but
usually
they took
told
over,
in
and he
very
went to
melodramatic
Japan as
ways.
a journalist.
It's told as if it's an epic tale, almost something you would see in an adventure
Really
movie.
good intel
If this were a
about
scene
what
in
the
that movie about
Japanese
Martin Luther I was talking about
would
earlier,
not do.
this scene would
I
have to
forgot
begin
exactly what it was,
with
but
very dark,
it came to
brutal,
Moscow and
and
Stalin
epic
built it,
music.
so he ignored it. And when Zorga was
October 31st,
captured by the
1517.
Japanese,
All hell
the
was
Soviet Union denied that
In the small town of
was one of
Wittenberg,
theirs. So
a
he was
young
executed.
monk by the name of Martin Luther has learned
the
that the church is
paranoia
interfering with
began.
his flock.
Uh,
They are being
That
lied
does a lot
to,
of damage.
told that for a small amount of coin they can
Don't
earn an
believe your own
indulgence, which is putting their immortal souls in danger
why
of eternal
all that
damnation. In a rage, Martin
Yeah,
Luther flies to his study where he grabs ink,
I'm sure there's
pen, and paper,
contradictory
and begins to scrawl out a list of every detestable crime of the Catholic Church and their vile Pope,
I mean, first of all,
Leo
nobody
X.
likes to be disagreed.
Late into the night he works. By candlelight, he finishes his 95 theses, detailing everything that the church has done to its people.
Negative information about
He grabs his hammer and nail and he rushes to the church in Wittenberg. Standing before the door, he lays the 95 theses upon it, puts his nail in place, raises his hammer, and brings it down.
so
Those inside the church can hear it as the thunder of God.
briefly is
Again he raises his hammer and brings it down, and again. And like Jesus being nailed to the cross, Martin Luther knows that this event will change the history of the Christian church forever.
choosing to put more priority to the
But,
GRU. or the
Of course, that's
intelligence.
not exactly how it happened. If you like that story, and that's how you'd like to continue to think of it, and I wouldn't blame you if you did, it's pretty awesome.
Throughout history,
I'd go ahead and just skip forward a couple of minutes because I'm about to burst your bubble.
uh,
Martin Luther was an academic, an
very
educated man.
reliable source.
Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer.
That my-
And even
my
more
best
so,
German
he
friend,
was a monk, so not exactly a
worked
rash
as
person. He did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had a chance to stop and think about things, he went about them carefully. And
eventually,
if you were somebody who was trying to get your message across, would you just scrawl out a list of the 95 theses and put them on the church door where the very first priest who saw it in the morning could walk by, see it, scoff, tear it down, and take it to the requisite authorities? Well, that's not what Martin Luther would do either. What he actually nailed to the church door was the notice of a debate to discuss the 95 theses, which he had printed up at a local printing press and passed out to people all throughout the town square, his parishioners, and especially his students. He had too many copies printed up to be just gotten rid of that easily, so that people had to pay attention and had to discuss them. Now, that doesn't make quite as good a story, but it makes a lot more sense when you're actually trying to get your message out there, which Martin Luther did, in a way that I don't think even he saw coming. You see, when Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses, he was still a Catholic priest. His intention wasn't to start a revolution or start a new religion. He even defended the office of the papacy and the power of the church in his theses. Several of the first arguments he makes are actually about how the Pope is in fact the conduit of God on earth. But his writings caught on in a way I don't think he or any of the clergy saw coming. Originally, he just wanted to have a discussion about things that the Catholic Church was doing, problems that they had that he thought needed to be addressed. But I think that the people who read the 95 Theses saw them and it spoke to a part of them that was tired of the control of the Catholic Church over their
It was
lives.
occupied by the
So
three
they
allies,
took what
the
Luther had
French
said
and
and really kind of ran with
the English and the
it.
Americans.
At first, it was the students.
And the eastern part was
Young
occupied
people
by
and students
by
are
Soviet
frequently
troops.
people in history
And the
and our
Soviet
modern world that will
troops
take a
actually
new idea that speaks to them and
conquered
run with it.
Berlin.
They would
But
pass
as
around
they-
copies of the 95 Theses as well as
As
other
in the
writings by
contract,
Luther
they
and
decided that
read
Berlin
them
would
and
be
discuss
ruled
them in
by
ways
the
that
four
people
allies
who were parts of the
and they all
aristocracy
had,
and the
you know,
respectable members of
had
society probably wouldn't
access to
yet.
uh,
And this
that
spread
city.
throughout all of his region of
I was
Saxony and then
born
further out
in
into
the
Germany
East
and then
German
into
part,
what we call
which
the
very
Netherlands and
quickly
all throughout
became,
that northern central region of
ruled
Europe
by
very quickly.
communists,
It didn't take
socialists,
long before a copy
the
of the
Communist
95
Party and the
Theses
Socialist Party
appeared on the
united,
desk of Leo
but
X.
the leaders
As you can
of
imagine,
that new party
the Pope was
were all
not too happy.
communists.
His very first action was to label the writings
Yes,
of Martin
the
Luther
German Democratic
heresies.
Republic, which
And they sent a
was
bishop to
formed
interrogate
a
Martin
couple of
Luther
months
about
after I
what
was
he was
born.
doing up
And
there.
I was born into a
During the interrogation, Martin
remote
Luther was
southeastern corner,
uncooperative. In his writings later, he was outright dismissive of the bishop who was sent to
interestingly enough,
interrogate.
genetically,
These
I'm
actions
only
by the
half
church really galvanized not just Martin Luther, but also his supporters, the young people, and they brought new supporters to his side who saw this as
where I
an
grew up,
action
you
that the
know,
Catholic Church had no
I
right
could
to
walk
undertake.
to the nicer river, which was
With Martin Luther being
uh,
so unresponsive to the bishop that they
and
sent
it
to
was
interrogate him,
about
the next
hour
action
by
they
bus
took
to get
was
to
to
the second,
label Martin Luther himself
quarter.
a heretic, which is
That's
a pretty big deal.
So
When you're labeled a
East
heretic,
Germany
you're told to
after
come
the
back
war,
to Rome so that they can discuss your
communist,
crimes, which
socialist,
for somebody who was a
West
heretic on the
Germany
level of
was
Martin Luther,
representing
well,
the
that wouldn't have
Western
ended well.
world.
right.
There was
And
another priest
what
about
the
100
United
years
States
before,
did
Jan Hus, who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems within the Catholic Church and when
forward-looking,
labeled a heretic
very
and told to come to
strategic.
Rome to
They
discuss his crimes.
to
He
rebuild
did
the
so.
economy in the
He was
West.
subsequently burned at the
Compared
stake.
to what
Martin
Soviet
Luther
Union
knew that it was a
did,
bad idea for
whatever
him
they
to
had
go there.
destroyed
However,
on the way
in
in,
most places, that wouldn't have
they
been up to him.
took with them
If the church and the
on
Pope
the way out
requested
for
your
reparations,
presence,
because,
then you'd
you know,
better
they
go,
had
and if
every
you
right
didn't
to
of
do
your own
that.
volition, then
But
the
it
local
was
authorities would
not a good
collect
idea,
you,
because,
arrest you, and
East
send you
Germany
down to
was
Rome.
always behind
However,
economic
in the time of
development
Wittenberg, things were a
to
little bit
their
different.
Western counterparts.
There was a noble who's
So
known
when you were
today
young,
as Friedrich the Wise.
as today,
He
but when you were young,
enjoyed the
you were clearly
publicity
an exception.
that Martin Luther's writings
You
were
were
bringing to
brilliant,
his small town,
academic,
as well as the university.
superstar.
Friedrich was the one who
Let's go to your
founded the
childhood.
university, and he saw
What's
this
a
as
fond
not
memory
only good advertisement and good press,
of
but
childhood
also
that you
something that
have
would make the town
being
of
woken up
Wittenberg
to the
remembered
beauty
forever, which,
of this
frankly, it
world?
kind of has been.
Sort of
He decided to
being
protect
curious
Martin
about
Luther
all
and
the
not
mysteries around
order
you
his
that I
men
think
to
ultimately
collect
lead
and
to
arrest him.
academic
This was, of course,
success.
very good news for Martin Luther, who was able to
Or
print
was
out
it? Or
more
was
and
it
more
The
copies of his
fondest
95
memory
Theses,
that
as well as new
mine is my
pamphlets
first
that were
kiss.
becoming less and
How's
less
that?
the writings of a
Do you
good
want to go to
Catholic
the details
priest,
of that? What,
and
what,
more and more the writings of
what-
someone who
what-
was in
what you
open
make of that?
protest against the
What you
church.
make of that?
Some of these
What would
writings
that
would get
Oh,
teach you about
subsequently
yourself
dirtier and
and
dirtier.
nature and all
And
that?
anything the
it
Pope
taught me
had
only
liked
in
was
hindsight.
almost
At the
evil.
time, I was
There
just
are
like,
woodcuts
my
from
God,
some
I
of
was
Martin Luther's
head over heels
publications
in love. I was at
painting the
16
Pope
years
as
old.
a pig.
And
There is a woodcut, which I'm very
I
fond
knew
of,
it. In
that
those
has
days,
on the left
I
side
admired
a
girls.
picture of
I knew
Christ
the girls
washing a
were
beggar's
like
feet. Above it,
sort
labeled
of,
Christus. And next to it,
magical
the
beings.
Pope,
They
Leo
were not
X,
capable of
having
doing
his
evil
feet
things.
kissed.
They were
Above it,
beautiful and
labeled
they had to be adored.
Antichristus.
And
This
one
had
of them
gone beyond
actually
simply some complaints about the
me
church
too.
to really
He came
open
after me.
if this was a rebellion.
That was
Martin Luther
that
had a
was
lot on
that
his
too.
side. Aside from just the people that supported him, as well as the local nobility,
And I
he had things that
literally,
many
I,
people that had come before him didn't have.
dedicated.
Most notably, the
That's
print
when I
of
started
Christ. He was
studying.
able
Up
to
until that
publish
point, I
not
just
just copies of his
whatever I
95
had to do
Theses,
to
but
be in
pamphlets that
A-
amounted to just propaganda against the church, frequently, and distribute them all over
dedicated
Europe.
to her.
This made it
Sometimes
impossible
explicitly,
for the church to quash
because
any of his
I knew I
writings,
was
no matter
gonna
how
take
many
care
of them
of
they
her
collected
as I
and
grew
burned.
up.
So you're
In
gonna have
addition
to
to
work
that,
hard.
there was a
Yes,
force that was
be
beginning to
somebody
grow
that
in
you
European
adore,
society that was
right?
new to the
Yes,
European
you're right.
experience.
You know
They
that-
were
that
really, for the
is-
first time, beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant class,
running around
people
in
who
school
had
with a grin on
plenty
their
of money
face.
and a fair amount of power without being connected to either nobility or the church, which led them to be really some of the first democratic reformers in Europe. They were looking for a measure of self-rule that none of their ancestors had really had before. And perhaps most importantly, Luther had something inside him, an internal resolve that compelled him to keep fighting no matter the odds
Was an
that faced
indication
him.
that eventually
Despite
love
all
would play a
that,
big role
the
in my
Catholic
life.
Church was still
I
the most
wasn't aware of
powerful
it until
organization in
directed
the
at this
Western
one
world.
girl, but
Luther knew
But
just
then
how
you
unstable his
understood
faith
that
was.
feeling,
So he took
that taught you
steps,
something
necessary
like that you're
steps,
somebody that
to
can
ensure
feel things
that he would be able to
there's
continue fighting
like
the power of the
strong,
Catholic Church.
part of who you
He wrote a
are,
pamphlet,
and therefore
a pamphlet
will
to
also
the
be a
Christian
part of
nobility
directing
of the
your
German
life
people.
trajectory.
This pamphlet argued, quote, German money, in defiance of nature, flies over the Alps. This argument held a lot of weight to the German nobility. The Holy Roman Empire was a Catholic empire, and their emperor, Charles V, was a Catholic man. However, ever since the time of the Roman Empire, there had been a tension between the Romans and the German people. Even at the height of the Roman Empire, there was a heresy, long before the heresy of Martin Luther, known as the Arian heresy, in which German Christians disagreed with the way the Roman Church believed in God. And this cultural schism had never really gone away. Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, when the German peoples were allied strongly with the Roman Church, there was tension between them. So it made sense to the German nobility in the Holy Roman Empire that their money should belong to the German people and not the Pope in Rome. Now, it seems to me that a friend in a high place like Frederick the Wise, he may have helped Martin Luther craft his argument to the German nobility. He would know better than a monk what arguments would work best to motivate the German nobility to protect this burgeoning Lutheran movement. And it seemed to work. Many other nobles took heart from this and really joined arms with Frederick the Wise and the Lutheran cause. However, the man that they really had to convince was Charles V, a young 19-year-old, newly raised Holy Roman Empire who was staunchly Catholic. But in 1520, Charles V visited Frederick the Wise, who convinced him to hear Luther's case, which was just in time because in Rome, the Pope had issued an order of excommunication for Martin Luther. Excommunication was the most powerful weapon the Pope had in his arsenal to fight heresy like Martin Luther. And he sent a bishop note with the bull of excommunication, stopping at every town he passed to read the excommunication of Martin Luther, to let anybody who might have any sympathy for the Lutheran cause know that this was going to be nipped in the bud shortly. However, the further north you got, across the Alps and into the Holy Roman Empire and into the region known as Germany, the less and less sympathy the bishop had. He would find that every time he would pass around copies of the bull of excommunication, they would be torn or burned or even thrown into the river. Martin Luther's movement was growing, and it was growing even beyond Lutheranism. This had turned from a religious argument into a social argument. It had gone beyond whether or not the Romans just had religious control over the people of Germany, to whether or not the Romans had any right to the political control over the people of Germany. And that middle class we talked about earlier, along with the peasantry, began to revolt. Some of these revolts were more peaceful, some of them were more violent, some of them were outright rebellion against their rulers. However, Martin Luther fanned the flames of rebellion. You see, after his many other publications, he published perhaps his best-selling work of all time, which makes him possibly the best-selling author at the time. He published a Bible in German, a language that the common people could read. You see, Bibles had always been published in Latin. And Martin Luther, who had read the texts in Greek and Hebrew, was able to translate the Bible in the language that the Bible was actually written in. So these people were able to read a Bible in their own language without the filter of the Catholic Church. And what they found out, finally able to read the Bible for themselves, was that what the Catholic Church was teaching them was not exactly the teachings of the Holy Bible. This enraged the people, along with many other cultural forces pushing them to overthrow the world order. Germany was in chaos. Germany was in chaos. The Netherlands were in chaos. The Low Countries were in chaos. Switzerland was in chaos. Essentially, the way that Europe had worked for the past 1,000 years was turned on its head, all due to the publication of a Bible. A Bible that people could actually read. However, Martin Luther wasn't the first man to publish a Bible in the language that the common people could read. There were a couple of other people before him that had done this. However, they didn't publish the Bible in German. They published the Bible in English. In the 14th century, there was a monk in England. His name was John Wycliffe. He had a lot of similarities to him. First of all, he was a monk, He was also a philosopher, much like Luther, and he also taught at a seminary. This was something that brought Luther to his realization, and I think also had a large influence on Luther. He had other similarities to Luther, philosophical similarities. He believed, much like Luther, that the focus of religious teaching should not be on good works, but on a personal relationship with God, and that people should be allowed to have a personal interpretation of the Bible, not an interpretation that has been filtered through a Catholic media. He was also, in many ways, against some of the things that make the very Catholic Church the Catholic Church. Things like the sacrament, the existence of sainthood, or the very existence of the papacy at all. He was, in many ways, much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started out. And in 1380, he started perhaps the most radical thing that he had done yet, a translation of the Bible into English. Unlike Luther, however, he translated the Bible directly into Latin. Now, this may have been out of respect for the Bible, but it may have been because he didn't have access to the original Greek texts. He also decided to translate the Bible directly, word for word, from the Latin, which created a lot of strange translations that I imagine even native English speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For example, quote, "I forsooth am the Lord thy God, a strong jealous," or perhaps, quote, "Lord, go from me, for I am a man sinner." Now, these are, of course, lines from the Bible that you may be familiar with, but not very familiar vernacular, largely because they weren't written in a way that people were necessarily able to read, at least not easily. Luther had built a movement around his beliefs that actually gained a lot of strength in Europe. However, the Pope crushed that movement as hard as possible, and within just a few years after Wycliffe's death, nearly every copy they could get their hands on had been burned, and his followers all arrested. However, even today, 170 copies of this Bible still exist, and this was in a time before the printing press. All of these copies were written by hand in monasteries by English monks. So there must have been a large desire to have a copy of this manuscript. There's so many to still exist, that's almost unheard of. But he wasn't the last English monk to translate the Bible. Others took his translation, tried to make it a little more readable, and they continued publishing them and passing them around, much like Martin Luther passed around his 95 Theses. It was a clandestine activity that people who believed the power of the Catholic Church was too strong and too influential in the nation of England, well, they were trying to undermine it quietly and as powerfully as possible. And this continued even up until the time of Henry VIII. Henry VIII collected every copy of the Wycliffe Bible he could get his hands on, as well as any subsequent translation, and had them burned in a massive bonfire right outside St. Paul's Cathedral that lasted for 2 days solid. And this was only one of many burnings of these heretical Bibles. And then came another one, a man named William Tyndale. There's a quote from William Tyndale to another monk that I'm very fond of. I'd like to actually "For many years I will cause a boy to try to plow to more of the scriptures than thou dost." This was saying that he wanted the people in his country to know the actual scriptures and the Word of God, and not have it fed to them by authority. And unlike John Wycliffe, Tyndale translated the Bible in the Hebrew and the Greek, not the Latin. Now, Tyndale's Bible isn't exactly the King James Version of the Bible, but it very nearly is. About 85% of Tyndale's Bible is directly the King James Version. They made some changes and got some stuff out of the Bible that the king didn't really feel needed to be in there for the common people to see. It's very, very close to what's in the King James Bible. However, Tyndale was not able to do his work of translation and essentially sedition in England, because the king in England at the time, Henry VIII, was a Catholic and a defender of the Catholic faith. That wasn't going to last. It wasn't until after Tyndale's death, but Henry VIII, of course, eventually recanted his Catholic. You see, his first wife had not given him a son. This was something that any monarch, especially a king, found vitally important, to have a strong heir that he knew could succeed him on the throne. There were, of course, many other factors and many other tensions building between Henry VIII and the Catholic Church, but this one really set it off, because Henry VIII, as we all probably know, believed that it was his wife's fault that he couldn't have a son. He had, of course, a daughter. However, unable to divorce her, He
So
cut
I
ties
waited
with
for
the
10
Catholic
seconds
Church
and
and married another woman.
he didn't come in.
This
I
woman
was
was
stranger.
not
I
a
said,
Catholic
come on in.
because neither was
And
Henry
in
VIII,
came a person
neither was Henry's
who
second
spoke
daughter
fluent
that
German,
marriage
so
produced.
that was not a
But of
KGB
course,
guy. That
Henry
was
eventually
collaborator.
married another woman with
When,
whom he
and
had a
so
son.
he started making a
Finally,
bunch of small talk.
Henry
He
VIII
introduced
had a
himself
son,
as
an heir
a
that he knew would
representative
succeed.
of Carl Zeiss,
However,
which
Henry
was
VIII was a
the
pragmatic.
optics
So he set rules of succession that were anything
company
untoward
made
happened to
that
his
was
son,
made
his
really,
daughter
really good
would take
optical
the throne.
instruments. It's one of
His
the best in the
eldest
world.
daughter, as
So
it
it's
happens,
like the
who was
you know,
the product
the
of a Catholic
super
marriage, and
prestigious
herself
company in
a
that
Catholic
place.
woman.
Right, and he said,
For
you know,
a
he
newly
was a
Anglican
representative of that company.
country, this
And he-
potentially spelled disaster.
We just want to find
But
out
Henry had
what
another
my plans were after
the product
graduating from
of
college.
an Anglican marriage,
And at that point, I
who
knew
was,
he
by all
wasn't
accounts, bright, even
college that
brilliant, who
because in
was
those days
ambitious,
there was no recruitment.
who was extremely resilient, and who would make a
If you
great
were in the top
focus and figurehead
10% of the
for the
graduates,
growing Protestant movement
you
in
would
England.
most likely pick
We'll
to
talk
stay
about her
and
next
get a
week,
doctorate, right?
about her
And the
turbulent
rest of them
ascension
were
to power,
assigned. You know, where
about the internal
had no
struggles
choice.
that she overcame to become one of the most powerful monarchs in
that
Europe,
guy was
and her daring
an
campaign
idiot.
to defy both the Pope
He
and
didn't
the
know the
Spanish
basics.
Empire to rival their
You
claim
interviewed him a little bit.
of the monopoly
Like,
Oh, sure. You know, I started
a feat for which she
this guy
employs
bullshit.
gentlemen
Yeah, he's a
adventurers
stranger.
with names like Sir Walter Raleigh
I knew that
and Sir Francis
at
Drake.
that point I knew he was.
But that'll do it for this week, everybody.
Wrong, but,
Thank you for
doesn't
listening. I
matter.
really hope you enjoyed this
I had
episode.
no idea that the
And
KGB
I
would
hope
be
that it
involved.
didn't offend anybody's religious sensibilities by talking about what is still for a lot of people very controversial and emotional
People
topic.
know that there's a
At least my
Stasi
intent
organization.
is, even while discussing a lot of negative things, to try and be as
A large number of
balanced and
people do
honest
this
as
kind of
possible.
work. in
So
Germany.
hopefully you'll tune in next
In
week.
order for you to
Our
make
theme
that
music this
guess,
week was, as
Yeah,
always, the old
we know
captain
that
of the
the Stasi
fantastic
existed,
band Rabbi. If you've been enjoying the podcast so far, I really think you might enjoy it. So why not go on over and check it out at really.com.au. That's BRI.com.au. After you're done there, why not go on over to arthistorypodcast.com. Leave a comment or a question. And then you can go on over to Twitter and follow us at Black Flagcast or the rest of Facebook. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes, the reason I did so because I had no information contrary. I never anybody personally or
We were all hypnotized by the sound of the
was
tales from the old country roads for a night and a pound.
in jail.
The stories of battles at sea from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by cloud tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For first like this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Process, from the government. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. And then he asked this question. He says, "Can you imagine?" Yes, but not as a chemist. So
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
Anyway,
For the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in England. Some of these events will occur in Europe, in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain and France, Rome, even further east as England searches for a land route to get to Asia. But more of them will take place moving west, in North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies will one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south in the Caribbean. as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World.
He disappeared. He says,
This campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing the Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born.
So there you are.
Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry Tudor, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a Tudor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now, this shouldn't have been of concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of the Yorkish Rebellion, another civil war, another War of the Roses. However, both sides were appeased because a Lancaster would be on the throne, but he was so much of the temperament of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII, King of England. Not too bad for your first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her worth as a diplomatic marriage had been served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against their common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on the continent fighting wars that would gain him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. While once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent, those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days, and his wife, well, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many other partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, Henry had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. And it was something of a mystery to him. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in Henry's court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancé of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name for it. But still, Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well-educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman. A woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. And divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city, and at the time he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to him. So he decided to really take it a step beyond. to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the Pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did, in secret at first. But within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him that this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare before this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried again. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son. And he decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest on the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Edward, Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, and she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through courtier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her place to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there's a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There's not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly. And it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old. Her brother, the King of England, her father, passed away, having left her a small inheritance and third in line of succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on a moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted mightily. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, he could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek while he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for a stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again, in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun barking. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when that pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her head for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. Her resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burn at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would of course have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been a smart move, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story because later fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy crimp in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip, to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary, Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering what Elizabeth has come through to get the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. That will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was recorded saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." End quote. And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, the Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth would inherit. The state that England was in was somewhat dire. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. and we'll be talking about her gentleman adventures. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Grillig. The song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really helps keep the podcast afloat. It helps us with the cost of research materials, as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, and find out things like over there. Or go on over to Twitter and follow us at Pirate Podcast. Every little bit really helps keep the podcast noticed.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Photography, making microdots. You know what a microdot is?
And welcome
Well,
to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt.
You use
Thank you for listening.
you take a
Last week,
photograph
we discussed the early
and
days of Queen Elizabeth's rule.
a microscope.
We talked about the challenges she faced, as well as the tactics that she used to overcome them,
real
including a new
small,
class of
and
mariners,
the
men who
head
were
of a fin
young, ambitious,
that can be
eager to
used
make their fortunes in their name, known as the gentlemen adventurers. And we talked about some of England's earliest voyages to the Caribbean. Voyages under a man named John Hawkins, and one voyage under another captain named John Love. At least one, maybe two of these voyages had on
Yeah,
board
so what we
a
do
young,
nowadays is
highly
that
talented mariner
coded
named Francis Drake.
PDFs and stuff like
Today we're going to be talking about the third
Okay.
voyage of
Alright,
John
so
Hawkins.
that was
This was a much larger voyage than any of the three previous had been, that also had on board Francis Drake. This voyage would change relations between England and Spain
Interestingly
forever,
enough,
and it would shape the worldview and the future career
the
of
first
Sir
book I
Francis
was
Drake.
given to read was the
This
history of the
is episode number 7.
Communist Party of
Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake were all members of those West Country Englishmen born in or around the town of Plymouth, who were fiercely Protestant, extraordinarily loyal to the Queen, and yet acted many times of their own accord in matters of both trade and piracy. But I didn't give much background about any of these things, and I'd like to about Francis Drake. Now, we don't know a whole lot about him. He was not born in England, so there were very few records kept about him or his family. What there is, mostly, is tax records and the arrest records, but we can piece together a little bit about his early life. We can assume that Francis Drake was born in February or March 1540, We know that his father, Edmund, was a farmer,
So I would get
shepherd,
up in the
and
morning
flock
and have a little breakfast.
Now, this was
watch
pretty typical
the German
of
version
any
of
farmers in
Sesame
England, especially in the West Country at the time.
That-
Most of them
that
raised
helps
sheep
you,
and would then
that
manufacture
helps you
cloth, which
get an
was
understanding of
England's
culture
prime
that
export.
you have to do with any kind
There is a record that after the English Reformation
of
under Henry VIII, his father became a priest in the
Well,
English
you also have
church.
to know, like,
However, that doesn't exactly mean pacifist. There are records that show that Straight's father was something of a violent man.
stuff that everybody
Now,
knows.
not necessarily against his family or against Francis, but there are several arrest records about him. We do know that he was arrested for assaulting and robbing a man with another accomplice, and then, after being released just a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse and his purse. After these two incidents, his father was forced to leave home.
In other words,
The shame was just
great.
great. However, this probably didn't have a huge effect on Francis. He had already left home to get his education. When he was still very young, Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of other boys from the community, went to study at the home of William Hawkins. That was the father of John Hawkins, who was about the same age as Francis, and it's reported that they became
Now you do this, and then you do that.
It's also acknowledged that they were, quote, close kinsmen.
A lot of this.
In those days, it was pretty typical for boys who were what you might call middle class to receive an education at the household of a relative or close friend. And many of this clan and people in that West Country region did so at the Hawkins household. That's where they learned to do things like read and write. That's where they learned basic arithmetic and a fair amount of what you consider gentlemanly manners. That included how to behave at a dinner, how to talk to one's elders, and how to talk to one's betters. Everybody from merchants to nobility to even royalty. And at the Hawkins household, they learned about the doctrine of the English church. They read the Bible, which was something that hadn't really been done by most young men before. And they were taught about the reported excesses of the Catholic Church. In exchange for their education, boys all across Europe would work for the families in question. If the family they were working for were, say, copper smelters, they would learn the craft of copper smelting. In the case of the Hawkins family, they were merchants and mariners, and these boys worked off the debt of their education on board a ship. They traveled all around Europe, from France to Spain to the Low Countries, even occasionally into the Mediterranean. They watched and learned as their elders bought and sold goods, when they negotiated terms, and sometimes when the ship would come a small unsuspecting ship, they would watch as their elders overtook that ship and would negotiate a transfer of goods at the point of sale. Now, we don't have any proof that Francis Drake was on board any of these trading voyages, but we do know that John Hawkins was on board many of these trading voyages, and so it can be assumed that Francis was on the site. Our first records of Francis Drake on board a ship won't happen until he was about 17 or 18 years old. But then we do know that he was sailing on ships owned by the Hawkins. Now, these voyages were voyages that went primarily into French waters, that had a single goal: the sacking, plunder, and sometimes outright theft of these French ships. Now, this wasn't exactly a respectable vocation at the time, even in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of life and something that the government, all the way from the local officials all the way up to the Queen, would turn a blind eye to. Francis did pretty well as a pirate. In fact, we know that by the age of probably 20, maybe 21, he was actively investing in other more legitimate voyages as the Hawkins family. I'd like to take a step back and for a minute take a look at the process of investing in nautical voyages. I've made mention of it, but I don't really know much about it. Any voyage at sea is, of course, going to be something that's very expensive. You needed, of course, a seaworthy ship. You needed a captain and other officers. You needed a crew, as well as provisions to keep the crew alive. You would need to take care of the maintenance of the ship while it was in port. You would need things like the rope, tar, lumber, other things that would actually keep the ship held together. Sails. You would also need on board many armaments to defend the ship in case anything happened. Now, this included not only things like powder and shot for the cannons, but also some of those rifles that existed, as well as a fair number of bows,
When I
arrows,
first
and
interacted
cold
with
steel.
people, I very often
Now, this was a
used
large
the one that
investment
wasn't
for
as
any
good.
single person to make.
And
There
people
were, of course, people in England
that
who
I
were rich enough to
know,
finance
way
their
of
own
talking,
expeditions.
didn't know what that
However,
meant,
if something did happen to the ship despite all those armaments on board, it would be a huge loss to almost a single person that invested.
Something I do is just called
So,
spaced repetition.
the practice of other people investing in these voyages to mitigate any losses that of course meant that there was a smaller return for a single investment. However, when one person invested in a number of voyages, then they could make the same amount of money, while the possibility of losing one voyage either to piracy or inclement weather, they would mitigate their losses. That's why merchant guilds and trading companies, kind of like the Muscovy company who we talked about last week, that's why they were popping up all over Europe. Investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage. It wasn't just merchants, though. Nobility, all the way up to royalty, were invested in these voyages. If you remember, Columbus was unable to get his voyage paid for until he had met the King and Queen of Spain. This brought in a lot of other investors for Columbus that actually managed to get the voyage paid. This was typical in England as well. Whenever Elizabeth went back and forth, then many other investors at her court decided that this was probably a safe bet, and if nothing else, it looked very good to the Queen to be invested in something that she cared about. You could usually expect some members of the Navy in Elizabeth's court to be investing in many voyages, but they managed to convince Elizabeth herself, and other members of the Privy Council were likely to invest as well, even for voyages that weren't publicly known to have the backing of the crown, such as John Hawkins. They couldn't exactly put out a press release saying that these voyages meant to undermine Spanish trade in the Caribbean were backed by the crown. However, they were backed financially by the Queen and many of her highest councilors. This was the only plan to both the Portuguese and the Spanish, and it was something that began
By the
with
way,
Elizabeth's
just
part,
one
but
thing.
she was betting on
this.
Philip of Spain's need
When I
to
had
keep himself out of the
the
war.
personal computer,
He was still
and
engaged
actually
in
wrote
world
a program
countries. He was
that
still
does that.
heightened tensions with France, and most importantly, probably, he was still in North Africa, in open war against the Muslims. In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had essentially come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary Queen of Scots in her custody, which had somewhat helped tensions between France and England subside, at least anything coming close to active warfare. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off the port of Antwerp. This was essentially a game of diplomatic chess, and right now, Elizabeth was counting. Her adversary wasn't really Philip, though. It was probably Guzman de Silva, the Spanish ambassador. He was the man that really contested every move of the Queen. He confronted her openly on the second voyage of John Hawkins and her role in it. Elizabeth claimed that John Hawkins was nothing but a prosperous merchant who had her blessing but not her backing. However, all that De Silva really had to do was look into the harbor to see that John Hawkins was outfitting the Queen's own ship for his next voyage, to know that she wasn't exactly being truthful. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted De Silva, as well as King Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's moves against England. She would tell De Silva that the seas were free and that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean could only help the Spanish citizens. Guzman de Silva wrote again and again to King Philip, and King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give De Silva any ammunition that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more dismissive treatment. When he came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage, the Queen told him that his protests were essentially pointless because he had already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune in gold, wax, ivory, and pearls. These attacks of his second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Lovell's voyage did so poorly. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, he was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Lovell was. Merely having his name attached to the voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, and probably actually the Queen's lover. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and they became somewhat devoted to each other, probably all in love. He was in the Tower of London before the plots that rebelled to undermine Queen Mary and Elizabeth on the throne. He was, from the time of Elizabeth's accession, really her most trusted advisor, and he was probably the one man whose loyalty was never in question. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, even known to come into his bedroom very late at night. Dudley was given some of the highest honors at court and some of the most responsibility of any man in Elizabeth's court. She even named him regent if anything were to happen to her, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth fell ill. The next man that you would see on the list of investors for this voyage was really Dudley's main competition for influence at court and the Queen's favor. He was the highest advisor that was on her privy council. His name was William Cecil. He was the guy that really saw the day-to-day bureaucratic line of England. He was a notoriously honest man, the man that Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truths that nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley. Now, Dudley and Cecil were bitter enemies. They couldn't be more different. Really, their personalities were somewhat symbolic of Elizabeth's England. Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young and handsome, and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you'd have a picture of Dudley. He would wear very fancy shoes and brightly colored stockings and those strange fluffy shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and a big flamboyant hat, probably with a feather sticking out of it and a sword at his head. Cecil, on the other hand, was a Puritan. He would have worn almost all black. A very plain black coat, plain pants, plain boots, probably a hat, and instead of a sword on his hip, he probably had a folio under his arm. And these were the 2 most powerful men in Elizabeth's court, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, maybe not openly, but the competition was something she saw as positive. These men started to gather supporters who would travel around the capital armed, and they would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or Dudley. And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would even be spilled. Cecil said that he didn't approve of these violent interactions. He was a man who thought that that was inappropriate. However, he probably backed it from behind the scenes. That's similar to how he said he didn't approve of these maritime adventures all over the world or those who invested in them. However, in John Hawkins' third voyage, he invested some of his own money after seeing some of the returns that his friends and colleagues had. And then came essentially everybody else in the London elite. Other lords, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Pembroke, the Lord Admiral of the Navy, William Winter, who we spoke about last week, and his brother George Winter, who was another major figure, John Hawkins' older brother, William. Then came essentially all of the merchant families in London, any major guilds or leaders in the commercial sector, not just from London, but from all over England, especially from Plymouth, John Hawkins. Everyone who was in England wanted to share in this voyage, and they all bought in. John Hawkins was extremely well-funded. He had all the money, provisions, and ornaments he could need, and a crew was somewhat harder to come by. Voyages to the African coast had a bad reputation, and men who sailed on those voyages frequently didn't come back. And even those who did, hardly made any money. They didn't get equal shares by any means. They got paid a stipend, and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners in England, so they had to resort to pressing. They would get men drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just attack them in an alleyway, knock them over, and then these poor men would wake up on their ship on their way to the Americas.
they say that, you know what that
The
is.
press gangs were efficient, and after only a few days, they had the men they needed to touch up their ships, and they were ready to set sail.
One-offs, for instance, I was
And on
once
October 2nd, 1567,
to read silhouettes.
there were
of
6 ships total.
When you see a ship
The
from
2
a
that belonged to the Queen
what
were
kind
the
of a ship it
700-ton
might
Jesus
be.
of Lubbock, which was the flagship captained
They
by John
thought this would
Hawkins
come in
himself,
handy
and the
actually.
300-ton
They,
Marine.
there was in
The other 4
1982
ships
a
belonged
group
to
of
Hawkins
started
brothers, William and John.
campaign.
First of all, the athlete William and John.
Now I forget
Then
the
there
name,
was the
Operation
Swallow,
something,
the
where everybody
Angel,
who was in the
and
West
the
was
Judah.
supposed to.
Now we know Francis
look
Drake
for
was
signs
born in
that,
Judah.
the West was.
However, reports are
getting
conflicting
ready for
as to
war.
what his rank on the
And I
Judah
had
was.
everybody had an object.
Later in
to
life, Francis Drake would say that he was captain
pay
from
attention to.
moment they set sail.
had
There were
a,
also testimonies from some of
a
his men
harbor,
that said he was the
military
captain
harbor
from the
in,
very beginning. These testimonies, however, were taken by the Spanish Inquisition, and they were looking at the time for as much evidence to implicate Francis Drake in as many crimes as possible as they could find. So these testimonies aren't exactly trustworthy.
see if there
But
was
he was,
something
at the time,
unusual
at least on
because
board.
the Soviet Union were,
It's also
at that
important to
point, it was
mention
one of
that
those were really
this was
afraid that
more than just a
Reagan was
merchant
gonna start a war.
voyage. This was a national undertaking, and these ships were heavily armed.
There's
The
no
Jesus
names.
of Lubbock had the Queen's own colors alongside the flag of St. George flying atop the ships. They were bristling with cannon, and the men aboard them were, in many cases, highly trained soldiers of the Queen's own army. And John Hawkins had in his possession a commission from Queen Elizabeth herself that ordered him not to offend England's allies, mainly Portugal and Spain. However, John Hawkins had no intention of following these orders, and Ambassador de Silva
And then there
knew
was
this.
I forget the name of the guy.
Just a
but,
few days after setting sail,
you may not
the
be
fleet
old
was scattered by a
enough.
terrible storm. Nearly all the ships lost sight of each other, and the Jesus of Lubbock took severe damage. It was so bad that just a few days after setting out, John Hawkins seriously considered turning back and going back to London. But almost as soon as the storm ended, the angel managed to find the Jesus of Lubbock. They decided that the best course of action would be to go ahead and continue their voyage to go to the Canaries, which every ship in the fleet knew was their first destination. The Minion, the William and John, and the Swallow had found each other as well, and they were heading to the Canaries. However, Drake's ship, the Judith, was nowhere to be found, and it was presumed sunk.
Still today.
It took a few days, but when John Hawkins had nearly made it to port in the Canaries, he caught up.
He was my hero, but
Francis Drake, who was almost certainly its captain by now, had sailed straight through the storm with no loss of life and almost no damage to the ship. This had to be kind of impressive to John Hawkins, who was an old friend and a highly accomplished ship's captain, and he was limping. Drake fired off a salute to his admiral, and they discussed what to do. Drake had been to this same port on the voyage of John Lubbock just a few years before, and they had been very badly received. He didn't want to sail into port on his own, and that was probably a smart move, because when these 3 ships made landfall, a militia was marched out to the docks and put in place to guard these English ships. The harbor master came out to inspect the ships and saw that all 3 of them were bristling with firepower, and that the men on board were highly armed and obviously well. But he also saw that the Jesus of Lubbock was badly damaged and gave the English permission to repair them, as long as they agreed to stay on board, not go ashore, and not cause any trouble. But Theresina, who has just escaped almost certain death from a terrible storm almost immediately after leaving home, and on your first landfall, you're not allowed to set foot on land, where you can see taverns serving ale and fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. Well, sailors don't take to those orders too well, and tensions were very high. 2 men found themselves in what could be considered a violent disagreement. One of them was named Edward Dunn. He was the captain of all the soldiers. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of all of the soldiers. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore and fight a duel. Now, Dudley went to shore first in his own boat, and John Hawkins stopped the second man and followed him. Hawkins stopped the duel from taking place, which would have broken his promise to keep his men in line. However, Dudley was outraged. Harsh words were almost certainly exchanged, things began to get a little bit violent, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with the hilt, drawing blood. Now that's a mutiny. It's mutiny to strike any senior officer. John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to forgive, except that he was the admiral of a fleet commissioned by the Queen. And he said that this was as bad as striking the Queen herself.
You had to know.
Hawkins ordered Dudley
Like there's a
put in
very
chains.
kind
He drew his harquebus, he pointed it directly at Dudley, and told him to say his prayers and prepare to die.
There's a culture.
Dudley pleaded for
This
his
is how
life.
you work
He
around
begged for
it.
forgiveness. The other Englishmen begged in his
Yeah,
favor.
underground.
Even
Yeah.
a foreign
Which
priest
is,
came down to see what was happening
boy,
and to beg for John Hawkins to spare his life.
such
Which,
a stark
finally,
contrast
he did.
between that
He helped
and the United States
Dudley to his
capitalist
feet
system.
and removed the irons himself.
Yeah, that was
There
a
were no
very
more
big culture shock
incidents.
to me
Well,
to understand.
Hawkins had received word that the rest of his fleet was waiting not too far
Fundamentally
away.
different ways.
And
Like,
as soon as the
the
Jesus was
interesting
repaired,
thing is,
they set sail to meet them.
human nature.
When Hawkins and Drake arrived in port where the other three ships were waiting, a celebration ensued.
Human nature more
The governor was kind enough
because
to
of
bring
the
them
underground
food,
nature of it.
wine, and
You
even
get this
a large number
deal
of
with
fresh
greed
oranges.
and trust and all those kinds of
However,
things.
in their
the United
revelry
States,
and
there
in
is much
their
more
drink, many of the
powerful
Englishmen
laws,
began to
rules,
disrespect
people
this
follow.
warm welcome that the
You
Spanish
have
had given.
to break the rules. nonstop.
They went ashore and they burned effigies of the saints. They shot their cannon at the local church. They overturned the cross, and they even set fire to the door of a local town church.
I have a friend.
Now, these men were English Protestants, and they fell into that same sect of society that William Cecil. They were Puritans, and they were
And
highly
he told me how he
religious.
survived.
They held prayers on board 3 times a day, and every ship in the fleet had a priest on board.
Yeah, that.
They saw their actions in the Spanish port as
You were
defensive
taking stuff.
and justified in the eyes of
bribery,
God.
all those kinds of things.
They saw the Catholic veneration of the Pope, the
Corruption,
saints,
you
and
know,
the Virgin Mary as ungodly and
It is, you have to
sinful,
work
and the
around
worship
the
of false
giant
idols.
bureaucracy about the,
And they weren't
and
alone
giant
in Europe.
corruption,
They were
corruption,
members of what was really a growing and divisive movement. There were other groups of Puritans doing similar things, such as the Anabaptists, or you even see similar stuff today when, say, Muslim extremists in the Middle East will destroy what they consider false idols. Groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS have a long history of defacing some of the world's most treasured historical landmarks because they consider them something that distracts from God. So make no mistake, the men on board this English voyage of John Hawkins were extremists and zealots, the kind of men who would disrespect a warm welcome by setting fire to it and shooting your church with cannons. The question is, though, is that what Queen Elizabeth would have wanted? Now, we know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish trade, and we know that she wanted to send a message of defiance to Philip, and she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing naval presence that was something to be feared. But does a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really project her power? Or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation of brigands and pirates? You know, she may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job a whole lot harder when dealing with Spain and
What was
Portugal.
your name? Germany.
So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins' fleet was chased from
Okay, so the name I was
They decided
given
to
at birth is
move
my
on with their
question.
journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing villages similar to John Hawkins'
I
second.
hated that name.
They started capturing slaves on the coast. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer prizes. Soon, they came upon a French fort, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time that history starts to get a little bit involved. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or two of the French ships were added to the English fleet. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were taken
So
by
how did you
force.
enter the United States?
Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but 2 of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen they found at this port agreed to accompany the English on their voyage. After all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves deciding to turn pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed it on the English.
I like
See,
to tell
it's
people
recorded
nowadays is
that at this
one of the
time, a
secrets to
French
happiness
ship
is the
called
ability
the
to
Don
make
de
fun
Dieu,
of the
or
worst
the Gift of
situations
God,
that you're in.
joined the
You see the
fleet
humor.
commanded by a French
Okay, so he is
captain
talking
named
about
Paul
something
Blondel.
quite humorous in hindsight,
However,
at least.
it's also said
One
that a
of
few
my
days later, the
tasks that
English
I had
fleet
in
came upon a group
Canada
of
was to
Portuguese
acquire
ships and took them by force.
Uh,
Now, a ship in
the
that
name
fleet called
the
the
name was
Rothschild
Henry Van
Dios,
Randall,
the Grace of
who
God,
was born
was
someplace in
reportedly
California
given
and
to
was
Francis
supposed
Drake
to
as his first captaincy.
write a
However,
letter
there are
saying,
pretty
I'm Henry
convincing
Van Randall,
accounts that
please
Drake was
send me a
already
copy
a
of your birth
captain, according to
certificate
some
to Fiat
records,
enclosed.
and the name of that Portuguese ship,
And,
the Grace of God, is
and
almost
I,
exactly the same
I
as that
slept in a small
French ship,
hotel,
the
so
Gift of God.
the return address
So,
wasn't visible. There wasn't
was
a
Drake's
hotel.
first
That was important.
captaincy on that
So, and it
Portuguese
took
ship that they took by
like
force, or
3
was he
weeks,
already a
I get
captain,
nothing.
and
4
did a
weeks, I
French
get
ship
nothing.
join their fleet captained by a French
Eventually,
captain?
I got annoyed.
And
And
then
I
it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to
must
be
have
leading
encouraged
his own raiding
all
parties ashore to capture African
So,
slaves.
when
Now,
I
this
called
was
up the
happening
office,
while John Hawkins
registrar,
was
whatever they
elsewhere in
were called,
Africa, making
this
alliance
in
with certain
down
African
in California,
kings and
I
aiding
yelled
them
at
in
them and said,
battle
"You got my
against
money,
their
where's my
enemies.
birth
These African kings and
Well,
Hawkins
a
had
couple
struck
of weeks
a
later
deal
it came.
in which they would
So I see
split
the envelope
any
and it
captives
says,
taken
Henry Van
between them.
Randall. Yes.
In addition to
I had
that,
prepared
it's said that the
the
fleet that
caretakers of
arrived in the Caribbean
of
sometime
the
later
hotel
is
to-
much larger than the
that
one
I'm
that set out from
expecting.
England.
a letter from my friend.
So I tried
So,
to
I went
synthesize
up to my room.
these different
I opened it
accounts
and
from all of the
yes,
testimonies at the
success
time, as well as other
And I
court
opened this
documents
thing
and primary
it was-
sources,
it was
as
a
well as the
copy of
later
birth
accounts of
certificate,
Drake
but it was
himself,
stamped.
and
Big
the
letters
different
across
accounts from
in red.
historians that came
Deceased.
later. There are
When I
many
think about
different
it, so
stories,
here's
but
the
it all
dead
seems to
people who
point to
asked-
something.
That person was asking for
It sounds like
birth
when
certificate.
Hawkins was making alliances with the different kings,
I had the
he
presence
sent
of mind
Drake
to
along
leave.
with some other ships
In
on
fact,
ahead
I went to a
to
couple
pursue
of other
his own
cities. I
mission.
should have left the country.
From Drake's own men and
But
his
I
own
know that
accounts,
the
it
Royal
sounds like he
Mounted
actually
Police
befriended
was
some of the
following
French
me.
pirates on the coast of Africa.
Was given that
Now, this is
information.
not out of the question because if you
And they were-
recall, on his voyage with John Lovell, they allied themselves with Southern French pirates. It's even possible, although there's no proof, that Drake
knew that- I knew
went
that
ahead to meet
there was
these French
trouble,
pirates
so,
on the African
I-
coast. You see,
My
most of the
counter-surveillance,
French pirates of the
about-
time were rebels
as
against
the
the crown
yes,
and Protestants themselves, people that these
So I
Protestant
kept
Englishmen
on going.
would have had something
I
of
had
a
to-
kindred
supposed
spirit.
to- I was supposed to visit
So it makes
cities.
sense that if the
And,
English fleet led by
They
Drake
were always
met
one
up with
step
some French
behind.
pirates,
What-
they might
what
attack
is
some
interesting to me
Portuguese
is that they
Catholic
didn't
ships,
catch me on
and then
the way
later
out.
say that they weren't the
Yeah,
pirates,
show
it
your
was the fault of
passport.
either those
So,
dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen.
I
You
was
see, the
known by
reason this
name.
becomes
I
very
didn't-
confusing is because
I had to
many
get that to
later
the hotel,
historians have attributed
and
Drake's
I-
first
and I escaped
captaincy
with
to that
my
Portuguese
hair.
Rothschild de Dios, the
They would
Grace
have
of
to
God.
keep you on a list.
They're
right?
going on a revised
Yeah.
account that came later,
Yeah,
many
that's
years
interesting,
later,
but
from
that
some of Drake's
requires,
men.
like,
It said, quote,
good
Francis Drake was
supervising.
made master and
Yeah,
captain of the
this
Caravel
was
after he
hair.
took that supposedly
So you
Portuguese
got
ship.
lucky.
However,
Part of
these
life is
historians
luck.
are
The event.
dismissing
So-
earlier
and-
accounts
and,
from some of the
other than
same
that,
sailors
the trip
who
to,
said that Drake was captain of
Canada
this.
was a big success
However, a
because
prominent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry
it
Kelsey,
gave me the culture
believes
shock
that his first captaincy was in
that
fact
I needed
on Jude
to
at
not
the outset of the
be
voyage.
blown out of the water.
So it seems
when
to
I
me
get to the
that
United
Drake was
States.
probably made some sort of, maybe you call him a vice
Yeah.
admiral of the
And
fleet,
then Swiss
using
I
Air,
even had a
his own
relationship
talents
with a
in
young lady.
piracy, which we know he has had a long career of already, to
Canadian,
join
French
up with some
Canadian,
notorious French
French
pirates
Canadian,
and
she
add their ships to the
gave me,
fleet, which they would use to
a book,
harass any
we
Catholics
need
on
a
the
book
African
because we
coast,
went to
as
see the
well
movie,
as
and
that
then she wrote
total
the
number of
dedication
African slaves that
to
they
the nicest
had.
German I've
While
ever met.
both being able to have a certain amount of plausible deniability
Oh,
of
you
the
don't know.
authorities of there's no account
speaking
of Drake being given a solo command this early. However, later in the voyage, there will be official records that
That
he
was,
has been given his own solo command. So, well, this all
I
seems
was
very
not
plausible to
At that
me.
point,
Don't quote me
Ready
on
for
the
love.
history.
ready to return to
I-
that world.
However, after the exploits of Drake and the exploits of Hawkins,
Okay, that
the
woman I
fleet
love.
met back up a little bit larger than it was when it left England.
So
They had about
Swiss
500 or
Air,
600 slaves, and at
where
this
did
point,
you land?
Francis Drake is
But
undisputed
when I came,
captain.
where did I
Francis
land?
The
American
fleet crossed the
Airlines,
Atlantic and
flight
light
from
from
Mexico
Britain.
City to
Their first landfall was at
Toronto.
Jamaica. However, there was no
But they
European
made me
settlement at Jamaica,
deplane
so they got some fresh timber, restocked
I
their
have no
water,
idea. I
and
think
moved
this was
on.
over engineering. That didn't make any sense.
To once again quote
You know,
Susan
why
Rothschild
can't the
from the book
Canadians
The
just
Pirate
take
Queen.
take a flight from
Quote,
Mexico
at
City.
his next port of call, the island of Margarita, the English found the town abandoned and set, quote, in a manner all spoiled and burned, with the walls of the house scrawled in charcoal with a phrase in the French language, vengeance for La Florida.
Now you're a spy.
Neither Hawkins nor the Spanish had known that the Florida Indians had virtually destroyed the remaining Spanish outposts in Florida by early 1568.
There's two things that
Ever the
happened
crowd
that,
pleaser,
could
Hawkins
have,
vowed to
ended
apprehend
my
the French corsairs,
career
after
right
which their
there.
Spanish truce was so great
I'm,
that 9 days of friendly
I'm
trading
arriving in
went for gold and feasting followed.
Chicago.
After their brisk trade, the English left Margarita and headed to their next
I had no
destination.
idea
That was a place
what kind of
called
hotel to
Borgerata,
take,
and they
went out
found
of
Borgerata as well, abandoned
Yellow
and set
Pages
by the
and got a taxi.
Once again, Hawkins
When I
sent
gave
men
the
out
address,
to entice the colonists back to town, and they set up what could be described as a trade
What do I
port
know?
on the beach.
Keep on
He
going.
learned
We
from
need
the
to
colonists
get-
that the French had
we need
also
to escape
attacked Ponce de Leon
extremely,
and the Spanish capital in the region,
tense.
and he began to trade
Haven't gone through
occasionally
customs
even trading slaves and keeping the rest of them on
So,
shore.
and we are going in the southern direction.
Now I'm going
and I
to
noticed
venture
that
back
the,
into the
neighborhoods
uncharted waters of
became less and less
speculation.
inviting.
If we assume that what I said earlier, that in fact several
I
French
get,
pirates had joined the
enter
English
the
fleet
hotel,
that had
it was a
similar
nice
goals to the
brownstone,
Englishmen, then we can
and something
assume
else
that the
was
French
on
traveled
the
across the Atlantic.
reception desk was
Hawkins
protected
and
by
especially
plexiglass.
Drake knew what a tough time they were
having
going to have selling
enough
not only their
background
goods but their
and didn't
slaves.
know that
The
this
voyage
was
of John
unusual.
Lovell had a huge problem
All I
getting
knew
rid of
that
these
there was a
slaves
lot
in
of
Spanish
French in the United
territories
States,
because
so
the
I
Spanish
thought maybe
government
maybe it was
had forbidden anyone to
So I
buy
go
them.
up into my room and
In fact,
drink
any
half a
trade
bottle of,
with the
Johnny
Luteranos
Walker
was
Red.
completely out of the question.
Yeah.
So if the Englishmen were
Because I was
going
so
to
damn
sell
tense, I
slaves
wanted
in the
to sleep. I
Caribbean
wanted
and
to
disrupt
get it
Spanish
to
trade
home,
as they had been ordered to
which I
do,
did.
well, they had to find a way
And
to sell the
next day I
slaves to
woke up with a head
convince
that
the
was
Spanish
twice big.
colonists in the Caribbean
Just
to
twice
buy
as
them.
big, but
Wouldn't
I
it
was
be
prepared. I had
kind of
aspirin with me,
masterstroke,
so
some really
I killed the headache and went
supervillain level
outside to
machinations
see
if
I
these
could get
Englishmen
something to eat.
allied with the
And,
French pirates who Drake had met on his previous voyage with John Lovell, and then sent the French pirates ahead to sack the Spanish settlements at which the English were going to land shortly thereafter.
So,
And then John Hawkins could sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that they needed, the shelter they needed, as well as the protection of the many English soldiers from these French corsairs. And then, once they felt safe and happy and realized that they were going to rebuild their settlement, he just had the goods and the slaves that they would need to help in that rebuilding. This would allow Hawkins to not only complete his original plan, in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending England's allies, as well as make himself a personal fortune and repay his investors handsomely. This wouldn't break Elizabeth's rules, and yet it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historians who make this same conclusion, so there may be some very good evidence out there that completely refutes it, and this could prove to be total nonsense. But I really like this story. The idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their fleets together to work in tandem to make money off of the Spanish and disrupt this Catholic trade which they both despised. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins had a brisk trade in other goods, but his slaves, were few, were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying as much as he wanted. So he ordered his ships to be careened on the beach, that is, cleaned of all the barnacles and other nasty that ships would like on their sea, and wrote a letter to Ponce de Leon. He also wrote a letter to the local bishop offering to bribe him if he would convince them to buy his slaves. However, it took a long time and no answer was forthcoming, but eventually Ponce de Leon did write Hawkins a letter that said, quote, "Before my eyes I saw the governor, my predecessor, carried away into Spain for giving license to the country to traffic with you at your last being here, an example for me that I fall not into the like or worse."
There's some incompetence.
So the Spanish colonists who were living with and being protected by Hawkins for a while decided that after hearing this news from Ponce de Leon, they should flee again and run back into the wilderness in the interior of the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis Drake, got his first recorded solo command. He was sent to John Hawkins' next destination at Rio de la Hacha while Hawkins finished careening the ships. To quote one of the sailors on board that voyage that Francis Drake was now in charge of, quote, "The Spaniards shot 3 pieces at us from the shoulder. We requited with 2 of ours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot of the town, where we rode for 5 days, in despite of the Spanish and their shot. In the mean space there came a caravel of advice from the Santo Domingo, whom, with the angel and the Judith, we chased and drove to the shore. We fetched him from thence in spite of 200 Spanish arquebuses shot, and anchored again before the town. Till our general's coming, he anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of 1 man, whose name was Thomas Surgeon."
There was a lot of lack of
John
understanding
Hawkins had
because
sent
of
Francis
the
Drake ahead with
intelligence
2 other ships to test the
possibly
waters
avoided
at the
some of
port of
the
Rio de la Plata,
high
which had
tension
probably been
situations that
warned
we
by
had
Ponce de
when
Leon
the
not
80s
to
we got
trade
close
with
to the
these
Korean
Englishmen.
War.
And when Drake got there, the welcome was
Good
not exactly
intelligence
warm.
would be
They
integrated
traded
into
gunfire, there
society.
was some
Yes.
fighting,
And
and then Drake
understanding
retreated
that
back
Ronald
into the
Reagan
ocean
was not
to
a
wait for
warmonger,
John Hawkins and the
but
rest
he
of the
was
fleet to
talking about the
arrive.
end times
At which
because he was
point,
a
Hawkins landed the many trained
Then that
English
kind of
soldiers
integration
on shore, and they
begins
took the town by
because
force.
You start to question
The English well
propaganda
and truly
narratives
sacked this Spanish
that
town.
unleashed
They
the
killed
king
any
of England.
defenders
Oh, yeah,
who decided
yeah.
not to surrender.
and then
They raided the
have
Spanish
all-
treasury
all
there.
the
They
officers
quite
ignoring
literally raped and
intelligence
pillaged
that
the
they get
entire
anyway.
town. And when Rio de la
Well, let me
Plata
ask
was
you some
finally
questions of
completely at the
John
mercy of the
Brown.
English,
There's a lot of
they decided that they
conspiracy
would
theories
sell the
about,
slaves that they had on board
climate
to the Spanish.
throughout history, but now
This was
especially.
truly commerce by
Some of
force.
the conspiracy
This was a
theories
tactic that John Hawkins and John
put
Lovell had attempted
a
to
lot
use
of
in the
power
previous
in the hands
voyages,
of
but it was really at that
intelligence
point
agents,
more of a
CIA,
ruse.
FSB.
Now, on this
So,
voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively
Basically,
attacking,
the
fighting,
conspiracy
and
theories
killing
go
the
that
Spanish
they
so that they would be
control
able to sell them their
the
slaves.
powerful people in this
After
world,
unloading much of his
and
cargo, they
thereby
left Rio de la Plata and
manipulate those
headed to
powerful
Cartagena.
people and manipulate the populace.
Cartagena was to be
in
their
order
last
to
port of call.
deliver different
It was
kinds
a
of
much
messages
richer
and so
port
on.
than anywhere they
Given
had
your
seen, and
experience,
desperately in need of slaves, so
kind
they
of
thought that they
tension
would be able to
between
make all their profit
confidence and
here.
malevolence.
However, Cartagena
Would
had
you say
gotten the
there's
same
some
notice
truth to
from
those
Ponce de
conspiracy
Leon,
theories?
and they found it a much
Not
better
one
defending
way.
port than any
I
they
think
visited
there
previously.
is collusion
So once again,
collaboration.
Hawkins resorted to commerce by force. He
I would
fired
think
off his
that,
cannons several
like, for
times into the
instance,
town. However,
some
Cartagena was
folks
able
in
to
the CIA
respond
and
in
the FBI
kind,
are
and
being
they were unable
used
to
by
land
the
and unable
ones
to
that are
sell
really
any of their slaves in the town.
well.
And it was getting close to time to leave. The weather was going to
I
go
know
dangerous
how
very
it goes, yeah,
shortly.
You can go
Hurricane
both
season
directions.
was on
You
the
can
way,
acquire
and they
wealth
realized that
first,
they could not
which
wait
leads
any
to
longer
power,
in the
or
Caribbean.
you can acquire power
So they decided to
first.
cut their losses and
Yeah,
pay for
how it's also
which
knowledge
really there were
and-
hardly any losses at all.
and,
They had made
and,
a tidy profit on this.
in a position
Nobody
in
was going
society
to
with the military or
They
intelligence,
raced
but I
north
don't think
to
it's a
catch the trade
straightforward way
winds that would
all the
take them back
intelligence
to England.
agencies control
However,
how
when they
focused
reached
their
the Strait of
country.
Florida,
You see what's happened
the
in
men
Russia.
said later
I mean,
that they could smell the
dominates
hurricane coming.
this intelligence agency.
These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they'd
So
seen
the
storms
question
brewing on the
is,
horizon
direction
before.
goes,
They
you're
knew
saying
these
that
signs
there's,
were
it's not one
John
way
Hawkins,
for-
who was aboard the
I would
Jesus
think
of
so.
Lubbock, said later that his ship was,
I also
quote,
believe it exists,
not able
but
to bear the
it's not
sea.
as prevalent as,
For in
you
her
know,
stern,
not
on
every
either side of the
conspiracy
stern post,
theory
her
is
planks did open and
and
shut
out,
with
and
every
most of them
sea.
don't.
The seas being
There's
without
damn
number,
rumors,
and the
but it
leaks
doesn't
so
mean that
big
don't
as the
exist. I
thickness of a
guarantee you
man's
that
arm.
this
The living
news
fish
that
should swim
people
up
get
onto the
together
ballast as in the
and
sea.
not necessarily
The storm winds battered the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water pools constantly and filled every hole only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hawkins thought about taking the order
Do you think
to
the
ran his ship.
KGB agent would kill someone?
This was
against
much worse than the
international
storm
law?
they'd seen at the outset of their voyage, and most of the men did not believe that they were going to make it out
They did.
alive. But the winds did, finally.
And
died
there's
down.
there's a
However, their fortunes
famous
did not improve.
case of one
William and John was lost, nowhere to be seen,
Kuklov
and presumed so.
who defected.
Each
He
of the
was
ships
killed. He
needed
was a trained
repairs
killer, and
desperately,
he had
but the Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship
to kill
to
a
be lost on
defector, a
its way.
KGB defector, and he decided not to
They
do
sailed
it.
around, searching both
He talked
for
to
the
guy
William and
and
John,
said,
as well as a
"Kill you or
port
not," and
in
then-
which they could rest
then he
and make
eventually
the repairs they
wrote
were
up
going to
in the
need to make
United
it back
States.
to
I
England.
have a connection to
However, it
this
became
fellow
apparent
because
that not only were they
KGB
very
once
low on food
asked
and
me
water,
to
not
go
only
to
were all the
California
men
and see if the guy
exhausted,
still lives in
hungry,
Rochdale.
many of them injured.
And
They were hopelessly
we-
lost.
I found
They
it,
didn't know where the storm had
and
blown.
we looked at each other.
None of their sailors or their pilots or their
So
captains
it
knew
was an
these
active
waters,
KGB agent
and they drifted
looking at a
endlessly
man
unlike
that he
breezes
didn't know
for
was
days.
the KGB inspector.
But then,
Looking
on
at
the
each other,
horizon
neither one
appeared
knew
two
who the
Spanish
other was.
ships.
I found
Prince
out
Street
that.
was sent out after them.
He was
His ship
able
was
to fly.
sleeker and faster,
Yes.
and he
Yeah,
captured them
you know,
in days.
there
He
have
found
been
food and
assassinations.
water and wine, things that the men on board his fleet needed
And
desperately. He also found
I know that
the Spanish
we
captain
know
and pilot who knew where they were and where they
This is
were.
very difficult.
They had drifted all the way
The
into
question
the Gulf
is,
of Mexico
how
and the
many
Yucatan
lines
Peninsula.
are intelligence
The
agencies
Spanish ships were headed to the port
willing
of
to
Veracruz, which was the closest major port where they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return home.
I think none of these
So
agencies
John Hawkins gave the order
have the
to
ultimate
sail
line. I
toward
think eventually
Veracruz.
the last line will be
3
crossed.
miles from the harbor, John
believe
Hawkins
it's
ordered the
necessary.
English colors upon his
Well, I
fleet
think
struck
you
down.
justify a lot of things.
He wasn't
especially
sailing to some
nuclear
out-of-the-way
weapons, that you
Spanish
justify
outpost in the
being safe in the
Bahamas.
world,
Yeah.
actually.
He was sailing to the Spanish
Let
Main,
me ask a few different
Terra Firma.
We'll jump back
This
to Tyler
was a very
America,
important
but
city, and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an
has
explosive.
been accused of ordering
The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe.
Alexander
If you were to listen to John Hawkins and the English soldiers, it appears they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength from which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the accounts of the Spanish, it is said that they sent out a fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed into their harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the
I
way.
don't think Putin gave
But
me a record.
regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish Main. They were allowed to stop on an island just off the coast.
And then somebody picks it up and does.
It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something the position that controlled the harbor, because they learned that only a few days out was the Spanish flota. That is an extremely important Spanish fleet, and this flota had on board a newly appointed viceroy,
perhaps
a man who meant to prove himself against these English
perhaps
corsairs.
scandalized by Putin himself.
When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worsening, hurricane season was well and truly upon them, and the flota had to make it back to Europe before the Atlantic became impassable, as
But
did
the
the
act
English.
itself,
Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So they began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor as every day passed. Both men needed to reach an agreement as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages.
My answer that I
There
gave
were going to be 10 men from the English given to the Spanish, and 10 men from the Spanish given to the English. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated men. And the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their betters. But the exchange occurred, and the English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return back to Europe. The Spanish did not trust the English, and the English definitely did not trust the Spanish. Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showed, as shifting the weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to the island were and passing to and fro of colonies of all men and required for their necessary business, and many other ill-life which caused us to have a vehement secession." The English were ready for this treachery. They had heavily armed men posted at battle stations. Their archers in the raiding, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one carried a firearm. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired. And on the morning of September 23rd, they were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board Jesus the Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploded. The Jesus and the Minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon them. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to lead the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the angel was sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake on the Judith to take many of his men and some of the riches that they had incurred on his voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon the ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake was nowhere to be seen. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us in our great misery," end quote. Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in the hands of the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. And on the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis Drake. Next week, we're going to continue our journey with Francis Drake and look at the opening moves of the conflict against Spain. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed down.
To push back, I don't think you're.
That will all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to quote me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
At that time, before that, after it was a proud American.
Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. We left off last time, near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up betraying and attacking them. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage for him. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured, and before long, all of them were going hungry. Some of them even starved. The winds weren't in their favor, and the voyage took longer than it should have. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of the men ate so much that they became ill. Even a few of them died. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims, camps that they had liberated, a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in a Spanish port. This must have stung after having been attacked by the Spanish and what they saw as a dire betrayal. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to England. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent
and
back
that's the
home,
romantic
and the
side
English
of
crew was brought on board
sort of
to take
honest
John
side, but it doesn't
Hawkins.
work. It
There,
failed every
he met
time,
his
right?
brother,
You know,
the elder
Afghanistan
Hawkins, named William, who
was a
told
real
him that he had
mess.
sent Francis
Never
Drake
become
on
a
to meet
functioning
with the Queen
democracy.
and give a
I
report
don't
of
know
what happened in the
if
Caribbean.
Ukraine can become a functioning democracy.
John Hawkins saw Francis
I
Drake
don't know
leaving the Caribbean as a
American
betrayal.
weapons.
However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told when
There's
to
a
meet up
huge
with
amount of
the
interest
later.
in
He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely,
Ukraine
and he did so.
is the symbol of
Back in London,
democracy.
John Hawkins had three goals.
In this
One was to see the name of
Eastern
Francis Drake
European
dragged
world,
through the mud.
and Russia is
Two
the
was to
symbol
petition the
of
Queen for
authoritarian
letters of marque
dictatorship.
or reprisal
And
against the
the story is
Spanish,
not
which
so
he was going to
simple
go on the
as
offensive against.
many
And
indices
third
show.
was to petition
Ukraine
the
and
Spanish
Russia
themselves
are
for the release of the
number
English
one and
sailors
number
they
two
had in
most
captivity.
corrupt countries in Europe.
This
They
led to
do
John
peas in a
Hawkins
pod.
being drawn into
One
a
is
world
bigger
of political intrigue
and
that he
one
didn't
is,
really
in
want
this
to be
case, the
trapped
aggressor.
into. However, Elizabeth and the Crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements of Western world.
But
However, we're
there
going
is
to wait on
there is
this.
magnitude.
For now, we're going to
And
stay
the struggle
with Captain Francis Drake.
by
His focus
Ukraine
has
for
shifted
sovereignty
from harassing the
stretches back to the
Spanish and
beginning
trying
of
to
the
disrupt
20th
their
century,
trade
stretches
to
back
seeking
even
revenge
further
against
than
them,
that.
something
But
amounting
there's
to
been
almost all-out
Ukrainian
war,
people
an
around
event that has been called by
and they've
historians
been,
Drake's War.
in many cases, tortured
This is episode
by
number 8,
those that sit in the Kremlin
The Treasure House
throughout
of
the
the
20th century.
After his meeting with Rothschild, Francis
And
Drake
it's always-
disappears from history for
It's
a
never the
while.
middle class and upper
It's
class.
possible that he was briefly
always
imprisoned
the
on the
lower
testimony of
classes.
John Hawkins for having abandoned
That's
the
how-
voyage.
That this
If
history
he was
stretches
not
back
imprisoned,
far.
then it still might
And
have
this is
proved a
yet
smart
another
move to get out of
manifestation
England
that-
for a while until the heat died down. There is
There's a
some
lot of
evidence
interest at
that
play.
Francis Drake
China
went on a
watches
couple of
closely.
legitimate and
Russia,
pretty small trading voyages
America
to
watches
Africa
closely.
or back to the Caribbean.
And there's
The next official record that we have of Francis Drake appears when he got married. Now this raises some questions because the voyage of John Hawkins was seen and reported as a financial failure. However, the young Francis Drake had raised enough money to support a young
Because
wife
it's not
and a
necessarily
family.
at the highest
He must
point
have
of
had some money
escalation,
put
but
away from
it
somewhere.
will be, in my view,
And she was going to
protracted
need
crisis.
a little bit of cash to
And the
live
longer that crisis
something to
lasts,
nest in.
more of a chance
Because
there
Francis
is
Drake was soon
of an
to
accident.
go on his next voyage to the Caribbean.
rocket.
3
Yeah.
ships left Plymouth
There's
on November
a
25th,
strong incentive
1569.
prolong
All 3
siege
were
that
owned by the elder
prolong
Hawkins'
this
brother William, and one of them was actually captured by William.
perhaps many years.
The 3 ships sailed to Africa, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slavery on this voyage, just some English goods for African goods.
Given that
Then
there's
the
leaders
ship of William
that might
Hawkins
not,
sailed
that
back
might
to
be
England,
losing their mind.
while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon,
Ukraine is not part
sailed
of NATO.
west
The thing I'm
across
really
the
afraid
Atlantic
of
back to
is
the
that
Caribbean.
somebody
This
might
voyage
think
wasn't
it's a good
tremendously eventful. Drake didn't
For
keep
Russia,
any official
might
record
think
of it,
it's a good
and
idea
the
for
Spanish
Russia to
records of the
send a
time
message
record no English
by
abuses
launching
in the Caribbean.
because
At least, none have mentioned
This is not
specifically
part of
Francis Drake or any ship
surely
along
the
his
West
Hawkins
Coast
voyages.
response.
There
What is the
were
West Coast
records
do?
of attacks by
If,
Luteranos or
if,
Syrians, but it's thought
if
that these were
Russian
probably
nukes
French
threaten
Huguenot
to send
pirates. The Spanish would have made
I
mention
don't
of
know
it
if
if it
anyone
were
knows
Francis
the answer
Drake.
to that question.
This may have been just another simple trading voyage.
And I
Or
don't know
it
the
may
exact
have
protocol
been for Francis
that
Drake
needs to be followed
reconnaissance
to
voyage, a voyage where he intended to learn
the
as
strike
much as he could from his coming plans.
NATO's in.
He
Because
harbored
we
a
have
lot of
several
ill will
countries
against
in
the
NATO
Spanish,
that have
sometimes
nuclear
outright
weapons.
rage or hatred for what they had done to him and
Let's
the
say for
voyage of
France
John
to fire a
Hawkins,
nuke,
and he
does the
intended
United
to
States have
see
to
that
agree? I don't know
if
how
this
that works.
wasn't
I don't know
intended to be
if
a voyage of reconnaissance
anyone
for
knows
Drake to
how
learn
it
as much as
works.
possible,
Yeah.
well, that information was
were-
dropped in his lap.
We have different.
The Spanish
very
had
kind of
organized a
anecdotal
defense against pirates in the
perspectives on
region,
these
both
things.
French and
People have
English
interacted
pirates.
with them to
The Spanish had begun a system
In
of
the
naval
military,
convoys that would
there is a
accompany any Spanish merchant
compartmentalization.
ships traveling around
There
the
is a
Caribbean.
bureaucracy.
These were heavily
Within
gunned
that
ships
giant
that would
bureaucracy,
deter
there's a
any
complex.
pirates in
We
the
like to
region
think
hoping to take these
that
Spanish
there is
merchant
like
vessels. If
really
Francis Drake
well
had intended
organized,
piracy against some
really
Spanish
important
ships on this voyage,
There's
he
going to
would
be
quickly
the best
realize
of
that
the
he
best
had
in
no
the
hope
world
of
is going to
success against
execute
this
the
communism system.
correct decision.
At first, the
Both
French pirates in the
geopolitically,
region had the same problem,
militarily, all that
but
kind of stuff.
quickly they learned
I've
to
seen enough
adapt
to
and
know
evolve to the situation.
that
While
competence
even the best
at
of
any
these French
level of
pirate
government,
ships couldn't
at
hope
any
to
level
go
of
toe to toe
military is
with
not
these
guaranteed.
Spanish warships,
Let's go
they were
back to
just
the law of
hopelessly
hierarchy.
outgunned. They decided to use
the
it
government
differently.
is the biggest
They just
hierarchy
attacked
there is.
using
And
robots.
so,
They have
invariably,
what was called the mothership.
politicians find their way to the top. And once you
But
get
they usually
politics
towed or sometimes manned 2 or 3 smaller
dictating
vessels that were suited
substantive
for
decisions,
long-range sea travel,
they-
but in a
gonna
critical
be
sea,
big or wrong.
they were small, they were fast,
I don't
and
know
they
how
had shallow
this could work
draft.
any other
So
way. There-
along the coast, they
Right
could
now
get
we have
into
some
certain inlets and rivers
functional
that the larger
idiots
vessels would be
in
unable.
the central United States government.
Most of these ships had a single sail, but they also came
Well,
equipped
let me,
with
because
oars, so
you
that they
said
could move
that
very quickly
that's
to
where
the
you said
slight
that
wind.
Putin
They usually had
was not
a
a
single
good
cannon
KGB
in the
agent.
full.
That's right.
Now, of
Maybe
course,
local
a small
one,
vessel
but
with a single cannon
there's an
couldn't
excellent
hope to
politician.
stand up against the Spanish
And a
warship.
good organizer.
But this wasn't
He
intended
was
for
known as a
long,
really, really
drawn-out
good
sea
organizer.
battle.
When
It took time
Yeltsin
for a
hired
ship
him
at sea
as,
to move into position to fire
prime
on another
minister,
ship, and these small
he
rowboats could move in quickly,
cleaned up the mess.
get alongside a
With
ship,
Yeltsin.
and board her.
It wasn't-
They were bristling with men,
Under
armed
Yeltsin,
with muskets,
Russia
swords,
deteriorated
pikes, and
tremendously.
axes.
And
They
it
could
became
seep
sort of
in alongside a larger
mix of
vessel
an
and board
oligarchy
her
and a
before any of
criminal
their crew
enterprise
realized what was happening.
and chaotic.
If they
So
did
he
so
had
at night
skills
when
that
most
made
of the
him
crew was
executive.
sleeping, they could subdue
Now,
the
let's go
ship
back to
within
him.
minutes.
KGB
At that point,
He was a
they
KGB
could
agent.
loot the ship of any valuables they thought worth taking, get back on their smaller vessel,
According to
and
him,
sail
was a
away
KGB agent,
before
no,
any
was
of
a
the
KGB
Spanish
agent,
ships could
but
respond.
16
Even if these
years,
Spanish
let's say,
warships
something
gave
like
chase, they
this.
were nowhere near as fast as these smaller craft.
What do you think about
They had the element of
from your
surprise and
experience?
stealth. Sometimes, if they were
Now
lucky,
you're
they were able to
maybe
loot the ship and be
same
away
age as
before
him,
any of the
approximately
other
the
ships
same
in the
age.
convoy
He's a little
knew
younger.
anything was
A little
happening.
younger.
This was proving extremely successful
What
for the French
do you
pirates.
think about the KGB
And once
experience
Francis
he
Drake
had?
saw just how
Made
successful
him the
they
man
were,
he is.
he wanted
What
in.
aspect of that?
It's even possible that on
From
this
your own
reconnaissance voyage,
experience,
Francis Drake
how
took
much
part
that
in some
does
of
that
these French
define
pirates.
you?
There's no
Who you are,
record
how
of it,
you
but we
think
do
about
know
the
that
world,
he did
how
know
you
quite a few
analyze,
French pirates operating in the
geopolitics
region,
of the world,
so
how
he
you
might have seen
analyze human nature.
firsthand just how
I
successful
got to
these
tell you
small
one
men
thing.
were
He had a
at taking
different type
larger
of training than I
prizes.
did. Mine was
But we
one-on-one.
do know that after this voyage, he rushed back to Plymouth, England,
So
and
this
commissioned
so
2 of these smaller ships to be constructed. They
uh,
were disassembled
so,
and put
but-
aboard
but,
his ship, the Swan.
fundamentally,
Then he
he
sailed
was
back to
not
the New World in
top
1571.
agent. This is very
It
simple.
was around this
There's only
time
one
that the
thing
Spanish
you need to
published a
know.
list of the most
He knows
notorious
German
English
pretty well.
pirates. Most
he
of these
was- where
pirates
was he
are the people that
deployed?
we've talked about so
In
far.
East Germany,
The Winter Brothers,
not in
Topkins,
West Germany,
George
not
and
in
William
Switzerland,
Winter,
not in
were,
Austria. That's where
while
this is
naval
the best,
officials
right?
in England seen
they-
as notorious pirates in Spain.
Gentlemen.
The
We're
Hawkins
learning
brothers, of
here.
course, were on
Right.
there as
So
well.
this
When
is your
John Hawkins
classification
came
of where they said
Francis
the
Drake and
best
his
is.
brothers
People
filled out the rest of the
classify all
list
kinds
along with
of
a few
stuff.
other
Yeah.
pirates.
What is the best
However,
person
this
in the world? What is the
1571
best football
voyage
team in the
began a
world?
plan that would
Start
see
to get
Francis
sense.
Drake's name
The good
begin
guys
to
get
rise.
sent. The
He would
best
move
athletes
past
get
his
sent to.
brothers, past William and John
Agree on this.
Hawkins, even past the Winter Brothers, to become the most
We have the
notorious
set.
pirate
You're saying that's the best
and
agent.
Spain's most
One
wanted
would think so.
criminal.
Now, this is not
One of
for
Drake's
the
first
argument,
actions
but
upon returning to Britain was to
I
join
also have it
those who were operating on the
for
northern
horse's mouth.
coast of Monaco, what's called then.
Only
This kind of
kind
blends
of
credence to
force
the theory that Drake
Oleg
was operating with pirates
even
on
though
his
Oleg
previous
was
voyage, but now we have
he's still alive. He was at one
the
point
French were not
the head of
alone. They were in
counterintelligence
contact
for the
with
first
the large
directorate,
group of escaped
espionage,
slaves known
right?
collectively
and
as the
Putin wasn't the first directorate, and
Today, they're
reported
called
to
the
the
Cimarrones, but
And
the
Oleg
original English
told
documents
me
refer to them
my
as
face
Cimarrones.
that
And
Oleg was
I'm
not
going to
an
use that
impressive
terminology. If that's
agent
somehow
trainee,
a slur or
agent.
derogatory, I'm unaware
Not
of it,
impressive
but I
at all.
don't mean to offend
Now,
anybody.
he's
I'm just
biased.
going off the pronunciations of the original
Concentration.
historical English documents. So
Well, yeah,
my apologies
you know,
ahead of
he
time
could
if my
still make it
ignorance
up because he had this big ruckus when he
The
was in Parliament.
Cimarrones were
Called
formed
the
on
war
the side of
criminals
the
about
Spanish.
the
They
war in
were
Serbia.
building communities all
Not only
throughout
could he
Spanish
make
New
it up,
World
I
that
would trust
launched
anything
attacks on the
else.
Spanish, raiding them,
I
harassing
have
them,
to,
and
you
also
know,
offering
people
safe haven to any
I've
escaped
been
slaves.
working very
They were
hard
in contact with many of the
trying to
natives of
understand
the area
objective
who
analysis
also
of
didn't like the
all
Spanish in
the
their
parties
land, so they
You
were
have to
able to
really
work
keep an
together.
open mind here here to see
The Bishop
clearly,
of
to
Pima, around
understand.
this time,
If you are to
complained
try
of the
to
Cameroons. Quote,
help in some way,
the human tongue cannot relate the
make a
ignominies
better
which
world.
both the French and the Cimarrones of this year inflicted here on all sorts of persons. And how 1,000 Negroes who arrive annually, 300 or more escape into the
remove the
wilds.
corruption and the greed and the destructive aspects.
These were men and women who had been
People
brought
for all
forcibly
that,
into
you have
the
to
Spanish
put all the
colonies,
biases
and then
aside,
allowed to
all
roam,
the
well, not
political
freely,
bickering, all
obviously, with
the,
property, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies,
I don't know,
learning the day-to-day activities
all
of the
the
Spanish,
bias
both their merchant activities and their military
There's
activities. They
there's a
knew
lot of
the ins and
propaganda
outs of the Spanish New
that
World
says
better than
that,
anybody
in fact,
else, and so
he was
they
a
proved
good
a
agent.
powerful ally
How
to
else
French
would he rise
pirates.
to the ranks?
And these
Right?
French
Because
pirates were
he
the first to
he
introduce
was a good
Francis Drake.
politician, and he made a lot
Now,
of good
despite
connections. And
his first few
with
voyages in
indication
the
that
Caribbean,
I-
being
allow me to
on
say
board
something,
vessels
you
that were
just,
accompanying
taught
slaving
me a
vessels
lesson.
such as the Jesus of
and,
Lubbock,
and the
Francis
lesson
Drake didn't look down
I
on his
should have
escaped slaves.
figured out
In
myself
fact,
because
in
I
many
keep
ways, he really
on telling
respected
people that
they had
in the
escaped the
intelligence
clutches
world,
of the Spanish and
you
built
never
something
know
truly impressive,
the truth
and they were
100%. When
undeniably
you said, oh, they
powerful
could make that up,
allies.
of course he could.
This must have been something of
But
a
you get to a
strange
point where
The English,
you're forced
historically
to
speaking,
make a
hated the
decision
French,
or have an opinion,
and the
then
French
you
hated the
use
English.
your
They were
best
ancient enemies.
educated guess.
These
So,
escaped slaves
I'm going
must
to
have had
take
reason
the
to
certainty of the
mistrust
statement that I made back.
any white people that
Because
they came in
it's
contact
quite
with.
possible that
However,
you're right.
they were meeting to
What I've
ally
noticed
together
about Vladimir
for a
Putin,
common
and
cause.
this is true about, for example,
They
Donald
had
Trump,
two basic things in common.
divisive figures.
First of all,
that
all of the members of these three groups were rebels who were operating outside of the law in their respective kingdoms and
Once
monarchs.
you decide
Now, while the
that
Cameroons had no monarch, they were, after the slaves, they had
people are not
previously
able to
belonged
think,
to
like,
Spanish
you don't
overlords,
ask at
and they
a
were
time.
definitely
You don't have to,
operating outside of
like,
the Spanish law
That
of
doesn't
movement.
somehow justify this.
These
this somehow
French pirates
doesn't,
were Huguenot rebels who were in
remove
civil
all the
war
evil things
against
they've
the
done.
French
You can
crown.
analyze clearly
And
each
while
of the actions.
Francis Drake was a
And
hugely
to me,
patriotic
it is
man
interesting
who loved
to
Queen
see
Elizabeth,
how
this was not an
rise
official
to the
naval
ranks.
royal voyage.
Now you're
This was
saying
a personal
that
vendetta
to
that
be
he
a
was seeing
KGB
followed
agent, there's a
through.
lot
And
of skills
secondly,
involved.
most importantly to this meeting,
And
all
perhaps
three of these groups
raw,
desperately hated the Spanish. The
technical
three groups joined
skill of
forces.
spycraft
Drake had his
is
two French
not
vessels,
related
which were
to the
manned by
skill
both
of race
his
of
English
Vladimir.
and several
Right.
French pilots.
And you're
The
saying
Cameroons
some
sent down
position
a
is
man who
good
was
at
to
West
guide
Lying
them,
and
a man who
influencing
knew the area extremely well,
something
Pedro
that
Mendoza.
is
These Canadians secretly
a significant
a terror
talent
for the
and
crown reached the
ability that
Spanish
an agent
settlements.
must have that helps you
His plan was to roll a
as a
small
politician.
galleon up the Rio
continuing the
Carglass.
kind of thread
The Rio
of
Carglass was an extremely
the
important
role
river.
of KGB in
It still is
defining
today. It's the basis for the modern Panama
the
Canal.
heart, soul,
It translates
and
into
mind of
English
Vladimir
as
Putin.
the Cargo River, and
Let me
it was
return
the
to Yuri
connection
Verdanov,
between the Caribbean Sea
Soviet
to the
KGB
north
agent that
and the
wrote
Gulf of
Force
Panama
that
to
Primo
the
for
south.
ideological
Where it met the
subversion
Gulf of
on a
Panama
national
was a small
scale
town
as
called
practiced by the
Panama.
Soviet Union.
This
So
is today Panama
four
City, the capital of the nation.
steps are
This town of Panama was where
destabilization,
all of the
crisis,
goods
and
from the former
modernization.
Inca
Did a
Empire,
lot of
that
other
is modern day Colombia,
systematic
Ecuador,
describe
and
this
Peru,
kind of stuff.
they were all
So
shipped.
can you
Panama.
speak to some
These
of
were
these
goods such
ideas
as
about the
furs
systematic,
and
large
spices
scale,
and pearls and dyes, straight from
ideological
Italian.
subversion goes
These were
into
then shipped
KGB?
overland,
Is there
usually by
that
water,
kind of
over mountains and through
ideas?
jungles
Yes.
and swamps
But
to get to a town in the north
I-
called Nombre de Dios.
I think I already sort of
Now,
mentioned
twice
that.
a
I think
year,
he doesn't know most
they were not shipping
And I
furs
have
and spices
yeah.
and dyes.
Can you
Particular
elaborate on
times,
Good argument.
twice a year,
Let's put it
they would
this way.
ship all of the minted
First
gold
of
and
all,
silver
we
from
know
Spanish
that,
South America
the KGB
to the
put
town
off
of
an
Panama
active measures.
to go by
Which
mule
is-
train over land
So,
to Nombre de
you can
Dios.
call it
However, this time
fake
of year,
news.
when Drake and his companions were on their voyage,
fake
was not
news
that time of year.
to
This was the
adversaries
dry
in
season.
countries that are
That was the time of
adversaries.
year when any
And-
vessels in the
and
Rio
the Russians
Carglass were
have been
forced to
doing
wait.
this, lately
They had to
by
wait for the rainy
meddling
season
in
before
our
they could
elections.
continue their voyage and
And
drop off
focusing
or
on the
pick
left
up
and the
their
right
goods at any of the
trade
warehouses along the
them
river.
to become
Now,
more
these were
left
all
and more
larger
right.
river vessels,
And
larger
and
vessels
Vasily
than
Mitrokin
Francis Drake's small galleon, which could
has
move
a
really along the
one of
river
his
at this
books,
time.
he has a whole chapter
While these
about
ships waited half
active
its fate,
measures.
Drake and the men with him
And
would
what
row
he
up
has to
alongside,
say about
board the ship,
department,
and
that's
steal
what the
everything they
department
could
was.
carry. Really,
Was the one
anything they
department
could
that was
carry.
the least
Much
desirable
more than they could hope to carry on their small vessel.
because
But they
they
destroyed,
desk
threw
jobs
away, or
for
burned
people
anything that they
who
didn't
had
think was worth
to
it.
with,
This wasn't
fake
just
stories
to enrich Drake and the
that,
other. It was to
countries
destroy
where they
Spanish
didn't
goods in a
quite
large
know
quantity.
too much
It's
about the
estimated that
country.
during this time on this
Now,
raiding
there were
voyage,
some
Drake
successes.
and the other pirates
Like
stole
one
more
of
than
the
50,000
two
pesos worth of
famous
goods.
successes
This
that
voyage took
I'm
only a
aware
few
of
days.
is
They
that
stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to run the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the area around them. But then, after this voyage, Drake was back on his mothership. It was anchored at Cabo Cativo, near that northern town of Nombre de Dios. Now, of course, the treasure had that Drake had left most of his
still
crew
known
on
by a lot of
board
Americans
land
who are of a
to
certain age
spy
that
on the town of
this
Nombre
wasn't
de
true.
Dios, learn the
But
ins and outs of the
Petrogan
village
actually
and
traces it back to
after dropping off
story that
his
was
share of
placed in
goods back at his mother's ship,
a
Drake was out just a couple of days
close
later
to Main
on his
Street
galley looking for new
French
Spanish
magazine, and
prices.
it was
It was
taken
in
up
late
by
February that he attacked a
more,
Spanish trading frigate. The Spanish
larger
account records a
newspapers
group of
and
men armed to the teeth,
newspapers.
led by two men
So
wearing
they
war
had some successes, but
one black
this
and
kind
one
of
red, and they were said to be highly menacing.
massive,
While
well,
the English
thought-out
attempted to take the vessel,
campaign
they injured a
stabilize
number of men
the
and
United
women
States
that were reported to have killed 4 people on board. The only
capable
name
of
we
doing
had
that.
was a nobleman
Petrogan
named
seems
Diego
to
Azevedo,
agree with me.
who was said to have
Was
taken
trained
bolt and arrow through the ground.
I
The
was
Spanish
one of
fought back,
the
and the
ground
attempt to
tools
take the vessel was
of the day.
unsuccessful.
That they used to
However, when the Spanish cut
They
their
had
anchor cable and ran, they almost immediately ran aground.
become an American.
So the Spanish abandoned the ship and waded ashore where they ran away.
You don't know how a country operates.
The
How do you
English,
come up with
of course, needed their ship, and then when another ship happened along the sea, they took that ship and began to loot it as
that's
well.
also time,
When they were
2 years
gone,
this and 1 year
Drake
that and
left
all
the
of that.
Spanish a
Yeah, so
message.
actually just
This message was translated
he has
into
this
Spanish and
idea.
handed down to
There's
posterity. It
15,
really
20
shows
years are needed
the
for
audacity of Francis
demonization.
Drake better than anything up to this
Where
point.
you're
It reads, quote, Captain and others of this ship,
infiltrating a country
we are
from the
surprised
outside.
that you ran from us in that fashion, and later refused to come to talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us, and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag of truce. We only wished to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk with us without making more damage, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fleet. And to any who courteously may come to talk with us, we will do no harm under our flag. And whoever does not come will bear the blame. Do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. With the help of God, it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had you come to talk with us. For in the frigate, you had not the value of 4 silver pieces. Done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause to the contrary. If there be cause, we will be devils rather than men. End quote. Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Carglass, where they headed back on the river and then attacked a warehouse. The warehouse was in a small town called Adventure de Cruces, which literally translates to Crossroads Warehouse, and they stole there an estimated 100,000 pesos. On their voyage back to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the Rio Carglass, they took 3 Spanish vessels, looted them, and then sank them. These English and French pirates were becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along Terra Firma. They were uncatchable. They would attack these Spanish ships, run away, and then hide, anchoring only in small bays or inlets that were too shallow for the Spanish ships to search. It was said during this time that Francis Drake owned the coast between the Rio Carglass and Cartagena. The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, but they weren't having any luck. Part of the problem was that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care all that much. Drake and the French made a smart move. They weren't bothering the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen and the farmers. They were attacking ships that belonged to the Spanish overlords and merchant seamen, men that the locals didn't really care much about. So these Spanish locals weren't trying all that hard to find Drake and French. However, the English realized that they needed a base operation. Their fleet was growing.
Right, now, let me,
The English needed a number of ships, mostly because they had more space to hold all of the goods that they were taken from the Spanish. They couldn't all fit aboard Drake's
my
mothership,
personal observation,
and they needed a defensible place that they could put these ships to anchor.
I mean, they really
They decided to launch a bay at the mouth of another river in South America, Rio de Pinos, which was about 15 miles west of Nombre de Dios. This was a favorite hiding place for the English and French, but they decided to make it an official base of operations.
And I told you it was the one thing
The
that
bay's natural
Kenji was
properties
really
made
good
it
with.
defensible,
That
and then the
was
English even built some defenses on
That's
top of
the
that.
best
They built a small
find out
wall
about this
around the
massive
area,
plan.
and that wall
Should have
even
been
opened up
super
into the
secret,
sea with a large
He
log
made it up.
across the opening to keep any unwanted ships
And
from
you
entering.
know why he got away
It
with
was
it? Because
well
Americans
fortified with all of their guns and many of the arms that the English and French had taken from Spanish ships. They also had their contact with the local Maroons and some of the local natives who they could trade with for any of the goods they might need supplied to space. But even if they lost contact with the Cameroons and the natives and the trade dried up, the English could last in their new base of operation almost indefinitely. The bay was filled with fish, and the area around the bay, notably populated by many, many birds, for which this new English settlement took its name. It was called Fort Pheasant, and it was from his new base that Drake began an unrelenting, month-long campaign against the Spanish. He launched raid after raid, taking Spanish ships, looting them, destroying their guns, and burning the vessels. At one point, he even took the Spanish correspondence ship. That was a ship filled with letters from the Spanish New World bound for Spain. They searched it for any intelligence they might find on Spanish movements in the area. They did find some, but then the rest of the letters on board, mostly just letters to people back home, they dumped those into the sea. Then they stole the correspondence ship. This is kind of indicative of Drake's goals on this particular voyage. He was spending most of his time raiding. During all of this raiding, he was mapping out the rivers of the Spanish Main. He was mapping out the coastline of the Spanish Main. He was gathering intelligence on all of the villages in the region, as well as, most importantly, Panama City and Nombre de Dios. He was learning Spanish military and naval secrets and testing their defenses. He had built a base not just for himself, but for any of the English pirates that would come after him, or any of their French allies. This base was to serve as the jumping off point for any operations against the Spanish on the and news of his base was spread, and they were even building a small fleet to defend his base. This voyage was a voyage of preparation and reconnaissance. Francis Drake was almost ready. However, in June, it was time for Francis Drake to return to England. Before he was allowed to dock at Plymouth, Francis Drake was forced to wait. This voyage had not been authorized by the Queen, and Francis Drake needed assurance from the Crown that the Crown could not be held accountable for his actions. He also needed to live his dreams like his prophets. Drake had stolen an estimated 250,000 pesos worth of goods. In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds. Converted into modern American dollars, that would be about $23.2 million. And he was just getting started. But the situation in England was worse. Francis Drake learned that, in part due to his actions, although there were many other factors, England's Spain was a part. It was undeclared, but war was happening. Francis Drake realized that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American theater of war against the Spanish, and he had acted unofficially as an English general in the Anglo-Spanish War. Drake ultimately sent 2 ships back to Fort Pheasant to continue his campaign. The 2 captains aboard these ships were named James Rouse and John Garrett, and he intended to meet them after a short break back. While he wasn't in England, Drake acquired a new ship, the Pasco, 40 tons, from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had somewhat buried the hatchet. Both the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this new voyage. Drake was going to command the ship Pasco, while his brother John was going to command the squad. They built vessels. Those are very small vessels. They were to be constructed at Fort Pheasant and carried aboard the squad. These are going to be 3 better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships. On board these 2 vessels of Francis Drake were 73 men. All but one of these men were under the age of 30. This was going to be an extraordinarily young boy. Then, after his small break and a bit of preparation, Francis Drake set sail again on May 25, 1572, from Plymouth back to the Spanish Main. It was a quick voyage. They arrived on July 4th. After a short stop in the Antilles and Dominica, they returned. However, they found nothing. All they saw was a wisp of smoke coming. Going ashore to investigate, they found a smoldering campfire. No people to be seen. An iron plaque affixed to a tree. It read, Quote,
there's people because
Captain
of
Drake, if you
one,
fortune to come to this port, make haste away, for the Spaniards which I have with you here the last year have betrayed this place and taken away all the English. I departed from hence this present 7th of July, 1872. Your very loving friend, John
How do I
Garrett.
know they're all trustworthy?
That was a mere 5 days before Drake landed.
Now, again, I have nothing.
Drake decided to ignore the warning.
Intelligence agencies.
He was going to wait, and he needed a place to construct the ship he had brought with him.
Well-intentioned.
It was only 3 days later
No,
when sails appeared on the
no
horizon.
weird sexual
Drake
stuff.
ordered his men to their ships and to their battle stations to
No drug
defend Fort
use. No
Fest.
drug use.
But they were able to relax. They saw that these ships flew the flag of St. George.
None of that
They
kind
were
of stuff.
friendly English vessels who knew about Fort
I
Fest.
don't know.
When they landed, it
Just
turned
even
out to be
having these
Captain
conversations,
Chambers.
I tend
He
to
was
trust
one of
people
the
as
men
default.
that Drake had sent ahead
Yeah,
of him
me
to
too.
Fort Fest.
And
Captain Rounce had
You
been around
start-
for much of this story. When
When you
the
think
hurricane
about-
had hit the voyage of John
especially with
Hawkins,
someone
he was the
who's
captain of
with
the William and
some
John.
of the traveling and
He
doing-
had been the man who took the correspondence ship on Drake's last voyage, and it appeared that things were not as dire for the English as they thought.
military.
His
There's
friends, Captain
serious
Rounce and Captain Garrett, were both alive.
suffering. and there's
Captain
war,
Rounce had just recently
there's serious
taken a
people
Spanish
there.
vessel. On board were a number of
Serious
slaves
harm.
that Captain
So
Rounce
just
had
be
taken with him.
careful.
These slaves had a lot of information about current Spanish
The
movements
person
back on
approaches you
Terra
with a
Firma,
smile,
as
and
well
asks you a
as
question.
the Spanish treasure fleet.
My natural
and the
inclination
gold.
is that person is a cool
It
person.
seems that Drake had changed his views on slavery since his voyages with John
It
Hawkins.
becomes difficult.
He may never
You
have
realize
approved,
there's,
but we don't really
there's things
know
like
about his
intelligence
feelings back
agencies,
in those days.
thousands
However,
of
now
employees.
he ordered
There's
these
people that are
slaves
doing
freed
major
and
military
cared
actions that involve
for.
tens
It
of
could have been
thousands,
an emotional
hundreds of
change for
thousands
him.
of soldiers.
Perhaps he
This is serious
identified
stuff.
more with these
So how do
slaves
I-
who
how do you
were
know?
downtrodden, wretched
Folks that you
souls
interact
than he did with the Spanish overlords and the English
have
overlords.
a responsibility not to tell
That
you
doesn't seem too likely,
what they
though.
should tell you.
It could have been
So,
a
and most of them
religious
probably
change of
won't.
heart for Drake.
And-
After all,
and I'm
the
guessing
voyages that he
occasionally
had
they
gone
will
on
say,
that
"Well,
were
I can't
slaving
go there."
voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins,
So what,
each ended
what
in a disaster.
what
It's
you
possible
are
that this may have displeased the
aware of
Lord, since after he had stopped slaving and begun his personal war with the
what you're
Spanish
doing is
Catholics,
you
well, God very much
you're
appeared
collecting
to us.
it and you
Or maybe it was just practical and political. He was, after all, allied with the
you're not
Cameroons, and
changing
holding
your
escaped slaves or keeping them in bondage is not likely
Just,
something that the Cameroons would
repeat
appreciate.
what they say. So from that
Regardless,
angle,
Drake
you're not-
is
you're
quoting
not
that he did
looking at
it
the
to, quote,
sequence.
use these
What
Negroes.
you
Now, in
have
Elizabethan
possibly
English,
that
this
could
might
be
mean
used
that he meant to treat them,
learn to get to know
or
the
it
person.
might mean that he means to make
So,
use of their
I'm
knowledge.
thinking that's the
Either way,
possibility
they
if
were
you get
freed,
the interviews
cared for, and questioned about their
in
knowledge
the
of
East,
Spanish
that
activities.
somebody may actually approach you
The
and ask you
captains,
what's your
Captain
opinion.
Drake and Captain
I just
Rounce,
hope
began
they
planning their
approach
next
me
voyage.
with
First, they took an inventory of the arms that they had with them. It was actually a pretty impressive array. They had,
Would you
quote,
know how many
6 targets,
Russian
6
spies
fire
in the United
pikes,
States,
12
how many
pikes,
American spies
24
in
muskets and calabiers,
You give us
16
that.
bows, and
No
6
idea.
targets,
Just like the
2
GRU.
drums,
No
and
idea.
2 trumpets.
It's possible there's like tens of thousands.
For a relatively small expedition, that's an
Thousands.
impressive blend of both
Not thousands,
infantry
like
weapons,
I used to operate
firearms,
with
and
we had 2
explosives.
horses trained and we weren't that
The
successful
targets
at the
are really shields,
But,
that's what they were called at the time, and fire
particularly
pikes, while they
Russians
sound
and Chinese,
super cool, are really just pikes
both,
that can double as torches at
beginning.
night.
Governments know
But the drums and trumpets, those are
going
terrible.
abroad.
This wasn't just
And
any normal
I
raid.
guarantee you there's a lot of
Francis
amateur
Drake
spies
was
that-
marching
that
toward.
are being asked, help
Drake
us out,
and
do
Rounce, with
something
their
for the
3 ships and
motherland.
their 4 pinnaces,
And
were
we
sailing to Nombre de Dios.
Yeah, sort of. And,
Not serious.
Nombre de Dios was a
And-
small town.
yeah, for instance,
It had virtually no defenses. For most of the year, it
Tina,
had no
she
military
was a
presence
rank
at all,
amateur.
and no fort overlooking the bay.
Social
There were
media
only
communicator
100 or so
Moscow.
homes and a warehouse.
She had no training,
Drake,
but she
however,
was
called this
reasonably
place
successful.
Nombre de Dios,
She-
the treasure house of the
and,
world.
and
The plan
the difference
was to
between,
row across the
let's
bay
say,
at night and wait until
current
dawn.
Russian intelligence and
The men
KGB,
in their small boats
a lot of
stayed
the
close to the
and
shore and in the shadows.
henchmen,
Francis Drake
okay,
knew that
the
the plan was somewhat
people were caught.
He knew that if
Because
he forced the men to
anytime
wait
we-
to come back all the way
we
until
give a
dawn,
talk
they
to
might
place,
lose their night.
I'm always asked the question.
Luckily for him,
How many,
about
how
3
many
in the
Russian
morning,
spies do you think
the clouds
we have
formed
here? Because
bright
that
full
scares the
moon
people, right?
filled the night
We
with
like
light.
to scare people.
Drake
The KGB
saw
was
this as a
very
sign of
selective
God at the time it
about
came.
the agents. They were,
When the clouds
they,
parted and there was
they
more
didn't
light
want
to see
anyone
by,
of them
Drake
caught.
realized that it was a
So
small wine ship.
that's a big
And
difference.
the wine
And,
ship had actually
you know,
seen
So
Drake and
getting
his men.
caught, so for that must
The
be
wine
getting
ship
caught.
was sending a boat ashore to warn the people
yeah,
that
but
the
there
pirates
was
were here.
war.
However, Drake was able to intercept them and send their boat off to an island offshore where they were no longer going to be beachfront.
Because
So
of
Drake and his
the
men debarked and advanced into town. The very first thing they did was take control of a single gun battery that defended the town without incident. There was only one guard manning the guns, and when he saw the English approaching, he ran away to sound the alarm. So Drake split his men into three teams. His brother took one group, and another man named John Oxenham took the other. They were to circle both left and right, while Francis Drake was to take the largest group directly through the center of town. The man who had been manning the guns had run through town, screaming. He had reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to keep time. They marched toward the city square. His trumpet sounded, announcing the coming of Francis Drake like he was a general or an emperor. The women and children of Nombre de Dios fled before them. The men rallied before the doors of the church and the local treasure house, holding the square against Drake and his men. The church bell continued to sound. The drums continued to beat, and the trumpets continued to play. Drake's men held their fire pikes alight, lighting their way. And then the Spanish militia fired. One round hit a trumpeter and killed him instantly. Another hit Francis Drake in the leg. The rest hit the ground in front of them harmlessly. Francis Drake smiled and ordered his men forward. The English fired their muskets and their bows. Then, simultaneously, John Drake, Francis's brother, and John Oxenham arrived at the square from either side and opened fire on the militia trying to hold the town square. The few Spaniards who were left alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and musket shot broke ranks and they fled. Drake had taken Nombre de Dios with the loss of one trumpet. Now that they had the town, things become a little bit more. There are two different fashions in which the looting of Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world, is told. The first goes as follows. After taking the town square, Drake questions a Spaniard they had captured who finds the governor's house. When they arrive at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle. And at the top of the stairs, quote, a fair Janae ready saddled either for the governor himself or some other of his household to carry it after him. By means of this light, we saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver of, as near as we could guess, 70 foot in length, and 10 foot of breadth, and 12 foot in height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds in weight. At the sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house, near the waterside, more gold and jewels than all of our four pinnaces could carry, which we would presently set some in hand to break open. As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news and the name of Francis Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from the wound in his leg. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from the loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house, but they decided that they loved their captain more than Spanish gold, and to save his life, they carried him back to the ship. The Spanish gold didn't wait. Now, there are a couple of problems with this account. First, Nombre de Dios did not have a governor's house or a governor. Secondly, imagine any pirate, or any sailor, or really any person at all, abandoning the riches of the King of Spain's treasure house in favor of one captain. Well,
very
That
important.
kind of stretches the imagination.
That nationalist.
And what's perhaps most important and worth noting is that that story wasn't told until 50 years
It
later.
could help with
The
nation
reality
flourish.
is
So
that
by
the
itself,
storehouse at the treasure house of the
Oh,
world
that
was
test
empty.
itself is the question.
Either the African slaves that they had questioned back at Fort Pheasant had been incorrect, or they had lied to the Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which is a likely possibility. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they had found the treasure house empty.
What
Later,
is the
they
equation
concocted this story to make it a much more heroic tale. But the reality is they were forced to leave empty-handed in the rain. They did, of course, take the wine shipment.
That question gets you killed.
The fleet sailed to Bastimentos Island. It was called the Island of Victories because it had large fields of pineapple and bananas and guanabana. And the soldiers needed to read. Captain Rounce decided to lead the fleet. He saw in Drake an indecisive and ineffective leader. He also may have feared the Spanish reprisals for Drake's actions, which was probably a smart thing to fear. The Spanish were, understandably, outraged and terrified. They realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of the place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't housed there at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold and silver. So the Spanish governor in the region sent orders to every town and every harbor to double their defenses, not only on land, but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new plan, so he sent for his allies in the Cameroons. One of the escaped slaves that he had befriended was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes that's described as one of the slaves that Captain Rounce had freed. Other times, Diego is thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and befriended member of the group. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and Captain Drake. The Cameroons knew the Isthmus of Panama. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every village. This was their home. They also watched twice a year when all Spanish gold and silver crossed their home on the backs of a train of mules. So they hatched a plan that when that train came again to transport Philip of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his Plymouth lads and a company of escaped and hunted slaves, were going to steal. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, that was still 5 months away. Drake sent some of his men back to Fort Pheasant. A few other men he set to watch the town of Nombre de Dios from a small outpost that he set up there. Then Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign on his previous voyage, taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his men to take. But, much like on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship ran aground. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers waiting for him, and they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important that it had that many well-armed Spanish troops. This time his campaign lasted 2 months, raiding around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Cartagena, not allowing any ships in or out until his demands were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home, at his base at Fort Pheasant, things weren't going so well. There was a Spanish attack that had seen his younger brother John killed. Shortly after that, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 28 men. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's older brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered the surgeon of the group to do an autopsy. He didn't know how dangerous yellow fever was then, what was killing all of these men. And of course, the surgeon was infected as well. He died shortly thereafter. So the only man that had any medical knowledge at all died off. This was a tremendous blow to the English. But Drake rallied his
I
men.
think you
His true strongest trait was that he was able to inspire those
how to
around him,
communicate.
even in times when their darkness.
You've shown this
It
in
was
the interaction
around
that,
this time that the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in the Spanish records. Before that, he had always been footnote in the voyages of John Hawkins. But now, it was his name that the Spanish were recording as the most notorious pirate in the New World. He was an evil Utolan, a danger to their empire, and they called him El Draco, the Dragon. And then, with his forces depleted but their spirits high, a group of chemical messengers arrived at Fort Fezzik. The Spanish treasure fleet had arrived at hand. A group of about 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroonians entered the jungles of Pan. The English were heavily burdened. They all carried weapons and already armor. The Cameroons really did the yeoman's work of this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths that they scattered the way ahead, and they helped carry the English when things began to embark on. The jungle was not a place that the English were very comfortable. It was filled with anacondas, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, heat. They did, at one point, have the pleasure of visiting a Cameroon village where they found a well-built, well-dressed, and prosperous community. This was far from the assumptions that the English had of what these Cameroons lived in. But then, one day as they neared the city of Paris, the man guiding the voyage, a man named Pedro, leader of the Cameroons, gestured toward a tree for Drake to climb. In the tree, he found a small stand, a place where he could rest. And he looked north, where he could see the Atlantic Sea. Turning his head, looking south, he could see the Pacific Ocean. Drake later said that he, quote, besought Almighty God with his goodness to give him light and leave to sail once again on an English ship in that sea. But then the night of the ambush arrived. They waited in a constant man for a long time. Late into the night, they waited in silence.
The only way I can
They heard
really
footsteps on the
indicate
road.
how I felt it.
One English soldier stood ready
Because that
to
was the
attack,
danger thing.
but he
It
saw
was
only a
like,
lone
you
horseman.
must,
The Spanish scout
severe danger
rode back,
of,
alerting the
you
Spanish.
to get out
The
of
English
country as soon
ambush
as possible.
was formed.
There was
They had
a
to be on their feet.
protocol
So
that
they
I was
took
supposed
a
to
small
follow. I wasn't
Spanish
even
village.
supposed to go home.
They attacked, but they
Needed
killed
was
as
supposed to
many
get my
people as
reserve
possible.
documents that I
The
had
only people killed were very few
in
who,
the park
in the defense of their homes, admittedly,
Bronx
attacked the English
and make a
first.
beeline to
And
the Canadian
Drake
border.
issued a message that
I was
everyone in
ready.
town was to
So I
remain
just
inviolate.
ignored this thing. I
He
mean,
actually
it
went
was
from door to
ignored, but I
door,
went on
assuring
to work.
every woman in every home that they were not going to be raped until the English were there.
And then
And
I
while
went to
these
my
reports
cubicle
might
and
sound
stared at the
ridiculous,
computer screen
they
all day
actually
because I
come
couldn't
from the
think. I
Spanish
couldn't think
themselves.
clearly about what to do,
They
what
said
to do,
that
what
Drake
to
and
do.
his men were
The reason
respectful,
for this
and courteous,
exercise
at least
was
as
that
far as invaders go.
but
But this was just a ruse. They had no desire to attack Spanish villages in the area. They just attacked the village, stole a few valuables in hopes that the Spanish would believe that they had looted the town, taken what they could, and let go. They had to wait for the Spanish to lower their guard again, and to all agree amongst themselves that the English had left the area. The months that followed were even less pleasant.
Look at me with these
They
big
were
eyes,
hot,
lovingly look
awful,
at me,
and they hated the jungle. However, they
when
met
I
a
started
very welcoming
my
and a
entry
very respected
into the
Huguenot
human race,
pirate. He was a French
because
corsair who was
I
greatly
just fell in
feared,
love with this girl.
named Guillaume de Testu.
That's why
They
love
decided to
came
join
back,
forces
and
with
it
the
was
French
completely
government.
unexpected.
The two captains, Drake and Testu,
And
knew
there's
of
a lot
each
of
other.
fathers
They
who
had heard
understand,
of each other's exploits, but they had never
particularly
met.
fathers of girls who
However, in
understand
the time that
what
they were
happened.
together, apparently they grew
And
really
I
close.
still
They
thought I
already
need to go
respected
back
each other, but really they
because,
began
you know,
to
there
admire
was,
each other as
there was
men of
probably
honor
some
and
danger.
conviction.
But I hadn't
Once
figured
again,
out how to take
there
care of
was a
it.
combined force of English,
But,
French,
you know,
and
maybe
Cameroon
you
men
need
who were going to march
to
into
have
the
a good
jungle
life and
and
grow up
steal
and
Spanish
have a
goods.
chance. And
This time,
our
they
mother
waited
had a,
closer to
she was from
Melbourne,
South America.
Guinness,
She had a
where
fourth-grade
when the
education.
train arrived, it wouldn't
That
be as
would
fresh as
have
it was close to
worked very
Panama
well.
City. The men
So
would be
I
weary from their
played for
trek
time.
through the jungle. and their guard would be lowered as they were reaching their
I
destination.
could be sick.
It
I
took a
could,
full
you
2
know,
months of
could be in
waiting.
a hospital. There was a
Finally, the
precedent where I was
Spanish
sick,
sent
where
their
I
mule
could
team
communicate for
across the Isthmus of
3
Panama,
weeks.
and then
So
the pirates
I
attacked.
just
The assault was not one to be remembered. It was quick.
that
The
wasn't a
Spanish
Monday. On a
soldiers
Thursday
were all
was my regular
barefoot, hungry, tired, and
shortwave
weary.
transmission.
They were ready to be
I
done.
just
The first
they
casualty of the
explained a
battle
little,
was the French pirate himself.
a few
They
sentences.
He was
We
shot
have
in
reason
the
to
belly
believe that
from the
the
very first
your
volley
case,
of Spanish
you
rifle
need
fire.
to
But the Spanish
give
quickly
the emergency
broke ranks
procedure,
and ran.
come home
Once again,
right away.
we see in Francis Drake, a man who was
I still had
determined
some
and
time
yet
because the
was
radio
primarily
would be broken or the
much in the same way that he
bad
left
or
John
still could
Hawkins
be in a
behind.
hospital, right?
He left his companion,
I
his student,
gave myself
behind,
some more time,
bleeding to death.
and
And
then
again, Francis Drake defended his actions, saying that Leyte Stu had
something
told him
happened
to take the gold and silver
where
and leave him there,
it
so that
was
he
my
could
hand
defend
that
the English and the
Soviet
French,
agent was anywhere
stopping
near
the
me
Spanish in their
on
tracks,
territory of the
which
United
is
States.
likely a bunch of
So
propaganda and
waiting
nonsense.
for the A train on
However, the English, the French, and the Spanish
dark
had made a way
morning
to
still,
all the gold and the silver
Queens
on the
and
backs of the mules down to the Spanish treasure.
man's a short man in
The
a
total
trench
treasure
coat
equaled somewhere in the
comes up to me
realm
from my
of
right,
200,000.
and he whispers into my ears,
This was about 23.25 million today.
I can't imitate
This,
the Russian
in
accent.
addition
It was a
to
Russian
any
accent,
other
so-
prizes taken in the past
Now-
few months on the Spanish New
and it
World,
was a pretty
was one of
strong
the
accent.
greatest prizes
The
ever
"you're
won
dead"
by any
phrase
pirate in the Caribbean.
can have two
They split
meanings.
what they had taken on this
Yeah,
one day
an American would have
between
said,
the English, the
or
Cameroon,
else you're
and the
busted,
French people.
or else you get arrested,
It was
or else you're
time,
dead. It's
after months
very
of waiting,
strong. So
for
now
Drake and his Plymouth lads to sail
I
back.
take it seriously to some degree because I
There
knew
was
that
a bit of drama getting to their ship. There were
they had a history
several
of
Spanish ships waiting in the
assassinating,
harbor.
or at least
However,
trying to assassinate
as
the
Drake
inspector.
was
So,
waiting, thinking that perhaps they had been found
that
out,
obviously
the Spanish
raised
ships
the
left the
stakes a
harbor,
little bit.
and
But
Drake was able to build a
I
few
just told
fairly
myself into
regular
believing
rafts
this
where he
was
could get
just
his gold and his men
bad phrasing.
out to his ships, which
And
were
but at this
Now
point,
Drake didn't take all of
I
the
knew
gold and
that they
silver
knew
that
that
he
we
had won.
both knew, right?
He was only
So there
able
was
to
no more
carry
guessing.
so much of it,
He found
so
me,
he took
talked to me.
the most
I
valuable
know.
jewels and
So
the
now I
gold,
had to act.
and then the
So
silver
the next
he
radio
buried
program I was,
strategically, thinking that he would be
asked
able to come back and fight.
to
However, it was well known,
operation where
passed down
they
from
would
man
give
to
me money.
man, that Drake was
And,
never able to come back and
passport.
reclaim all of this silver.
that was
And this
in a park
passed down
in
from sailor to
Staten Island.
sailor, generation
It was a
to
location
generation,
that I found
would go on to
and I
form the
described.
basis of all of our
And
myths,
I
both
was
for the
always
pirates in the golden age of piracy, and in any stories told today.
my
of
ability
buried
to
treasure.
describe spots
And
that
it was
are
said
easy to find.
that Drake did
So
even
that was-
make
that was a
maps of
given.
where
So-
he buried his treasure.
And the only
And
thing that
X
was
always
different
marked
with
this one.
with this operation, they
Drake's voyage
scheduled
back
it
to
for the
England
dark.
was relatively painless.
So
It
it
was
was,
a very
but
quick voyage, and only
it was
took him
still no
about
problem
23
because
days.
it
And on
wasn't a
August
park
9th,
that-
1573, Francis Drake returned to
100
England.
yards in.
The legend goes
next to
that when
a-
Francis
a
Drake
fallen
sailed
tree,
into the harbor,
the
word
would
spread
be
of
hard
his
to
arrival.
miss. So I go to
Most of the men and women in town were at St.
I
Andrew's Church
signaled
filling the
that,
pews,
said,
but they began to whisper,
I put the
and
container
the
in the
whisper
drop.
turned into a murmur.
That was the protocol.
And then
There's
people
a,
began
there's
to
a signal,
rise from their
that
seats,
the
and one by
person
one started to leave. Slowly,
hands
at
over for
first,
something.
but faster and faster,
That is
until there was a
not
torrent
far
of
from
people
the spot
leaving the
itself.
church until
means
finally
I
they'd
would go
left
in
their
and
pastor
pick it
all
up. The
alone,
reason I
preaching
actually
to an empty room.
uh,
All of the people in town had left to go to the
pick up
docks
this
to welcome
container
home
because there
Francis
was money in
Drake,
it.
their new
So I didn't have to
national
make a
hero.
decision yet. Okay?
Things in
I
England
couldn't store
were
away the
getting
passport.
worse.
It was like
The war
I was
with
still
Spain
trying
was
to figure
taking
out
its
what to
toll.
do.
However, England had several
So I
big
get to
trees
the
that
spot,
he
I
had
get to the tree,
Next week,
flash
We're
up
not
with
yet
the-
going
the
to go
park
into
that
this
was nowhere.
conflict with Spain. We're going to
Even
stay
during the
with
day,
Francis
this
Drake.
park was not. Was not
After
open.
returning to England as a national hero, he spends a
and,
little time basking in the glory.
I don't see the container.
He
It
is
was
called
supposed to be a
by Queen Elizabeth
truck to a
into a private meeting.
pretty sizable.
This is something that's relatively unheard of. She
And
even
I
sent
do a
her
double
royal
take,
guards
and I
out
look
of the
again,
room
and I
because
look
no
around,
one
look around,
besides
look
Queen
forward,
Elizabeth
see if
herself
they misplaced
and the
it.
newly knighted
Can't
Sir
find it.
Francis Drake or to hear what she had to
Only
say.
one at one of those operations.
Whatever she said to him in that room, we'll never know.
And
Francis Drake was sworn to secrecy.
just doesn't
However,
make a lot of sense.
shortly thereafter, he
So as
set
I'm
sail
walking
on
away
a
from
voyage of
this,
his
like,
life,
sort of pumping
a
the
voyage
emotion,
that would make him a household name in England to this very day, a national hero to
said
the
to
English
myself,
and Spain's
"Hey,
most wanted criminal. and the reason that school children all across the world, even today, know the name of Sir Francis Drake.
That decision
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our
was
website?
made for me. Now, you know that I'm a Christian now, and I think that
Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art related to our topics.
But it was
We also have on every episode a list of the sources used.
it was it.
If
And
you'd like to know
so what I did,
about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the ebooks.com page for that
divide it dimension helped me to find a good
If you do use the
explanation. I said
is
in
kind enough
my last
to
letter,
include a couple
in
of
Secret Friday,
we also have an 8-book
I,
search bar on the website.
I
If you'd like to
communicated to
support the
them.
show,
I
there are
said
several ways you can do so.
I wish I could come, but I can't
There's a
because I
PayPal donate
have
button, as well as a link to our
contracted
Patreon.
HIV/AIDS.
Let's go into
That
patreon.com/piratehistory.
was the best lie ever.
There's also a link and
Nobody
Amazon
wanted
search
to
bar.
have
So,
AIDS in that
if you
country.
need to search
Those
for
cases
anything
wasn't
on
that sentence,
Books
right?
or Amazon.com,
And I knew
please
we
feel
had
free to website
conversations
that kind enough to
when I was back in Moscow.
In addition to any of that,
Who
you
are
can also
snickering
leave a
about
review
what's
by
going
the
on in the
iTunes,
United
Stitcher,
States,
or Podbean, all
that
of which
depraved culture, and you see with that, I think,
doing this really helps
killing each other.
Once again, and most importantly,
Yes. No, and I was convincing enough. I
Hello.
traced it back to
welcome to
a
the
very
Pirate
good
History
I had
Podcast.
that I had
My name is Matt.
actually reported on that,
Thank you for listening.
I interacted with
Last
this
week,
lady.
we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the backs of the mule trade. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all of that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back several of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board his ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on it and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereaux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were of poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley that did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish invention. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and well, Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all three of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that ripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun a plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called A Petty Royal Navy. Now this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London. And most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now this plan is not well documented, it's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you now. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and then there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of Prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, cochineal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shippage work greatly. And gotten up as a force said into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in terrage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, He had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other scenes that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship, that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after the secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because, as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it, and pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain. for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships that they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prices. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slaver. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set his African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcomed in port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of the ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swirl. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Dowdy was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Dowdy accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and put it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Dowdy and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Dowdy who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Dowdy, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Dowdy's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Dowdy claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment, but Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Dowdy had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Dowdy back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain there. Now this was little more than a band-aid for the situation. It kept Dowdy's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Dowdy and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Dowdy. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Dowdy was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Dowdy as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Dowdy was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Dowdy acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Dowdy himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Dowdy. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Dowdy. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumpy. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Dowdy decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted this trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wounds, Dowdy, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Dowdy the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Dowdy refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Dowdy was not going to come meet with him, He sailed his ship around to go meet the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Doughty come meet with him, and he really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Doughty went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, "Stay there, Thomas Doughty, for I must send you to another place," end quote. Doughty was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now, he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and that crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so, so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pilots. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Doughty and the other noblemen that were part of his little group, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crewman, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Doughty complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, "something to eat that falls from my tail," end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman Doughty, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Doughty had stopped plotting. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed out of sight of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary and find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me and to many historians as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him on hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backed down. He climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast, along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge of. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil, I think. End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crewman, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat and their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his historic voyage 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Easter Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book, Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergreen covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Easter Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner or an assistant would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traders would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of new use. End quote. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men held a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly, and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done, God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that all my men, Lord Treasurer, should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer, and he was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to the men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales, end quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with a ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out with when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
That's the thing that I use for everything, is the Google exercise.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
I create my own
Last time, We talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period of the voyage. However, due to some of the egos on board and the clashing ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Doughty that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Miracle. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet in what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way for them to cross the continent of South America. They were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate and rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue with the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period of history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members in England, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Doughty was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts with him. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happens, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Doughty. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not at least in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1592. And the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appearing in written form again. And this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, where we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of myth. So, beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked up and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan, but almost immediately we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event, quote, "Within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all of them. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country." End quote. But then, from contemporary accounts, journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, "Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here there were many featherless birds which could not fly." End quote. And another account, quote, "We came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the saint's day, and the other Penguin Island." End quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, "The 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks." End quote. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the island aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, was that they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later, when it became a matter of politics, for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to fray. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but a cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain and a fog. They had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a terrible omen. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The 3 ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they recorded later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other 2 ships, they stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The 2 remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small bay. For Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the 3rd day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Marigold, as well as men who were on a small pinnace in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, well, they turned up in England, claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if they were, some questions arise. It's possible that these sailors were on the Marigold, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to and took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual deserter. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records of it. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for the voyage up till now, and realized that if it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind, he would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on it. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Mocha. Now there they managed to collect food and water, they got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of this island that they found themselves. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island, the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got on the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of the stories. It was small, and it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any love for the Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso, and there was a single ship in the harbor. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed into harbor, well, it must have been weather-beaten, covered in barnacles, and looked just terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber, struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and he screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles. which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this papist paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, that was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then, it was reported later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest, gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, but then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen upon returning home. It was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of La Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship had finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay and let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content with this. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move, and quickly, to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their headless comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. This territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves in it. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy bronze cannon. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small pinnace that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland. And the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Riego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore as they were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate it, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering, with a man sleeping next to it, and 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when he did. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards land. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, where he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages and women and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Arica. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than the Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Arica that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, this ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at them, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, readying to leave to head to Panama. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Panama, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold they could carry? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to debark. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ships tack about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after him. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails, and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had 2 priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to be hailing them. Second was to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known to them. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion, named affectionately by its crew, the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shitfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and printed coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake her, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold, and they set out to chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on it. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had aboard, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all of the cargo on board the Golden Hind. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to make. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. The Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which, doing so, would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down while not appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then, from the stern, they dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anthem, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name, the name of the vessel, and a man on board gave a false Spanish name, but the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. So de Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his, and he replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself. Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, what seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, strike sail, and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, have patience, for such is the usage of war, and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin in the poop. End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos. End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure onto the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with two members of his group, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Griego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Griego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south. So the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the two members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization, into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall, and in a lot of ways it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing a song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Kyo. Because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." End quote. The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be a king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They've built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was in fact a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was to ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova Albion to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was in fact a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing, before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European, who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Rabbi, and though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his home. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else in it. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. It wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily lilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman records that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its queen, Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning the burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
Because you only have one.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for
Everybody's
listening.
just gearing up to try to be as funny as
When Francis Drake returned from his circumnavigation of the globe to England, he found that the situation in Europe was dire. Both the voyages of John Hawkins and Drake's War were really English campaigns in the American theater of war, what was really an international European war. The war was largely undeclared. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare, but in 2 fronts. It was something that could truly be called a war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in a decades-long civil war. But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These are two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the Protestant forces of the Huguenots, and the Dutch, and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies on land, they faced them at sea, where they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great warships and a massive armada to take on a great naval power. You need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking in moral fiber, possessed a will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11, The Sea Battles. To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about the sea battles before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea battles, and they're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name of the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't really have as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're a relatively new colonial bloc. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to man and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments, and these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start inhabiting the place full-blood. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Through all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to us. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under him and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that was a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but they had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of Europe, where feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries, what we call the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain what we call privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that didn't benefit the people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everyone else. However, the Low Countries weren't always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe at the time. Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea.
dark
Life
stuff.
in this region was
Oftentimes
centered around the
project
sea.
stuff
It was
you're
a constant
very
threat in the
self-critical
form
about
of
yourself,
flooding, as well as
because
really
it's in
the
your
thing that
unconscious,
kept
you
them
use it to
alive.
project onto
You see,
others.
farming was a
Sees
dicey
flaws in others.
proposition in most of
And
these
that's a good
regions.
way to, like,
They
whatever,
usually didn't have farmland for
gives
very
a
long, and if it
like
flooded with
everything
seawater, that
that
land
irritates
wasn't
us
too
about
good to
others
farm
can
on
lead us
after
to
that.
understanding of ourselves.
So most of the
So
people
that's
in the
a-
Low
that's a
Countries
nice way to
made their money and their fortunes through
investigate
trade,
yourself. I
through
think
merchant
that this is,
activities, and due to
you
that,
start
the
asking
major
questions
trading
in your
hub
mind.
in all
That's
of
how you
northern
learn
Europe
so
grew
much.
up in the Low
But anyway,
Countries,
from
the
that,
city of Antwerp.
those are formative
Now
years.
again, we've talked about Antwerp on
From
the show
that
before.
time, there's
It was
still
that
stuff
city
in your
that was
unconscious you think
closely
you haven't
allied
examined.
with England, largely
Some dark
because
shit.
they bought nearly all of England's wool,
But I'm
the
not
prime
aware.
export of the English countryside,
I've looked.
and cities in the region
Like if
would
someone
spin
you
that
know,
wool
someone
into some of
says,
the finest
you
cloth
know,
made in all of Europe.
something
Now, people from all over Europe would come to
Originally,
Antwerp
I
to
don't
buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine
thorough look. I'm
wine,
pretty sure.
riches that you
Pretty sure
couldn't
it's
get
not there.
anywhere else in Europe.
Yeah.
So
I don't
Antwerp
know, I think
became
I've looked.
a serious financial
I mean,
power in the whole
it
world
certainly had.
of
I think
politics.
the
However,
positive
during
effect
all of these
also
centuries
was
since the
the
fall of the
fact
Roman
that when my
Empire,
mother
these small
married my stepdad,
principalities and
a great guy.
dukedoms, they all stayed
He was a
independent for
very
most of their history,
we moved
up
around
until the time of the
And
16th
so
century.
the bad thing
That was
about
when
is I didn't
a
really
line
develop
of dukes from the region known as
Good thing
Burgundy
about that
began
is
to
I
amass
was
power.
forced to develop my
Between
own
shifting
opinions
marriage
about
alliances, open
instead of
warfare, and
adopting
sometimes
an
outright
opinion
buying
of
land,
neighborhood
these
group
Burgundian dukes
about
began to
anything.
unify the
I was
provinces.
forced to form
And then in
my own
1543,
opinions
all of the 17
about almost
provinces
everything.
of the Low
And
Countries
so
fell under the rule,
it made
finally,
me much
of
more
one man.
independent thinker.
And that was
So
Charles
that,
V,
on
the
top of
Holy
the
Roman
fact
Emperor.
that,
That same emperor
you know,
that was in
losing,
office when Martin Luther became a
hero
powerful
very
force.
early on, and then having to
Charles
form
V
my own opinions
was
about things.
arguably the
It
most
left me
powerful man
very,
that Europe had seen since
very
the height of the
independent
Roman
streak.
Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire.
And
That was his
if I
by
hadn't
birth.
done
However, also his
the
by
things
birth
that I got
from a
interested
marriage
in,
alliance a
martial
generation
arts,
before.
and then
He also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was to that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control. Now, beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs, those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well.
Yeah, there's so many.
So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single man. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we've talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet this young new Queen Elizabeth. It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1533 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will come into play later. He was born the son of a minor noble house, and despite their blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children in that family, and his mother made clothes for all of them with her own two hands and cooked every meal for all. This was not the lap of luxury he was born in. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin and courtly manners, but primarily in how to read. He read was the Bible, along with some other theological works, mostly that taught him the tenets of Protestantism.
And
In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to Francis Drake's. They were both educated young men who weren't members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society.
It's like you
Then,
have to
at the age of
understand
11,
like,
William's
who
entire
you
life
are,
changed.
and then
One of his
in the
cousins
face
died,
of
a man
other
who had been
people's
prince of some
either
of the richest land in the Low
criticism or
Countries, as well as a province known as Orange,
lack
that
of
was within the
faith in
borders
your
of France, but
ability
not
to
under the
succeed,
control of the French crown.
push through,
That he
and
left
there's great benefit in
William
that.
as his
Then
sole
you
heir.
realize that you can kind of
This
apply
made
that to other
William of
people's lives.
Nassau,
You can
at
apply that
11
to
years old,
critics, apply that
William
to social media.
of Orange.
You can apply that to a lot of
Now, the King of France and the
Okay,
King of
what
Spain
about,
were not willing to let a young
people in
nobody
their
who happened to be a
50s?
Protestant
Can you
become
give
one of
advice
the more
to,
powerful
like,
nobles
imagine
in their
you're
land.
sitting back,
But instead of
probably
refusing
in
his
Texas,
claim, they elected to have him sent to court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings that he was going to need to know.
people,
He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low
that have done
Countries.
some
She
shit,
also happened to be a sister to Charles
through a
V,
hell of a
that
life.
current Holy Roman Emperor.
There's potentially some
His
incentive
life at
to
court
settle
was
down,
antithesis
get
to
a great
everything he had
family,
known so far.
relax.
While he had been raised
But maybe
Protestant,
there's
Mary was a
some incentive
Catholic,
to
and
do
his
other
first
shit.
action was to be
Still be
baptized and
Goggins
taught
running
about the
in the middle
Catholic
of the
faith.
desert.
Yeah.
Well,
Shit, so
his
now-
home had
If you're
been
David
an austere
Goggins, you
place.
have
The
to
court
be
was
David Goggins.
opulent.
I don't
He
think there's
traded
a
his
path
homespun
for that
black
guy
wool
that
for
exists at this
colorful
stage of his
silks and
life
linens, and
other than
the
that.
solemn
Do you think
hymns
he'll
that he
be
had learned at
70s
home
still
for
screaming?
the most
Yes.
popular and robust music of the day.
100%.
William
100%.
excelled in his
Dave
studies,
and I
not
are
just in
alive.
the things that he would need to know as far as
For
manners,
full
but
70.
as far as the
He's
church
gonna
was
call me
concerned
up.
and
Stay
politics.
hard,
He became a
motherfucker.
favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in the young.
Well,
He
if
was
you're
known to,
enjoying it,
when the
if you're
emperor
not
would
enjoying
visit
it,
the
you
Low
think
Countries,
you're
one of
lying.
his
Try to
provinces,
figure out
had
why
long
why
talks
you're
with
not
William
enjoying
of
it.
Orange
still
alone
think
in private, and
shit
whenever they would
things
have
could
diplomatic
Yeah.
meetings with other
If you're
lords, he would
alive, you can
frequently
get
bring
better.
William with him to
Yeah.
learn and
Yeah, no matter
discuss
what.
with
If you're
himself.
alive, you can shift.
William became a
I mean, if you're
spectacular
90 years
musician
old,
and
you know, you
artist.
have a
He really
month
took
to
to his
live.
new life very well. But
Maybe
through all of that, he
sort of
never forgot his
reconcile
roots.
and
He never
shape
forgot his
relationships you have
hardworking
with
mother,
people
who he
around you
loved for
better,
the rest of his
so that
life.
they
And
feel
he
differently
always
about you
remembered
after you're gone.
the populist
Yeah, I
leanings
always
of his
love
father.
people in their 70s who are
When
like,
Charles V
getting back into
abdicated
dating
his
or
throne in
something like that.
1555,
I was watching a video
William was
about
there.
a woman who's
He had really grown to be something of a second father to William of Orange,
Yeah.
and
And same with
when
the
Charles
gypsies,
V
if you can
climbed
get
down off his throne, he
Yeah.
leaned on the shoulder
Oh, yeah.
of William of
white
Orange.
belt, that's like 70. Yeah.
And William
Yeah.
continued to play an
Yeah.
important role in
There's a
politics.
lot.
He was there
If you're
in
alive,
France when Charles's son, Philip, met King Henry of France to sign that
I don't
peace treaty.
think people are
As
happy
a
if they
powerful
don't
noble
have
who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries, he was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more
doing
solid
things
footing.
that are difficult.
This was something that was typical at the time.
It's
These hostages
as
were
much of a
honored
nourishment
guests of
the
the other
mind
court, and
as
frequently
food
William
is
would
a
go on
nourishment of the
outings with the
body.
French king,
They
along with some of the
need
other
things
Spanish nobility around.
that are
One of their
positive.
favorite activities was to go on long, extravagant hunts.
Find your own
On these hunts,
human
Henry would speak
potential
freely.
in the difficulty
Everybody
of the
there,
task.
they were friends. They were all
Work your way through
good
things. At
Catholic
least for
gentlemen,
me.
nobility.
For me,
Now,
I mean, I can only speak
William
for me because I'm
learned
the only-
that
I'm
King
the only
Henry of
life I've
France
ever
and Philip II of Spain, well, they had
in my
plans
life,
to oust
that
all of the
has
Protestants from
been,
Europe.
uh,
Now that the war
100%
between Spain and
constant.
France was over,
I
the
am
French
a
were
very
able to
happy
concentrate
person.
on their
I've
civil
never
war
had
with
a
the
moment where I'm not
rebels.
doing difficult shit.
Philip, on the other hand,
Never.
had plans to burn every Protestant
That
out
as
of the
well
Low
as how well you walk
Countries.
in the fire. So just keep
Henry
starting
would talk
fires
about
and
this
stuff.
at length,
Well, they
and
don't
William
necessarily have
listened
to
to him,
fire.
listened to all his
Right.
boastings, but he
Fire's
said
kind of
nothing.
out of control.
However,
Look
his
for,
mind must have been troubled.
so
He came
Task.
from a
Give yourself
Protestant
something,
household.
an arduous,
His mother and
difficult
father were
task
members of
where you're
Lutheran
challenged.
nobility. His own lands in the
Mentally
Low
challenged,
Countries
physically.
were filled
One
with
of the great things
untold
about being
numbers of
challenged
Protestant
physically is
peasants.
it's also mental.
And then,
People
in
that
addition to
don't
everything that
understand
Henry
that
had to
never really
say,
challenge physically.
William got
People
troubling
that think
news
that
from back
physical
home in the
challenges
Low
are just
Countries.
like just
When
physical.
Philip had
It's just
left the Low Countries after signing the peace accords,
it's
and
not.
after
It's,
having all those Spanish
emotional
troops on
intelligence.
the Low Countries
It's
soil who fight the
understanding
French,
your desire
he had
to
left
win.
around 3,000 Spanish troops on their soil, something that he had promised not to do.
It's meant
More and more Spanish
playing
officials
out
were being
inside
appointed
your
in
head.
high positions
And
of
there's a
power as
mental
well. something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Countries. Countries. He was either Duke or Prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, those 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil, well, they make a powerful argument. Every day the situation in his home and in his land was growing more and more dire. But William's position itself was physical dilemmas. He was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the king's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't say anything about it, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William went to work. While he had been a hostage, a new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Margarita de Porto. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William's son. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, Bishop Antoine de Granvelle. This was Philip II's chosen representative of the Low Countries. Granvelle was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Protestant element there, so really he was perfect for Philip's purposes. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies among them, and even began a network of communication, correspondence, that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives. The first and most important to them was to petition Marguerite de Parma, Granvelle, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries. Naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, they decided to press for Granvelle's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Marguerite de Parma that if Granvelle were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granvelle stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granvelle were removed, taken away from power, then they promised that there would be no acts of insubordination and the taxes would flow through them. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, their realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granvelle from office. And finally they did. Granville was sent away to, I believe the excuse was, visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to the Netherlands again. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margarita to her court, the Italian way to learn all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good match. In return, Margarita granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office in 3 provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of the area, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of his affairs. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the imposition was still in place. Granville, the man who had called the Inquisition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the Inquisition, they were still there doing their jobs. Ousted and Granville had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no home. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Duck of Gold by Hermine de Lyon. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period that I've found, and I'm really in love with this passage, so I'm going to read it to you. Quote, everywhere, for some years the harvest had been a great disappointment. The winters were severe and long. There was underemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more daring, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret Protestant meetings and watched the heretics dying like martyrs and heroes. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king, of the Inquisition, of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners and in the inns talking of resistance. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanted psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted in despair. The attitude in that country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita de Parma, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact for the compromise of nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called a request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madame, they are only beggars." The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Bradero, he overheard this, supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel residents. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," that went on to be something of a let-them-eat-cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement.
People kind of wondered that
When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating, after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention,
that narrative.
the nobles laughed at being
Well,
called,
that
and
narrative
they
is
raised a cheer.
Yeah.
They called out in unison, "Long live the beggars!" And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the Dutch.
Oh, they were doing that about Trump.
In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a
The thing
perfect
about
symbol.
those, like his
First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord, and beyond that, most of these men were Protestants. People who believed that they followed the true word of God, while the Catholics didn't.
And
There were people who
prescribed
believed that
prednisone,
their
which is a
poverty
type of a steroid,
mirrored
and
that
one
of
of the things that would
Christ.
happen when he was on
They
it is
attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially,
like swell up,
mirroring Christ's actions
maintain
at
a
the
lot
temple.
of water,
He drove the money changers out.
inflammation.
It was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco of Christ driving the money changers out. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed that they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the Netherlands. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing Protestant innocents. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William the Silent, even so did Margarita, so did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita de Parma received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of the saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Munster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, when that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Beeldenstraat, or the Iconoclastic Faith, and it began in a town called Stamford. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest of what was then the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclastic fury, it spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a wave. People would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to repair to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily it caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy the church. If you're going to use our metaphor of this being similar to the French Revolution, the "they are but beggars" being similar to "let them eat cake," well then this attack, it acted sort of like a Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille.
right way to
The
do it.
revolutionary
And that if you had
Protestants,
the
as well as
perfect
many of
person
the opportunists who
having
were
them
just joining
for
in,
12, 20
were
years
inspired
would be
by it.
amazing. If
And
you had a
the following
perfect,
days, churches,
benevolent
monasteries,
leader
convents,
clearly only
chapels,
cared about the
hospitals,
people,
basically
doing their
anything
best,
that was attached to the
striving
church,
hard,
even
and got great
priests' houses and
satisfaction
houses of
knowing
those
that
people
he
in
is
town who were
a
well-respected
dedicated
members of
civil
the
servant
church.
that
Well, they
only
were attacked
wants to
and
lead the
destroyed.
country in a
And
way
the
that's going to
nonviolent
benefit
attacks
most
earlier were
people
becoming
in
more
the
and more
most
violent.
profound way.
It was a dangerous time to be a
But
Catholic in the Low Countries. This Bildungsstrom moved finally to Amsterdam and further north and east along the coast. It hit Holland almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the
I mean,
states were
there's an
destroyed.
area outside of Washington,
An
D.C.
Englishman
one of the
who
richest
was a
areas of the
Catholic that was in
country.
exile
Lobbyists.
in the Low Countries,
So much
he
money
described an attack on
involved
one of
in
these
the lobbyists. There's
churches.
so much money involved in
These fresh
special interest
followers of
groups
this new preaching
how much
threw down
of
the
an impact
graven
they
and
have
they faced the
on
painted images,
who gets
not only
elected,
of Our Lady, but of
what
all
decisions
others in
get
the
made once
town.
a person gets elected.
They
We
tore
know
the
this.
curtains,
Right?
dashed
We know
in
it's not
pieces
for
the
the
carved
people
work of the brass and
It's just
stone,
not what it is.
break the
I mean,
altars,
this
spoiled the
country is an
clothes and
experiment
altaresses,
right? And
wrested the irons,
if we
conveyed
could do
away
it all
or break the
again,
chalices and
I
the
would say
vestments,
the
pulled
most
up the brass of
important
the
thing is to have
gravestones,
laws in
the
place
blessed
to
sacrament of
prevent
the altar they
politics
trod under their feet,
and
and,
to make
horrible
it
as it is
a
to
heinous
say,
crime
shed their
for
stinking
someone to
piss upon it.
influence
These
laws
false brethren
and
burned and rent not only all kinds of
policy
church books, but moreover
based
destroyed whole
entirely
libraries
on
of
the
books
amount
of all
profit
sciences and tongues,
it could
yea,
generate
the Holy
for
Scriptures and
a
the ancient
party
fathers.
or for
End
a
quote.
company that is
As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it,
and that
for the people
corruption
taking
is
part
accepted.
in
We
the
just accept it
Bildungsstrom,
that it's
this was
corruption
almost a
exists.
clone affair.
You know?
It had an
Last
element of
question.
carnival to it.
Putin
There were
asks
people
to see
who
the
were
squash.
around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months, and naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita de Palma or Philip II could allow this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic figure. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alva established what he called the Council of Trumpets, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Law. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic figure. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. William the Silent knew that it was time to leave the Low Countries. He began making preparations even before the Duke of Alva arrived. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called Count Egmont, to help him. Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He'd had nothing to do with this iconoclastic fury. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's wars against France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alva. They were brothers in that sense. But William the Silent did not believe that this would be able to protect his friend. According to legend, when William left on his journey, Egmont's last words to him were, quote, "Farewell, Prince without a land," to which William replied, "Farewell, Count without a head."
I do want to try to have these.
And as it turned out, they would both be proven correct.
And I have all the right connections.
William wasn't alone in his exile. There was a flood of noble refugees from the Low Countries. Not only William the Silent, but also two of his brothers left, along with many others. And it wasn't just nobility. The common people were leaving in droves. Many people who had had their lands taken away or their families destroyed left and tried to find exile elsewhere, trying to find some land that would succor them. And this was difficult because they were nearly all Protestants, and there were very few places in Europe that would take in Protestants. The only two that were really available were England and parts of France or parts of Germany. The nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire would officially not take Protestant refugees, but there were many Protestant sympathizers that would sleep there. William and his brothers fled back to their familiar lands in Germany, but this tide of people who were escaping elsewhere in Europe, they began making contacts. Many of these people already knew each other and had lines of communication open. Between the Huguenot lands in France, the many Dutch exiles in England, and those like William of Orange that were living in the sympathetic parts of Germany, they began to organize a military resistance. The French Huguenot force that allied itself decided to attack from the southwest from France itself. William's brother Louis of Nassau, he was going to attack from the northeast into Holland, and William the Silent was going to attack right in the center, heading straight for him. The French Huguenot force never even made it to the Low Countries. They were intercepted by a force of the French king before they were able to make and turn back. Alba, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial Huguenot invasion, was able to deal with Louis very easily. His army was small and meant to be more of an irritant, taking back valuable lands while Alba was engaged elsewhere, but Louis was defeated quickly. So William, who had 21,000 troops, faced off against the Duke of Alba. However, the Duke of Alba decided not to fight William's side. He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented battle to him time and again, a total of 29 times over 3 months. But every time he would present battle to the Duke of Alba, Alba would not take. He would keep his defenses up and not allow William to make any attacks on his position. Any time that William would try to take a city or any other valuable resources, Alba would block his path, but he would never enter battle. This wasn't cowardice, this was strategy. You see, these 21,000 troops of William the Silent, the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Germany, and eventually, all of his money dried up. And when mercenaries aren't getting paid, they're not fighting for a cause. The army dissipated. Soon, William the Silent was forced to flee as well. The planned glorious military reconquest of the Low Countries was a complete failure. The Huguenot forces were invested in France and could no longer be of any help. William, he was completely broke. He had spent all of his money on what essentially was entirely useless. He realized that he had to turn to other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch-American historian, Dingman Versteeg, quote, "All were men without a country, outlawed by the blind instruments of a foreign potentate, who had endeavored by all possible means to make his royal will law in a country of constitutional liberties. Revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Sea Beggars, that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose like never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events." Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alba, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival in the Low Countries at all, the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were a seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alba and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter, they had their ranks swell with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from any forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began a conflict, primarily in a town in Holland called Emden. There was an inn in Emden called the Golden Fountain that they stayed at. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, a pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for you. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggars' Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well, to attack a trade or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568 he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had powers in all the ports, men and guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the stadholder, the military leader in that region, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had that unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called Waterland of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregating about Emden and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." End quote. It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of a Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage would be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port call. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out and stall. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alba was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke of Alba. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen to send to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they have done so, the pirates have attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with a greater loss still on the part of the poor sailors. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written of this effort to them. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order.
I think you're right. I think the
Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct, a passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given a little escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to the King of Spain, and this was his goal. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and as many of the reports suggested, taking the gold from the throne. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man that had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judith, and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet to return. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers. Currently, all of the gold intended to pay the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland within her borders.
Which was hugely popular in the UK at the time.
Elizabeth learned that gold did not actually belong to Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer on those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to Tower 1, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in the town. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to King Philip. Quote, the Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Lupe de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters at Alba, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alba has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well in possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in the seizure of property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are full with the Spanish ships, all very valuable. They have also seized the property of the Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end. The Duke of Alba was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their movement. As it turned out, it would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean against the Turks. Alba needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning of how tenuous his situation there really was. So he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands, he seized every English ship in the Netherlands,
that playing chess.
every ship's
I was
captain,
very
and all
junior
of the
chess
property on
teams, and
board.
at the time when I was about,
This action
maybe 10,
was in
11 years old, I
direct
was gonna
opposition
become a
to
professional
nearly
chess player.
every
That
one
was
of
my
the
first
treaties ever signed between the English and the
and-
So
Spanish.
dream was there.
He had
Sure.
broken these treaties,
Yeah,
which
so I was,
freed Elizabeth's
I
hand.
got to, when I was about
She
12 years old, I
decreed,
got to
quote,
master standard, and I was second.
"Any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty, having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had detained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats, in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause." End quote. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping for. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so dire, but if she were the one to break the treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaties, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars, and the sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading partner. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea, led by a man named William. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would, legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions, both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by pirates on the high seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy in history. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenot pirates and some of their earlier days, and then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch in their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the French. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes had. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some pretty important background information to one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, quite explosive. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at historypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8-book search bar.
games
If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/PirateSpeakPodcast. There's also an A-Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either A-Books or Amazon.com, you can search our website. They're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
And that was a sort of a core component of our vision at the start of DeepMind, was that we would use games very heavily as our main testing ground, certainly to begin with, because it's super efficient to use games, and also, it's very easy to have metrics to see how well your systems are improving and what direction your ideas are going in and whether you're making incremental improvements.
Raiding shipping in the North Sea and the English Channel. Others were more recently brought into the trade. They were men who had been pushed from their lives, and as talented mariners, people who decided to take up piracy. They were talking about a new development in their lives. Each of these 18 men was in possession of what was called a letter of reprisal, better known as a letter of war. They had just received it from Louis of Nassau, their brother, William. For these men who had always been on the run, on high seas from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the Low Countries, they now had a measure of legitimacy, and they had to decide exactly what they wanted to do. Through living in Europe, they were still outlaws. They would have to run from the Spanish just as they always had, and from most of the Dutch authorities. However, in the ports that were friendly, be they the port they were currently in at La Rochelle, France, or any of the ports in England, or even some of the ports in their homeland, the Low Countries, they would be able to stay there without having to sneak in and pretend they were somebody else. They could sail in proudly, and instead of pirates, they would be seen as freedom fighters. Some of these captains saw this as an opportunity to better themselves, make themselves a proper navy in service of their country. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, saw this as license, plunder, sack ships, and raid. This is episode number 12, The Rising Tide. These 18 captains were the most prominent in the group known as the Sea Beggars, those pirates turned patriots that were now fighting for the cause of Low Country independence. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and into the North Sea. Any Catholic ship, be it French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their path, well, they took that ship. Any worthy ship that they took, they sailed into a friendly port and had it outfitted for war. There was no shortage of men eager to serve on these pirate ships, not just for the plunder, which they would be getting paid, but also for the chance to serve their newly founded country. 3 of these captains at this conference stood out as leaders of the Sea Beggars. There was Lord Dalheim, the man who was giving most of the orders in the group. There was another named Jan Abels, and another named Jan von Schwartz. These 3 men, more than any others, realized that these letters of marque gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility, and not just increased risk, but also a chance for increased pleasure. At nearly the same time that William and Louis of Nassau were granting these letters of marque to their pirate ships, Queen Elizabeth of England was issuing a decree against them. Any Englishman, any English port, or any English merchant that either gave harbor to or assisted these sea beggars would face severe consequences. At least that's what her decree said. In reality, things were somewhat different. When one of those sea captains, Jan Abels, took 5 ships off the coast of Holland, the local authorities there in Holland sent 3 ships out to capture them. Now, Jan Abels had 10 or maybe 11 ships at his command, so he easily could have taken these Dutch vessels, but for 2 reasons he decided not to. First, these weren't Spanish ships. Though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture them, they were Dutch vessels, and he didn't intend to fight them. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, he was the pirate, a man whose object was plunder, not battle, so he decided to flee to England. He had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms blew in and forced him to seek harbor in English port. Naturally, an English harbor official came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel vessel stolen from the
So he
Spanish,
literally,
filled
I
with
think,
Spanish
spent
loot
2 or
and
3 days
manned by
writing his own
heavily
program
armed
by hand
Dutchmen.
with pencil and paper, playing
Jan
a friend
Abels,
of his,
though,
with
wasn't
his
really
chess program.
released, despite
So,
Elizabeth's
Of
proclamation.
course, Deep Blue was a huge
He
moment.
produced his letter of
beating
marque
Kasparov.
from Louis Davis and
But
presented it
actually,
to
when
the
that happened, I
inspector.
remember that
He
very,
assured
very
the man that they had
vividly,
not
of course,
harassed
because it
any
was,
English
chess and
vessels.
computers and
The
AI,
harbor
all those
master
things I
inspected
learned
the
and I was
letter
in
of
college
marque
at the time.
and the
But I
Spanish
remember
cargo
going away
and
from that being more
agreed that
impressed by
everything seemed to be on
Kasparov's
the up and
mind than I
up.
was by Deep
Jan
Blue.
Abels
Because
asked the
here was
harbor master
Kasparov
where
with
might
his
be the
human
best
mind.
place to
Not only
sell
could he
his
play chess more or less
entirely
at the same
legally
level as
obtained
this
cargo.
brute of a calculation
The
machine.
Spanish ambassador in
But
England,
of course,
well,
Kasparov
he
could
would
do
have been
everything else
outraged
humans could
if
do.
he
Write
had
lines,
appointed his
study
life had this
languages, do
happened.
politics, all the rest
However,
of the amazing
he had
things that Kasparov
other
does.
things occupying his
And
mind
so,
at the
with the
time.
same brain.
Only
And yet,
recently,
Deep
Queen
Blue,
Elizabeth had acquired all of the
brilliant
gold
as it was
intended
at
to
chess,
pay the
it
Spanish troops in the
coded
Netherlands.
for chess.
She had locked it
And
away in the power fund,
actually
never to see the
had
light of day.
distilled the knowledge of chess
His
grandmasters
king Philip
into
II,
a
was
full program.
understandably
But he couldn't do
outraged by
anything
this,
else.
and
Like,
there was a
he couldn't even
constant
play a
line of
strictly simpler
communication
game like
going between these
tic-tac-toe.
two men,
So,
and it was
something
very
to me
clear
was
that
missing
the Spanish
from
ambassador was in big trouble.
intelligence from that
Beyond
system.
that,
That
ever
we
since
would
the
regard as
Spanish
intelligence. And I
had
think it
seized
was
the
this
English
idea of
ships in the Low
generality
Countries that were
and also
Protestant
learning.
vessels not adhering
So,
to
and
Catholic
that's
laws,
what we tried to do.
the
and
Spanish
without
ambassador had been
Well,
placed under house
zero
arrest in
to
England,
zero,
only
and
ever allowed to leave his home to
get
visit court and see the
parts
Queen,
of
and
this. Just a
even then,
fascinating
only her
trajectory
heavy
here.
dog.
But let's just stick
It
on
was
chess
on one of these occasions,
briefly.
while visiting the English
the human
court, that he
side
saw
of
the
chess.
Queen
You've
meeting an
proposed that
emissary
from a
from
game design perspective,
the
the thing that
notorious
makes
source.
chess
He was the
compelling as a
ambassador
game,
from William the Silent,
is
the
that
de
there's
facto
great
prince
attention
of the
to bishop
undeclared Netherlands
the
Republic.
knight. You
That
explain this?
emissary
First of all, it's
was
really
Lord
interesting.
Dalrymple,
Think
that
about
man
what
who was
makes a game
essentially the
compelling.
admiral of all
Makes
the
it
sea
stick
vendors.
across centuries.
He was the admiral even
Yeah,
of
I
that
was
young
sort of thinking
Rothschild
about
who
this,
was
and actually
busy
a lot of
in
even
that
amazing
English
chess
court,
players don't
selling
think
his
about it
ill-gotten
necessarily
goods,
from a game
buying
design
rounds
point
of
of view.
drink
So
for
this
his
is
men,
my
and
game design
presumably
hat on. I
enjoying
was
some of
thinking
the
about this.
local
Why is chess so
English women's
compelling?
company.
And I think a critical
Lord Dalrymple was in
reason
England attempting
is
to
the
build an
dynamicness
alliance
of
between
the
his
different
men,
kind
the
of
sea
chess positions
beggars,
you can
and
have, whether they're
William
closed or
Nassau
open and other
and Queen
things.
Elizabeth.
And the bishop
He had
and the
also
knight.
been
So
to
if you think
La
about
Rochelle meeting
how
with Huguenot leaders,
different
attempting to build an alliance there.
the capabilities of the
These three
bishop and the knight
groups
are
were
in terms of the way they
essentially
move.
creating a
And then
league of
somehow
Protestants in Europe,
chess has evolved
a league
to
that was
balance those two
struggling against the
capabilities
combined
more or
papal
less.
forces of
So they're both
Spain
roughly
and
worth
France
3
and the Holy
points
Roman
each.
Empire.
So you think that dynamics was always
This
there,
was in
and the
response
rest of the
to
rules are kind of trying
many of
to
these papal
stabilize the
forces'
game.
Well,
moves
maybe. I mean,
against
it's
the
sort of, I don't know,
Protestants in
chicken
Europe.
and egg situation.
For example,
where
the
they
Duke
both
of
fit
Alva
together,
and
but the
King
fact that
Philip
it's
had
got to
elected to
beautiful
blockade
equilibrium
all of the
where
English
you can
shipping
have
in
the
their
bishop and
English
the
home
knight that are so
ports.
different in power.
Notably, there was a
But
wine
so
fleet that
equal in
was
value
stuck
across
in
the
London.
set of the
It
universal
was bound for La
positions,
Rochelle in
right?
France, but not
Somehow
allowed
they
to
be
leave the
balanced
harbor,
by
and
humanity
more
over hundreds of
importantly,
years.
there was a war fleet
I think
unable to
gives
leave
the
English
game the
shores.
creative tension.
They were
I think
intended
it's
to
what
sail
the
to
bishop and
Germany,
knight
where they would sell a large
for a
percentage
bishop
of
and a
England's
knight,
wool.
and
So
they're more or
much, in
less worth
fact,
the
that
same.
it's
So
really
now you aim
threatened
for a
English
different type
living.
of position. If you have the knight, you want a
It
closed
was even
position.
here at
You
court
have the
that if
bishop,
this
you want
fleet
an
weren't
open
allowed to
position.
sail,
So I think
this
that
might
creates a lot
collapse
of the
England's
creative
entire
tension in
economy.
chess.
So some kind of control.
To break the
creative
blockade,
tension.
Elizabeth sent out her
From an AI
most trusted
perspective,
sailors.
do you think
She
AI
sent out
systems
the
could
Hawkins
eventually
brothers,
design
John and
games
William
that are
Hawkins, from that
optimal?
troublesome voyage. She sent out
Well,
the
that's an
Winter
interesting
brothers.
question.
She also sent
Sometimes I
out
get
Francis
asked
Drake
about
and all of his brothers
AI
as captains of
creativity,
different
and
vessels
this,
to
and the way I answer that
harass
is
any
relevant to
Spanish
that
ships that
question,
were
which is
blockading
that
their
I
trade,
think they're
and
different
occasionally
levels of
engaged in what was really
creativity, one could
almost
say.
outright
So I
naval
think
warfare.
if we define creativity as
This
coming
was
up with
really one
something
of
original,
England's
right, that's
first
useful
naval
for a
actions as a
purpose,
nation.
then
After
I think the
chasing
kind
the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and kept open the port of La Rochelle both for the French and for the English to trade there. The Channel was becoming a place that was deadly for any Catholic ships. So many French corsairs these Huguenot forces were down in the Caribbean that really they had been unable to keep the Channel free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to break through their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in the trade. Now on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea beggars that ruled the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still more burned. The navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval law. However, now that the sea beggars and the English navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their seas. This was the first time that England had really been able to put that massive navy they had been building to use. and the Dutch were organizing
come up
as
with
well.
a game that only takes 5
Beyond
minutes
the
to learn,
group of ragtag
which goes
pirates they had
afterwards,
been, they were
but
becoming
many
something more.
lifetimes to master, right, or impossible to
Their
master in
fleets had
one
grown
lifetime.
too
It's so
large, and their
deep,
numbers
so
swelled too
complex.
much to rely on
And then
backroom
it's
meetings at the
aesthetically
Beggar's
beautiful.
Inn.
And
They
also,
decided to
it can be
elect
completed in
officially
3 or 4
Lord
hours
Dolphine
for
as their head.
gameplay time, which is, useful for our
Then,
us,
on August 15, 1569, they signed an
you
accord.
might specify these
It
kind of
read,
high-level
quote,
concepts like that. And then, with that,
whereas
maybe a
during
few
the
other
past
things,
years, the greater part of the
one could
nobility of
imagine
Friesland,
that
as well as
those
Holland
satisfies,
and this country,
those
have been
constraints.
driven away from their
But the problem
fatherland,
is that we're
leaving
not
behind
able
goods,
to
wives, and
testify
children to assist
abstract
one another
notions
with
like
all
that,
their
high-level
possessions,
abstract
bodies,
notions
and
like that
lives,
yet
only
to
for the
our
purpose of
AI
damaging,
systems.
destroying, and
And I think there's
annihilating
still
the
something
Duke of
missing there in
Alba and
terms
his
of
bloodthirsty
high-level
adherents.
concepts or abstractions that
None
they
of us
truly
shall, on
understand,
his own
that,
account,
combinable
either
in
conceive and
composition.
plan or begin
So,
any attack
for the
without the knowledge
moment,
of all,
I think
and
AI is
without the
capable of
consent of our common
interpolation,
council and
calculation,
assembly.
but not true invention.
So coming up with
They were
rule
still
sets,
not quite a navy.
and
They were still
optimizing
pirates, and their object was still
complicated
plunder, but
objectives around
they
those
did
rule
agree
sets
in that
can't
decree
do.
to
But
give
you could
half
take a
of all of their
specific rule
proceeds
set
to labor
and
to
then
the cause
run
of
that kind of
Netherlands and
self-play
Netherlands.
experiment to see
The
how
combined
long,
forces of
just
the
observe
Protestant
how an
forces
AI
at sea
system
proved to be
stretch,
too
or
much, at least in
how
the
long
North
is
Sea,
that
for the
journey.
Catholic navies.
And
So
maybe
they turned to a
it
higher power.
satisfies some of
They
those
turned
other
to
things you
Pope
mentioned,
Pius
those
V.
equivalents to learn
He
so on.
published a
And you
papal
could see a
bull on
long
February
journey to
23,
master, or even
1570.
an AI system.
It was called the
that you could say
Regnans
this
in
is a promise
Excelsis,
again.
and it read, quote,
But it would be nice to
"We
do
declare
almost
that
like
Saint
an
Elizabeth
alpha-culture
Heretic
programming
and
idea
patroness of
for
heretics
generating rules
and
that
her
kind of,
adherents to have fallen under the sentence of
that
anathema
automate even
and
that
to be cut
part
off from
of
the
the
unity of
generation
the body of
rules.
Christ,
So I have thought
and
about
her,
systems
Elizabeth,
actually,
to be
that
deprived
I
of
think
her
would be amazing
pretended right to the
for a
realm
game
and of
designer
all
if
and
you
every
could have a
dominion,
system that
dignity, and
takes
privilege,
your
and
game,
also the nobles,
plays it 10
subjects,
minutes
and
maybe
peoples of the
overnight,
said realm,
and then
and all
self-balance.
else who in any manner
Simply
have made
tweaks
oath to her to be forever
and
absolved from
maybe
such
the
oath,
equations
and all
and
duty of
the
fealty and
parameters,
obedience,
so
as
that
by
the
the
game
authority of
uh,
Christ.
allows
We
the
absolve
units
them,
in the
and
game,
deprive the said Elizabeth
some
of
of
the
the rules
pretended
can be
right to the
tweaked.
realm
So it's a
and
bit
of
of
all
like
else
giving a
aforesaid.
base set and then
End
allowing
quote. I've mentioned
multi-colored
this
research or
papal bull
something like that
before.
to sort of
It was this
explore.
action that
Right,
so
and
enraged
I think
not
that
only
would
the
be
Queen and her
super
Privy Council, but
powerful
Sir
tool
Francis Drake.
actually for balance,
After this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as Drake's Law.
to balance
If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 8 at the Treasure House of the World. We go into some depth there, but in short, what Francis Drake did was take a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the world. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French Huguenot pirates and really opened up an American front of what was becoming a global war between these two religious factions. Back in Europe, there was a fleet of sea beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and find a new port. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, and not one of the many Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions on. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that hated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never harassed the locals, only the Spanish. To show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from a letter. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland near Amsterdam to some exiles in England. He wrote that, quote, out of heartfelt pity have they moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam named Dirk Albertson, alias Black Dagger, who, having arrived here even from England, has informed us of his great misfortune and misery, that his ship is there, to his great loss, been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said Derek from the mouth of the witnesses, and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam, who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon kind request, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad case. This man, Black Dagger, He was
which
just
of course
a
itself
poor
can
merchantman
be
from
specified
Amsterdam
energy
who was
or matter,
sailing
right?
from
Matter
English
is actually
shores
just,
and
we're
had his vessel
just out the way our
seized.
bodies and the
At least that's
molecules in our
how
body
this
arrange
letter
information.
painted it.
So I think
I imagine
information
that the Spanish in the
may be
region
most
didn't see him in the
fundamental
same
way
light.
to describe the
To
universe,
them, he
and
was nothing
therefore
more than a
you could say
loathsome
we're in
pirate,
some
and
sort of
despite
simulation
these
because of
friendly
that.
locals, the
But
Spanish really controlled
I'm
all
not
of the
really
coastline
subscribing
of
to
the
the idea
Netherlands.
that
So that
these are
fleet
sort of
of
throwaway billions
Dutch
of
vessels that was
simulations around. I
sailing
think
from
this is
England, led
actually
by
very
Lord
critical
Rothschild, to
and
find
possibly
a port
unique
that
to
they
this
could
situation.
seize from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like Port of La Rochelle and several of the ports on the English coastline.
And modifying information.
However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, a storm arose, and it forced the Dutch fleet into a Zeeland harbor.
Humanity and
The
so
harbor
on.
was called
I think
Vile.
understanding
Now, while they
physics
waited
in
for the
terms of
storm to die
information
down,
theory
another fleet
might be
sought
the
shelter.
best way
A
to
total of
really
60 ships sailed into their harbor.
From
These
our
ships, as it
understanding
turned out, were from the
of,
Baltic and
universal
bound
term
for
machine,
Spain.
from our
These ships
understanding of a
were
computer,
fair
do you think
game
there's
for
something
the pirates.
outside the
The Dutch
capabilities of the
couldn't let a
computer
prize such as
that is
this slip
present
through
in
their
our
fingers,
universe? Do you have a
so they spent the next
disagreement
2 or
with
3
Roger
days
Admiral
plundering these 60
nature of
vessels of
consciousness?
everything they
He,
had on
he
board.
thinks that consciousness
However,
is more than just a
after those 3
computation.
days, another
Do you
fleet
think
sailed
all
into the
of it,
harbor,
the
chased
whole
by the very
shebang,
same storm.
could be
40
a
ships that were
Yeah, I've
even
had many
more richly
fascinating
loaded.
debates with Sir
These
Roger
were
Penrose,
some
and
of the
obviously
greatest
he's
prizes that the Dutch
famously,
would ever
and
create.
I read, Emperor's New
I
Mind,
think about
and
how something like
his
that
books,
must have looked.
his classical books,
In a
and they were
relatively
pretty
small
influential
port
in,
on
the
the Dutch
90s. And
coast, battered by
he believes
storm
that there's
winds
something
and
more,
ceaseless
something
rain.
quantum
100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there,
I think
unable to
about what
move.
we're doing.
They had
Actually, in
nowhere to
line of
run.
my career is
Where could they
being-
go?
We're
Back
almost
out
like
into the
Turing's
ocean,
champion.
into that
So
ship
we
killer
are
of a
pushing
storm?
Turing machines
No,
of
they were
classical
forced to stay at anchor and
to the limits.
attempt
What
to
are the
defend
limits
themselves
of
against
what
this
classical
roving band of
physics can do?
pirates that was going
Now,
from ship to
and
ship,
at the
taking
same time,
anything on
I've
board
also
any of
studied
these vessels that they
neuroscience
cared
to
to,
see,
and
and that's what I did
beyond
my
that,
PhD in, was
these
to
pirates
see
took not
also
only
to
the
look
ships
at,
that they had
is
taken
there
a
anything
fancy
quantum
to,
in the brain
the
from a
crews of all of
neuroscience
these
or biological
vessels.
perspective?
They intended to hold them
And so
for
far,
ransom.
I think most neuroscientists and
Word
most
spread
mainstream
quickly
biologists
that
and
the nations of
neuroscientists
these
would say there's no
spread
evidence of any
inland
quantum
to the Spanish officials in
systems
the
or
region,
effects
who
in the
launched a
brain.
column of
As far as we
soldiers
can see,
directly to the
it can be
shoreline
mostly
who
explained by
halted there and made a base camp,
classical
letting
theories.
the Dutch know
So,
that if they were to
and
disembark, they
then
would
so
be
there's sort of
immediately attacked.
the search from the
This was
biology side,
intended to
and then
deter
at the
these
same
Dutchmen
time,
from
there's the
raiding
raising of the
England,
water
taking parties
and
ashore, and
the
raiding some of
what
the smaller
classical
villages in the
Turing
area.
machines could
This
do.
was something that the Spanish were always somewhat
Including our
fearful
new
of.
AI systems.
If the Dutch were to
As
attack,
you
it would
alluded to
prove to the
earlier,
locals in the region that the Spanish
I
couldn't
think AI,
protect them and
especially in the last
weaken their
decade
rule,
plus,
so they
has
took
been a
sharp
continual
measures to
story
keep
now,
it down.
surprising
Now,
events.
the Dutch knew that they had to
surprising
leave, but they
successes,
weren't deterred
knocking
from their
over one
search for
theory
a home.
after another. What was
Some
thought
of
to be
these ships in this fleet
would
sailed
go
to England or to La Rochelle to sell
And so,
some of their
I
plunder,
think,
but still more ships from around the area joined their fleet, swelling their ranks even larger than
how
before.
far
The fleet traveled to an island,
universal
an
Turing
island
machine
called England.
and
They had long used as a base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord in the area, a man named Peter van Kaminga, who was sympathetic to their cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods. But the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had been pressured into betraying the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before he could strike, the sea beggars acted first. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island. And this was a strategic location for an island. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around them. So this was a great place for the sea beggars to have as a home base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of terror to come in. Now, of course, the Spanish couldn't have it. So they gave a man named Rothschild the task of liberating this island from sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Damon Versky. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on some of these men, and the language, that Victorian era history, is just fantastic. Quote, Rogel's first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their strongholds. For this purpose, he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of Aigle. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Grongaer nobleman Barthold Anton von Beda, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitate retreat. Anton and his sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of Kunminga's stronghold and the island of Aigle, whence they continued plundering the Grongaer and Frisian coasts whenever the opportunity was favored. This was not to be borne much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he sent a much stronger expedition than the one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on Aigle. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed.
And I think it's amazing that
Once again, without a home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new that they could attack.
and actually even
For
think and
months and
investigate about
months,
these
they
questions.
tried
I think
one
that's
harbor
also
after
testament
another.
to the human
One of their more
Yeah.
famous captains, a man named Jan van Troyen, well, he took a market town that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a very important port of call.
This is exactly it. I mean,
The
I think
Spanish
that's
were
one,
quick
you know,
to
one
send a
can say
battalion to
we
oust
are
him.
maybe we're
The
the
Spanish,
mechanism by
well, they
which
had
the
garrison
United
troops
States
and
try and
many
understand
cannon
itself.
in every harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea beggars anywhere that they
Let's
called.
go to the basic
Still,
building blocks
They
of
were becoming a
biology
real
that I
threat
think
to the Spanish
is
rule in the
another
Netherlands.
angle which
So,
you start to
the Duke of
understand
Alva
the
established
body,
a fleet.
which is quite
It was
fascinating, which is
originally composed
from the
of
basic
12
building
large
blocks,
Spanish
start to
warships
simulate,
with the
start to
express
model
purpose of
how
destroying
from
the
those
sea
building
beggars.
blocks you can
This
construct
was a
bigger,
fleet,
bigger,
the
more
likes that
complex
the North Sea
systems,
hadn't
making
seen
one
for
day
some
the
time.
entirety of human
The
biology.
beggars,
So
they fled as fast as
here's
possible.
another
They
problem
were tracked by the
that
fleet,
thought
however,
to
and
be possible
while
to
running
solve,
from
which
this
is protein
overwhelming
folding.
firepower, they
And
decided to try and
AlphaFold or
take refuge in the harbor of a
specifically
local
AlphaFold
inlet, a
2,
local river. They
did
didn't
just
expect
that.
these large Spanish
Solve
vessels to
protein
follow
folding. I
them.
think it's one of
However,
the biggest
some of the
breakthroughs,
vessels were able to. The fleet
certainly in the history of
chased them
structural
upwards,
biology,
and
but
finally,
in general,
they soundly defeated the
science.
sea beggars. They took
Um,
two of the sea
maybe
beggars'
from a
largest
high
ships
level,
and sinking two
what is it
others.
and how does
This
it
was,
work?
of course, hardly
And
all
then
the
we
ships
can
that the
ask
sea
some
beggars had in their
fascinating
armada.
Sure.
There were
questions
many
after.
remaining
Sure.
vessels in and around
So maybe
England at the
to
port of La
explain it,
Rochelle and sailing
people not
elsewhere
familiar
in the
with
North
protein
Sea.
folding is, you know,
A
first
call
of all,
went out
explain
to any
protein,
of the sea
which
beggar
is,
ships that could be
you know,
found
proteins
for
are essential to all
rendezvous on
life.
shores.
Every function in
They
your
were
body
received
depends
there
on
by
proteins.
the Countess de
Sometimes they call
Montgomery,
the
who
workers of
presented
biology.
the Dutch
But
with
if you look into
really a
them, and you know,
splendid
obviously as
ship,
part of
something that could be
AlphaFold,
a
I've been
flagship for
researching
them to
proteins
replace one of their
and
lost
structural
vessels.
biology for the
They
last few
named
years.
this in
You know,
her
they're
honor,
amazing
the
little
Countess.
bio nano machines, proteins. They're
Despite
incredible
this
if you actually
warm
watch
welcome
little
by the English
videos of how they
nobility,
work,
and
animations of how
despite the
they
many
work.
friends and allies that the
And
sea beggars had on
proteins are
British soil,
specified by their genetic
England was
sequence,
no
called
home
amino
to the sea
acid
beggars.
sequence.
The
You can
edict
think
that
of it as
Elizabeth
their
had made against
genetic
them still
makeup.
stood.
And then
Frequently,
in the
when they
body,
would chase in Spanish
in
ships into
nature,
English
they,
ports, they
when
would
they
be
when they
fired at and
fold up
occasionally
into a
arrested.
3D structure.
Now,
So
these
you can
weren't
think of it
acts of
as a
true
string of
violence,
beads,
but they were made
and then they
to
fold up
ensure
into a
that the
ball.
sea beggars
Now,
didn't
the key
use
thing
England
is,
as
you want
their
to know
real
what that
home
3D
base.
structure is.
This was due in large
Because
part to
the
the actions
structure
of the
of the
beggars
3D structure of
themselves.
protein
They were
is
a
what
rough,
helps
violent, and
determine what does it
uncouth
do,
lot
the
who
function it does
caused
in your
trouble
body.
wherever they went.
And also, if
Even
you're
those of them that
interested
were
in
members of the
drugs
nobility knew that they
or
had to
disease,
play
you
a
need to
role
understand
and
that
become
3D structure,
pirates.
because
It had
if
to
you
be
want to
part
target
of who they
something
were.
with
They
a
had to
drug,
strike fear into their enemies'
massive
hearts, and to
block
do
of
this,
something the protein
they
is
had to
doing,
upset many of their
you
allies
need
as
to
well.
understand where it's
Even
going to bind
other
on the
friendly
surface
ports,
of
like the
protein.
port at La
So
Rochelle,
obviously, in order
began
to
to
do that, you
refuse
need to
some sea
understand
beggars'
the 3D
entrance into
structure.
their
The
harbors
structure
because
is
of their
not the function.
propensity
The
for
structure
causing
maps to the
trouble.
function, and then the structure is obviously
So the sea beggars continued their
specified
search
by
for
the,
a port of
by
call.
the amino acids.
They needed a place that
And
they
that's
could call
in essence the
home,
protein folding
a real
problem
base
is,
of operations.
can you just from the
For
amino
months and
acids
months they searched,
one
trying again and again to take
string of
different
letters,
ports, and again
can
and
you
again they were defeated by the
immediately
Spanish and their
computationally
Dutch
predict
enemies.
the 3D structure? And
In one
this has
such
been
encounter,
a,
that man,
a
Jan
grand
van
challenge in
Troyen,
biology for
that
over 50
favorite among the
years.
sea beggar
So I think it was
tactics, one
first
of the most
articulated by
popular among
Christian
their
athletes
ranks,
and a Nobel
well, he was
Prize winner
boarded
in
before he was even
1972
able to mount an attack.
as part of his
The
Nobel
Spanish
Prize
attacked in the
winning
sea.
And he just
His men
speculated
fought
this
hard
should be possible
to defend their
to
vessel.
go
However,
from the
they were
amino acid
overwhelmed
sequence
very
to
quickly.
the 3D structure. We didn't say
All
how.
the men that were left
So it was
had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture. Now, there were other ships in this fleet that were still fighting the Spanish, but the men who had jumped off of Jan von Schorn's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard, and unfortunately, they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken them. Before they even climbed over the rail, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets.
I'll have to remember that for future.
This began
So,
happening
so he
with
set off,
alarming
with this
frequency.
one throwaway
The sea
remark,
beggars
like,
were
he
under
set
attack by the
off
Dutch
this
and
whole
Spanish
50-year,
authorities. That fleet that had been organized to fight them was doing pretty well. So Lord Dalheim sent
And they had,
most
they
of the
got
sea
stuff.
beggar
They
fleet to
hadn't really
England,
got very far
but
with
he
the
himself
system.
stayed with
And
only 12 ships
until
left on the
now,
Dutch
until
coast.
alcohol came along,
The sea beggars'
this is done
ranks had
experimentally,
moved to the safer harbors
very
of English soil,
painstakingly. So the
while
rule of
only
thumb
a
is
few
you
of
have
them,
to
some of the
crystallize the protein,
most
which
notorious
is really
among them,
difficult. Some
stayed to fight the
proteins
good
can't
fight.
be crystallized like membrane
This
proteins.
proves to have
And then
been
you have to use
something of
very
a tactical
expensive
mistake,
electron
however.
microscopes.
While he may have saved
X-ray
the majority of the
crystallography
fleet of sea
machines, really
beggars,
painstaking
those
work
12
to
ships
get the
became
3D
a
structure,
prime
visualize the
target for
3D
all of
structure.
the Dutch and the
So the
Norwegian.
rule of thumb in
That fleet,
experimental
backed by
biology
the
is that it
Spanish,
takes one
caught up with
PhD
those 12
student
ships in
their
short
entire
order.
PhD
His
to
two
do
largest
one
ships
protein.
were captured by the Spanish,
And
taken.
with
They were
alcohol
the
too,
best
we're
vessels they
able
had,
to predict
with
the 3D
nearly all of the
structure
arms
in
and
a matter of
ammunition that they
seconds.
had in the fleet.
And so,
9 of the other
over
ships were burned
Christmas,
by the
we
Spanish,
did the
and
whole
only
human
one,
proteome,
carrying
all
Lord
every
Dalheim
protein in the
himself,
human body,
managed
all
to escape.
20,000 proteins.
Now,
So the human
he went to
proteome is like the
England to
equivalent
join
of
the
the
rest of
human
the sea
genome,
beggars,
but
but
on
at the
protein
request of
space.
Prince William
And
Silent, when
sort
Lord
of
Dalheim arrived
revolutionized
in
really
England,
what
well, he was promptly
structural
arrested by the
biologists could
English
do.
government.
Because now,
This was
they
due
don't
to a
have to
number of
worry about
factors.
these
There was
painstaking
money
experimental,
involved, as
you know,
there
should they
typically
put all
is.
their
Lord
head in or
Dalheim
not,
had
they can
taken
almost
out
just look up
loans
the
that he had
structure of their
refused to
proteins like
repay,
you do
other
yourself.
people had taken out
And
loans
so there's
as
a
well,
data set
and
which
several
is
other things that aren't
trained
exactly
out
exciting.
of
The
labs
reality
and
is,
labs.
if he'd been doing better as the admiral of the
So
sea
chemical
beggars,
computers able
he
to do that
likely would not
computation
be arrested.
itself in some kind of
William Silent
distributed
quoted
way
another man
and
who
do it
ran
very
that
quickly.
a nobleman who was
That's a
one of his
weird
friends,
thing,
in
and
the
they
hopes that
evolved
he would
that
do
way
a better
because
job.
in the
However,
beginning,
this man wasn't
that's a
the
great invention,
most
just the
experienced
protein
at sea,
itself.
and if
Yes,
anything,
I mean,
the experience of the sea
I
beggar
think
fleet got
probably
worse.
a history
The
of
core element of the
like
sea
they
beggars
evolved
continued trying to take up
to
the
have
and
many of
continue
these
being
proteins.
involved.
And those
However,
proteins
many of
figure
the
out
other
how
sea
to
beggar ships, those that
use
had
themselves
rounded out their
in
numbers,
such a way
well,
that you can create
discipline
structures
began
that
to break
interact
down
in
on their
complex ways with
ways.
each other.
The captains weren't able to keep them in
high-level
line, and in
function,
many
and
cases,
it's
the
a
captains
weird
themselves
system that
decided to
they
go
figured
rogue.
it out.
well,
They
for
began
sure. I mean,
going back to their
maybe
old
we should
habits
talk about
of
the
taking
origins of
any
life
shipping
too.
they
The
could find
proteins
and
themselves, I
putting
think,
all
are
the money into
magical
their own
and
coffers rather than
incredible.
paying that half a ride
As
to
I said,
Prince
little
William
bio
Silent.
nanomachines.
Not only the Spanish and the
and
Royal
actually
French, but also Dutch,
who was another
English, and
scientist,
Huguenot vessels were now
contemporary
under
of
threat from
Amundsen.
these rogue sea beggars.
He
They were
coined
giving
the
the beggars
what
who were
became
trying
known as the
to
Seventh
be a
paradox,
Royal
which
Navy
is
a truly
exactly
bad
what you're
name,
saying.
and
He
turning this from
calculated roughly
a fight for a good
protein
cause
protein,
into real
which is maybe
piracy.
2,000 amino acids.
They were losing many of their
bases
allies
long.
and many of their
Is,
friends during this period, and it was
is
happening
tenfold,
alarmingly
maybe 10 to the
quickly.
power
So
300
Prince William fired
different
that second
confirmations.
admiral as soon as
So there's 10 to
possible.
the power 300 different ways
Promoted
that
a third
protein can fold up.
the
And yet
most
somehow
famous of
in
all of the
nature,
admirals and sea
physics solves
beggars.
this.
He was
solves
the
this
Baron of
in
Lumen
a matter
and
of
the
milliseconds.
Count of
So
Lamarck,
proteins fold up
known
in
to
your body
history
in,
as William
sometimes
Vandermark.
in fractions of a second.
William
So
Vandermark was,
physics is
well, he was one of the
solving
first
that
and most
problem.
ardent
Just to be
supporters
clear,
of
in
Dutch
any of these
independence
cases,
and
maybe
William
correct
II.
me if I'm wrong,
However,
there's
initially,
often
his fight was
uniquely
on land. He was a man who acted as
sequences
a general in some
Yeah.
of these armies, not a sea
among
captain,
the
but
huge
being
number of
from the Netherlands, he did
possibilities,
have
figures
sea
out a way
experience and
to stably,
reportedly quite a bit of experience
uh,
with
in some
piracy
cases
in
there
general.
might be a dysfunction and so on, which
He
leads
contacted
to a lot
any of
disorders and
these
stuff like that. But
rebel rogue
most of
sea
the time,
beggars, any of them that were still willing to fight for the cause under his leadership,
Exactly.
were
This
allowed
is
to
what
come
the
back.
problem is.
Exactly.
Any
So
who
there's
had
a
decided
unique
that
magic.
regular
Usually,
piracy
in
was
a
more their
healthy
liking,
if
they
it's
were
healthy.
essentially
And as you say,
exiled
it's
from the
disease.
Netherlands community.
So,
Now,
for example,
he rallied all of
Alzheimer's,
the ships that were
one
still loyal to
conjecture
the
is that
cause of
it's
Dutch
because of
independence
misfolded
and
protein.
moved
Protein
operations
folds
to
in the wrong way.
England.
Amyloid
The Netherlands had
beta
become an
protein.
extremely dangerous
And
place
then
because of that
folds in the
Spanish
wrong way,
backed
it
fleet
gets
that was
tangled up
patrolling for shores
in
and
the
had
neuron.
caused the sea beggars
So,
so much trouble.
it's super important to understand
So,
both
under
healthy
William
functioning
Vandermark, they
and also
operated out of the
diseases to
safe
understand,
harbors of England,
you know,
primarily
what these
in the
things are doing
Channel
and how they're
around
structured.
Dover was
Of
their
course, the
real
next
base
step
of
is
operations.
sometimes proteins
A second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the island. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, had all ended in failure, and the sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William's Island. They needed to raise some funds as quickly as possible. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or on-land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to outright piracy. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the Catholic ships that were their enemies, but they would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger and a real menace. While that edict of Elizabeth's against the sea beggars still stood, the sea beggars were smart at this. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any harbor masters on English soil that they needed to, as well as any government officials that came with them. They sent some of their money back to William as they had before, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars, not so they could while it away on drunken women, which I'm certain they did, but much of it went to create a new, bigger, and better sea beggar fleet. Under William Vandermark, the sea beggar fleet was rebuilt,
And then
Discipline was brought back to their ranks, despite the fact that they were acting as pirates. They were acting in unison,
in
and
terms of the
attacking every
data
French and Spanish ship
and the
they
amount
could
of
get their hands
innovations that
on.
had to go into it,
The channel for the French and Spanish was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet.
around physics and
All of these acts of piracy, done by the seabeggars, originated from English ports, which, in reality, suited Queen Elizabeth just fine at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1572, everything changed. Without warning, one of the more notorious of the seabeggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William Vandermark received an order from the English government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel under his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days. They were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William silent, a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase the seabeggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the more